X here with another What If video for you guys and girls. With that being said, make sure to hit the like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated for both me and probably the people watching who care about the channel. With that being said, we are truly reaching my goals. At least I feel it slowly approaching as the days go on. And as long as we hit 14K by the end of the year, honestly, I can't be more ecstatic than ever. But, yeah. With that being said, let's begin. So, this is a new what if. What if Naruto was Madara's son? How this is going to work, I'm going to lay out the ground rules very, very quickly so we can get into the juicy stuff, the bones of the what if, right? The fiber. Anyhow. So, first off, Naruto is not going to actually be Madara's son. No. Don't click off now, because it's not clickbait. But rather, figurative son. And Naruto is actually going to have Uchiha DNA, as well as Senju DNA, as well as his original Uzumaki and Namikaze DNA, but Namikaze doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't actually give you special stuff, you could say. Now, let's get into the backstory of this what if. Naruto would be taken away on the day of the Nine Tails attack by Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha in this timeline has been working together with Orochimaru, who has actually been able to, I guess you could say, increase his research on the Edo Tensei, causing him to now already know I guess you'd say perfect Edo Tensei. I don't want to call it perfect, but basically I want to call it a semi-perfect, a basically perfect reanimation, but not a perfect hold on the person he's reanimated. I think you guys get where I'm going with this. He would revive Madara Uchiha, and Madara would basically not listen to Orochimaru, would break the Edo Tensei just because of his will. A similar situation like the Tobirama Hashirama thing, as, well, we would assume that they have comparable wills, right? With that being said, Orochimaru would basically be disgusted by what Madara had done, and had kind of, saw his, I guess you could say, reanimation jutsu with Madara as a failed experiment. So he was kind of disappointed in it. But he would also not want to get on Madara's bad side. So Madara would see that Obito had actually had a baby with him, a blonde-haired boy, as he would ask what clan this boy was from, and he would respond the Uzumaki. Obito would respond the Uzumaki. At this point, Madara would smirk. An Uzumaki boy, huh? Madara, knowing what Orochimaru was capable of from many talks with Obito, would tell Orochimaru to implant Uchiha and Senju DNA into the boy. Orochimaru would raise an eyebrow at this. It would kill him. It would definitely kill him. Madara would shake his head. No matter how long it takes, I want it done, or I'll have your head. Orochimaru would immediately freeze up, you could say, as he would immediately do what Madara had asked him to. With that being said, Naruto asked to not, kill him because of the procedure. He would basically be put into, I guess you could say, an incubating tape, or not tape, I don't even know where that came from, incubating tank, where he would basically just sit there for about 8 years. So from his baby birth, so I guess you could say 0 to 8, or 1 to 8, whatever you want to call it. I'll just say 0 to 8, because that makes more sense. With that being said, Naruto would awaken, and he would already know speech, because he's actually been getting, I guess you could say, sound waves and things of the sort that have been teaching him speech. So he's already, a well-rounded person, so this Naruto may talk very intricate. Anyhow, he has also learned that his father is Madara. That's been drilled into his head through these sound waves too. Yeah. Anyhow, so he would immediately exit the incubating pod when he turned 8 years old, as he would look around. What is this place? Naruto thought to himself. He would immediately rush to an exit as he would walk out calmly, breathing in and out. He didn't know where he was, and he wanted to be on guard at all times. He would then look around, looking for something to wear, as he was, well, butt naked, you could say. He would throw something on, a robe/kimono that actually belonged to a younger Kabuto, so it fit him just well, as he would then walk around. Eventually, he would find a room with a snake-like man, with two bottles of like potion-like stuff in his hands, as he would look behind him, gasping, dropping what he was doing, and immediately looking at his creation, Naruto. Another man would appear behind Naruto, as Naruto's eyes would quickly dot towards him. This man was Obito Uchiha. Obito would quickly hold onto Naruto as he would use the Kamui to appear in front of Madara, who was training. Yes, Obito. You see this boy right here? It's him. I see. Naruto, do you know who I am? What's your name? You sound familiar. Madaras, my name. Oh, father. Yes, I'm father to you. I am your father. Your only father. So is there anything you'd like me to do, father? Train. I want you to be the strongest you can be. I want you to level this world. I want you to create peace with destruction. Obito, go on. Leave this area while I talk to my son in private. Yes, Master Madara. I want you to destroy everyone who gets in your way. Every person who tries to destroy your ambition, you will crush beneath your feet. I failed in my lifetime against Tashirama, and I will not let you fail in yours. Orochimaru created this Edo Tensei, but it was not to be prolonged as in the way that I am prolonged right now. So very soon, at least within a few years, I will be gone. I have 4 more years as your father. But after that, I will just be a deceased father to you. I see. How unfortunate, father. Well, I'll train. I'll train with you and I'll amass strength like none other. Now that's my boy. First off, the basics. Chakra control. They would spend about a year on chakra control, as Naruto would be able to get it down within that year using the Shadow Clone technique. We would assume that Madara should know the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It's a highly ranked jutsu. We're just going to assume for the what if that he does have it, and he's going to be able to teach it to Naruto. This is where he gets his signature multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. With that being said, it would also speed up training drastically, as after this, he would be able to learn the Summoning Jutsu, the likes of the normal Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Fireball Jutsu, the Water Dragon Jutsu, the Earth Mud Wall Jutsu, and would also master his sword in the course of another year. So far, 2 years, right? With that being said, he had 2 years left. In these 2 other years, also let me explain that Chakra Natures things. He has all 5 Chakra Natures, but he just hasn't been able to access Wind yet. But in this year, he would. He would learn the Wind Air Bullet. He would master his sword even further. He would actually tap into a little bit of his Biju Chakra, getting about 3 tails of it to 2 tails of it. Usually he's able to go into 2 tails, but sometimes he can go into 3 if he's actually pushing it. And at 4, he just goes berserk, like the canon Shippuden Naruto and, well, normal Naruto, you could say, at least early-wise. Anyhow, with that being said, he would not only do that, but he would also learn another thing. How to put chakra on his blade. So he increased his chakra control even further. And Genjutsu. Now he had 1 more year left with his father, where he would bond with Madara even more. With that being said, he would also learn a lot more tricks, you could say. Also, sorry if you heard that like crack. It was actually me just cracking like one of my fingers. But with that being said, he would learn a jutsu that was actually tailored for him. And we know this jutsu as the Rasengan. Why would Madara give Naruto the Rasengan? Heck, why would he even know about it? He actually wouldn't. It was Obito who suggested the idea, because he would tell Madara that his actual father, so Minato, right, knew it. So it would just kind of make sense for Naruto to have it, and Naruto to be good with it. So with that being said, he would learn the Rasengan still, and yeah, it's his basically signature jutsu. And also, for those wondering, his summoning is not necessarily a toad, but I feel like giving it to him later in the future. But it's not a toad right now. Right now, he has an eagle summoning. Now, with that being said, And in the rest of the time, he would basically just learn unnamed attacks, right? That I won't be disclosing at least right now. So if he unveils some, like, random, like, cool, unique attack, then that's basically just why, right? Now, Naruto would be left with one thing as, well, Madara would start to go away. You see, the Edo Tensei had finally wore off, you could say, as Orochimaru's grip on it started to loosen and his body started to die even. So he had to switch bodies in this time, so Madara is basically just fading away into bits and crumbs, you could say. Also, sorry for any background noise, right? Madara would then speak to Naruto as he was fading away into nothingness, into ash, into dust, into particles within the air. No, Madara would sigh. Wake up to reality, Naruto. This was after Naruto had failed at, well, getting as strong as he wished he had, getting as strong as Madara. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. Do you understand that? The longer you live, the more you will realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. That is something I learned. Listen, everywhere you look in this world, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. Naruto, you must decide if you are a shadow or if you, Uzumaki Naruto, are a light. And I will repeat this once more for you. If you were not listening to me, my son, wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. The longer you live, the more you will realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. At the very least, listen to me. Everywhere you look in this world, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. Are you the shadow or are you the light? Whether or not you choose the shadow, or whether or not you choose the light, is not something I can decide as your father, but rather, I will tell you a path that suits you, Uzumaki Naruto, my beloved son. You should become whatever hatred embodies within you. I myself fell to the Uchiha curse, you could say. And for that I am very sorry, at least to myself. I wish I had chosen even a little bit of a lighter path. I'm sure that it would have made me a better person. Also, if you're wondering why Madara is, like, having all this time to speak, it's because it's going by very, 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 very slowly. And I do regret that. But remember, in this world, wherever there is light, there are also shadows. The man who seeks peace, yet at the same time yearning for war. Those are the two realms belonging solely to man. Huh? What do you mean, Madara? Address me as father. I mean that is what mankind is. We seek for peace, but yet we also seek for war. Not to mention that when a man learns to love, he must bear the risk of hatred. Remember that as well. And when I think about it, thinking of peace while spilling blood is something that only humans could do. They are two sides of the same coin. To protect something, another must be sacrificed. The longer you live, the more you will realize that. Like I have said to you now 3 times. And power is not a will, Naruto. Power is not will. It is the phenomenon of physically making things happen. Because would you consider dying together teamwork as well? Just saying, when you sign up for any sort of teamwork, the other person becomes your partner, and you are supposed to stand by each other's side no matter what. That is a question I'll have you answer yourself, Naruto. Don't improvise what you cannot handle. The concept of hope is nothing more than giving up, a word that holds no true meaning. Love is not necessary. Power is the only true necessity, Naruto, and you better learn that. Though, I hope you know, it's fun. Life is fun. It was once part of my plan to start a war to bring peace. But now, I hope it is part of yours. It seems that you still want to continue dancing in this world, so you shall carry on my memento, my will. And you will do much more than even that. I'd be lying if I said things are going to go according to your plan, and I'd be lying if I said things are already going according to mine. But beggars can't be choosers, right? People cannot show each other fear, or their true feelings, I should say. So fear, suspicion, and even resentment, because those things never subside. But I know that when you change this world, it will be a new world, a world of truth, not lies. You know that our clan, the Uchiha, is a clan destined for revenge. Destined for revenge. As comrades, well, let's just say, whenever we have been comrades to other clans, it hasn't always worked out. With that being said, an unstable force lacking in intelligence or sapience, you require a guide to show you purpose. I hope not. Now, this is one thing I want you to know forever. Be strong enough to be someone who even the demons would fear. Even the demons? Yes, Naruto. Now, shall I talk to that nine tails within you? Tss, Madara would activate his 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Nine tails, you're merely a momentary life, a temporary existence of coalesced energy. Energy that once was a single ultimate form. Cause how good can there be in power if you cannot protect those you love? But what happens if you have none you love? You are merely chakra. You don't love anybody. So you better love Naruto. From the bottom of your heart, you felt kindness and compassion for others. Naruto. So, I want you to continue. As I walk towards my own dream, I will enjoy fighting with you from the afterlife. And remember this, by accepting dishonor as a payment for honor and hatred as a payment for love, a man named Itachi died with a smile on his face. What? Who's Itachi? You'll find out later on in life, I believe. But just know, sometimes falling back is the best way to achieve happiness and love. Because hatred is born to protect love. But I see. I think I understand, Father. Now, Naruto, I think I must be leaving. Goodbye, my son. Madara would die with a smile on his face as Naruto would watch Madara die with anger written on his face, a frown and tears flooding his eyes. I will achieve everything Madara, my father, Madara had achieved. And I'll do it even better. And I'll finish what he started. Because I am Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha. At least that's the identity that Madara gave Naruto. With that being said, Naruto is now 12 years old. I hope that was clear enough. And Obito at this point is still alive and basically working with Naruto, and by proxy now, Obito. But the Akatsuki are not the same. Rather, their goal is to collect every Biju except for Naruto, because they can just revive the Genkiku and Kinkaku brothers and get the Nine-Tails chakra. But also, that the Akatsuki here are not actually working for Madara. Rather, they're a subgroup for Obito because he didn't completely agree with Madara just entrusting this little boy to do his thing. And it kind of seemed like he wasn't believing in Obito. But in actuality, Naruto was a failsafe who, over time, grew to be like a true son to Madara. So when Madara was saying all these things, all these words, all these things he had said in the past and in his life before, he meant the truth. Like, he was actually saying how he felt, and he was trying to tell Naruto things for the betterment of himself, right? For the future, right? So, with that being said, Naruto now had a journey to go on. The place that he was meant to go was the Hidden Leaf Village. He knew this, so he would set out. Coming in as some orphan from a nearby town, people would feel some sort of connection to him. And when Hiruzen saw him for the first time, he couldn't help but think, Naruto? With that being said, Naruto had just arrived on the day that ninja squads were being formed, and since Team 7 didn't actually have a person yet, who was another boy, Naruto would become that person, if you get where I'm going with that. With that being said, the introductions would be held and Naruto would literally say nothing, as he would say, since Kakashi doesn't want to answer any questions, he won't either, since he's as strong as Kakashi anyways. Of course, I'm not going to say if this is like actually true or not, because, well, I guess you'll find out. But with that being said, you can come to your conclusions in the comments if you think that he's stronger than Kakashi. Personally, I don't know. It depends, I guess. With that being said, the battle test would basically commence, and that's where this is going to end, this part, right? Also, Naruto would feel some sort of deep-rooted connection to Sasuke. With that being said, this has been Rami X. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video, and Rami X out. Rami X here, back with another video. If you're not new here, then you already know what to do. Just drop a like, maybe a comment, maybe some suggestions for future parts, you know, the regular. And if you are new here, well, you could hit that subscribe button. It would be greatly appreciated. If you don't like the what ifs, then maybe you can unsubscribe, but maybe just give it a chance. With that being said, a lot of maybes. Like, share the video to a friend like this, or just anime content in general. And we can now get into the contents of this video. With that being said, a quick recap. So in the last part, I guess you could say, gave you guys the question, Naruto versus Kakashi. And the answer, it's a little, well, the right word would be jaded, you could say. It's not one-sided, if you don't know what jaded means. So, for example, it's not outright that, for example, I know a lot of for examples, that Kakashi will win. It's not outright that Naruto will win. But I think you guys can come to a consensus within this video, right? And I want to make this clear, even if Naruto does grab them bells, it does not mean that he's clearly stronger than Kakashi. I just want to make that known, right? Anyhow, let's go over a few things Naruto has before we fully start this video. I do not know if I addressed this in the last part, as that video was actually recorded on November 14th. I lost my recording device, which is my phone, for a week or so I didn't have it for a long time. The weekend passed, yeah, yada, yada, yada. So I don't actually remember if I said this in the what if, and my apologies, but I'll say it now. And if you've already heard this, then it's whatever. But Naruto is the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Just like Kakashi, he does have access to his Nine-Tails chakra. For the sake of this, I'll say he has about 3 tails mastered so far. With that being said, he also does have his Senju and Uchiha DNA, so he has increased chakra reserves way more than in canon. Actually, this Naruto might have more chakra than the Nine-Tails itself. I said maybe, so, you know, maybe. With that being said, Not only that, but possibly a Renegon awakening in the future, right? Since he has that Senju and Uchiha DNA. He also heals much faster due to his Uzumaki and Senju DNA fusing further and that kind of thing. With that being said, he also does have most of the 5 chakra natures mastered. He has 3 of them mastered: fire release, wind release, and water release. He needs earth release to get wood style, but yeah, we'll see where that goes. With that being said, that's about what Naruto has, and we know the basis of what Kakashi has. Yeah, we can now begin the what if. So, in the last part, we directly ended off with the bell test, and that's what we'll directly pick up. Now, as for introductions, we'll say that they go basically the same, but Naruto says nothing. Like, he completely says nothing. Like, nothing at all. He kind of doesn't really want to and feels there's no need to. If it's just people who he'll be with for, not much time at all, at least in theory, right? So, with that being said, he would not say anything. Now, the bell test would be explained, the rules that is, as they would begin. Naruto would immediately rush forth, clashing with Kakashi, kunai to kunai. Naruto would then bring his foot upwards, as Kakashi would look at his foot, tracing it with his eye. Naruto would quickly move his foot in different directions, as to catch Kakashi off guard, as while Kakashi was focused on his foot, he would kick with his left foot. If you didn't understand that, he's been moving his right foot around, but he's in theory, or actually in actuality, I should say, kicking with his left foot. With that being said, we would then see Naruto rush towards a Kakashi who's been flying midair. Naruto used most of his force in that kick, so he wasn't holding back. Kakashi now knew a taste of Naruto's fury. Naruto would then appear behind Kakashi, stopping him with his hand outwards. For example, if you want to picture this in your head, Naruto had his left hand outward, and basically Kakashi's back was on his hand, I want to say, but not directly on it, like under it. No, like behind it, I should say, as Naruto would stop Kakashi, as he would then grab Kakashi's clothing, throwing him up into the air. He would then quickly create signs, or hand signs, whatever you want to call them, for a fireball jutsu. He would then send this fireball jutsu towards Kakashi, as this fireball jutsu would only send Kakashi flying further up into the air. His clothes now on fire, as the wind around him would only make it worse. As you may know, or as you may not know, when fire and wind/oxygen mix, fire only, increases in velocity or in fearsomeness. With that being said, Kakashi would quickly take off his Jonin vest, as he would now have nothing on that was burning. Naruto would now appear in front of Kakashi, as this time he would still create the same signs, adding 2 more hand signs. This time he would yell out a different form of fireball jutsu. Fireball jutsu, or I should say, Uchiha style fireball jutsu. With that being said, this attack would hit Kakashi, as Kakashi would realize something. Those hand signs, they were just like the hand signs that his teammate, Obito Uchiha, who wasn't Uchiha himself, used to use. And even though, he had the fireball jutsu, Obito's fireball was always stronger, because he had the Uchiha style fireball jutsu, something that only Uchihas can use, which was weird to Kakashi. Kakashi also does know who Naruto is. I hope that is apparent. Even though Naruto came in as an orphan, Kakashi knows who he is. It's his sensei's son. He was supposed to be a bodyguard there, yada, yada, yada. With that being said, Naruto would continue his onslaught, and due to the fact that he was able to catch Kakashi off guard, he would be able to land another blow while Kakashi was on the ground, jabbing him straight to the gut with a punch. He would then do 2 backflips, flying backwards, as he would then stand still. Kakashi now stood in front of him. Sasuke and Sakura just watched from the sidelines in awe. How could their same, I guess you could say, I don't know how to word this specifically, but so that you guys get an understanding of what they're talking about, how could their Genin teammate, who should be on the exact same level as them, compete with their Jonin leader? It really made no sense. Maybe get close to getting the bells, sure, but even then, that would take a prodigy. Getting there and actually not even going for the bells, but actually, pushing Kakashi around, you could say, is even more of a feat. Naruto would then look over at the people who were his quote-unquote teammates. Madara taught Naruto many things. One of these things was teamwork. He was taught to, well, rely on teamwork in some cases. But Naruto being alone for most of his life, I don't mean like alone like he had nobody, because he had Madara and people like Obito, but I mean alone as in being a lone wolf for most of his missions, things like that. He really didn't see the importance in teamwork, but as to keep Madara's dreams, ambitions, goals, words even, alive, he would do so. As he would at least try. I don't want to say do so, but yeah. With that being said, he would look over at his teammates, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Naruto would squint his eyes. Do you have a Sharingan yet? From what I can see, you might have a one, Tomoe. Why so low? Sasuke would immediately appear beside Naruto. Why so low? Well, look at you. You don't look like you have the 3 Tomoe. Or 2 Tomoe. If you did, you'd come rushing in immediately. Way before I had. Actually, if you had such a level of the Sharingan, even though there's a Jonin in front of you, such as Kakashi, who's known throughout the 5 great nations, or nations, I should say, as the copy ninja, you would still rush in head first to fight him, as to further evolve your Sharingan. But clearly, either you don't have the Sharingan at all, or you only have the 1 Tomoe. At this point, it's not actually clear on what Sasuke has, since we don't really see it that often. But we'll say for the sake of this specific what-if, that Sasuke has the 1 Tomoe Sharingan. Sasuke would peak with his 1 Tomoe Sharingan activating him as he gritted his teeth. With that being said, Sakura would look at Sasuke, as she had never seen this before, and Sasuke would stand up immediately, as at this point he had actually been sitting down. He would then rush towards Kakashi, as Kakashi would be a little dazed from that last gut punch from Naruto, just starting to recover. Naruto would then quickly slap Kakashi in the face, but to Kakashi, it just seemed like Naruto gliding past him, but both of his eyes did hurt a little, and they were a little blurry. So, as Sasuke rushed in front of him, it actually seemed to be like it was Naruto in front of him. So, Kakashi was not going to hold back on his attack. He would then send a punch flying towards Sasuke, as Sasuke would be hit with this punch. This punch would immediately knock out Sasuke, as just as easily as it knocked him out, it would wake him up again. The pain was that devastating. Sasuke would then be sent flying into a tree. As mid-flight into the tree, he would pass out again, but upon impact, his eyes would start to awake, I should say. Not as if they're, evolving or anything like that, but what I mean is they were starting to open, by awake, that is. With that being said, Sasuke would stand up, gritting his teeth even further. This time, all of his teeth would be revealed, even his gums. That was how angry Sasuke was in this moment. He would then rush forward, trying to attack his sensei, Kakashi, or I should say future sensei, Kakashi, as I don't want to say they're exactly sensei and student right now, since they're technically fighting, but it is what it is. I think you guys get what I'm saying. With that being said, Sasuke would charge in yet again towards Kakashi, as Naruto would grab both Kakashi's blow and Sasuke's blow. Naruto would then look into the eyes of Kakashi and Sasuke at the same time. Sasuke Uchiha, was it? I think that was your name you said in the introductions. I wasn't really paying attention. I only cared for your heritage. You being an Uchiha, I really did think you were something. But there's no need for another Uchiha. Another? Are you saying that our sensei is an Uchiha? Well, you're not very far off, but I'm actually saying that I'm an Uchiha. What? Kakashi thought to himself. An Uchiha? Well, that does add further clarification to my theory. That he might have been taught by an Uchiha to know that distinct fireball. But even so, how interesting. Is Minato or Kushina not his real mother or father? No, but he has their distinct blonde hair. Or at least Minato's. And Kushina had red hair. No way. Interesting, Kakashi thought. He was at a loss of words and did not know what to really say. As Naruto would continue, Naruto would activate his Sharingan, showing off his 3 Tomoe Sharingan to Sasuke. You see, this is the power of a true Uchiha. I really thought that you would be much stronger, but you're not. Sasuke would immediately pull away from Naruto, as if you were not paying attention to the real situation with the fighting. Maybe you were just paying attention to the plot, so he won't, at you. But basically, Naruto just caught Sasuke's fist, and he was kind of clenching onto it, and Sasuke just pulled away, if that makes sense. With that being said, Sasuke would then try to attack Kakashi yet again, but Naruto would pull in front of him, using a genjutsu on Sasuke, which would knock him out. He would then grab Sasuke's arm, which was still flying, and if it made contact with Kakashi, it may have just broke because of Kakashi's tough chakra armor, as at this point, Kakashi actually does have chakra around him, since he was prepared for a fight with Naruto and not actually Sasuke. With that being said, Naruto would quickly twist Sasuke's arm, which would immediately cause Sasuke to awake. Sasuke really felt like throwing up. He kept getting knocked out and, reawakened, and then knocked out and reawakened. It really was giving him a headache and really made him want to puke, as he would. Naruto would laugh. You puke just from being knocked out and reawoken? I see. I think I know your limit, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto would quickly chop Sasuke on the back of his neck, as he would then put Sasuke on his back. Kakashi, would you like to continue our fight? Sure thing. Show me what you've got, Naruto. Kakashi would then pull up a mud wall, as Naruto would quickly kick this mud wall. It was in response to what Kakashi already saw coming, a kick from Naruto. Naruto would immediately kick through this mud wall, as an abundance of rocks, if you will, would be scattered around the battlefield. Naruto would quickly catch up to all these rocks, throwing them towards Kakashi, as well as kicking them, punching them, things of that sort, where all these rocks were basically flying towards Kakashi, who would be able to, dodge, block, and even just break outright. With that being said, Kakashi would then get ready to use his final attack. He wanted to display his true power to Naruto, so Naruto knew who the sensei of the group was, who the top dog is, if you will. With that being said, he would release his lightning blade / Chidori, whatever you want to give the name of the jutsu. With that being said, he would rush towards Naruto, as Naruto would smirk. Well, Kakashi, I didn't really think I'd have to use him, but I will. Use him, Kakashi thought to himself. What in the hell does he mean by that? Use him? Does he control puppets or something? Come closer, Kakashi. Naruto would then pull out Sasuke. What do I mean by this? He has had Sasuke on his back for about 2 minutes now, and he's basically pulling Sasuke out in front of him and using him as a shield. Naruto would then push lightning chakra out from both of his fingers, which would just serve to put lightning chakra around Sasuke. Sasuke having an innate, I don't know what you want me to call it, but I want to call it something that you guys, the viewer, can really understand it vividly. Having an innate, I guess you could say, connection to lightning style would actually be able to withstand these bolts of electricity flying around him, and it wouldn't really hurt him, similar to how he can hold a Chidori. But the only reason why I'm mentioning this, because it should be normal if you already have lightning style. Sasuke doesn't already have it, but because of his innate, I guess you'd say, affinity towards lightning style, it doesn't actually hurt him, even though he doesn't have lightning style yet. Anyhow, Naruto would then do so, as Kakashi would make contact with the lightning, as he would basically just try to clash with the lightning and not actually try to hurt Sasuke. But unfortunately for Sasuke, this lightning blade had already done its deal of damage. It had easily broken through the lightning that Naruto had put up, which had actually shocked Naruto a little, and it had pierced just a little bit into Sasuke, breaking through his first layer of clothing. Sasuke would wake up in a situation he had never been in before. He looked around. Where was he? He thought. What was happening? He also thought. What the hell? Sasuke would immediately fall to the ground. On his knees, in fact. He had an emotional breakdown. Let me explain. Sasuke already dealt with the Uchiha massacre. That puts a lot of strain on Sasuke Uchiha himself. His goal is to fight Itachi. We already know that a 12-year-old Sasuke thought that he was strong enough to fight a Itachi, right? But, of course, he's not even close. Now, Itachi is clearly above Kakashi, and Sasuke knows that himself. And if Kakashi is about relative to Naruto, so basically even, and Naruto is easily able to beat Sasuke, as well as Kakashi being able to do the same thing, then how weak truly is he? Naruto's remarks about puking just from being knocked out and waking up over and over again only further cemented in his head that he was too weak to fight his older brother, too weak to avenge his clan. Slowly but surely his eyes would start to move, moving faster and faster as time passed, as they would evolve into the two Tomoe Sharingan. Rage filled his eyes, and with hate he would stare up at Naruto. Naruto's gaze was just as strong, canceling out Sasuke's. Kakashi would jump back. The tension in the air was so high. He would then look at what was happening as he looked at both of their eyes. They were both filled with fury and rage, anger and destruction. Kakashi wondered what type of childhoods both of these kids had, what they witnessed in their lives. Of course, he knew, I should say more about Sasuke, as Sasuke, went through the Uchiha massacres, many people knew. But about Naruto, he knew barely anything. With that being said, he would watch as Sakura would immediately come rushing in to attack Kakashi. This was because she felt the emotion, and it almost seemed as if Sasuke was about to cry, and she didn't want her, let's just say, crush to cry and be angry, that kind of thing. And with that being said, Kakashi had seen enough. Clearly, they were a strong enough team, and they had technically just shown teamwork. So there was no reason not to pass them, and they would be passed. And just so you guys know, this entire fight, at least the fight between Naruto and Kakashi, Naruto was holding back for the most part. Only a few times did he show his true power, and it was just so that Kakashi knew that he wasn't going to completely follow his orders, and that at times he may even challenge them. With that being said, the bell test would end, and you could say that everybody would go home, except for Naruto. Naruto, rather than, quote-unquote, going home, since he doesn't have a home, would just sit around, thinking about his next move. With that being said, he would quickly use the body flicker technique to both get out of the leaf and to appear at the side of Obito Uchiha. Or I guess Uchiha Obito, if that's how you swing. With that being said, Naruto and Obito would have a conversation. Obito would start the conversation, as he would say, "Naruto, how were Madara's teachings?" And with that being said, this is where I'm going to end the part. This has been part 2 of what if Naruto raised, or I guess you could call it, what if Madara was Naruto's son? Oh my gosh, I just butchered that so badly. I don't know. I don't even know, man. It's pretty late where I live. It's about like 4 in the morning. I'm about to go to bed. But, what if Madara, or what if Naruto is Madara's son? So many mistakes. With that being said, this has been Rami X and Rami X. Rami X back in a video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as it'd be greatly appreciated. As well as, subscribing, of course, liking the video, like I said. Sharing the video would also be appreciated just as much. Yeah, with that being said, let's get into the recap. So in the last part, we basically ended off with the bell test finishing, and we directly ended off with Naruto and Obito starting their conversation, as Obito would ask, how are Madara's teachings? Something on the lines of that. And we will now pick off where we left off. Or, I hope that made sense, pick up where we left off. Now, for you, the listener, I hope this video is very flawless, so to speak, as I did put a lot of effort into it. Yeah, this should be the greatest part in the series so far, of course. Maybe later on there will be a better part, but so far this should be the greatest part. And yeah, with that being said, let's get into it. Father's teachings, huh? Naruto would say, looking towards Obito. Why would you want to know? Just curious. You know he was my sensei as well. He wasn't my sensei, he was my father. Yeah, whatever you want to call it, if that's what makes you feel better. Now, Obito, why did you want me? Hey, you're the one who came to me, Naruto. Oh, I felt it in the air, you could say. You were watching me earlier. Well, I took the bell test. Yes, I was curious and had a question for you. Well, before I do answer, next time you decide to watch somebody, mask your chakra more. I could feel you watching me like a hawk. So were you showing off as well? Showing off? Naruto would glance at Obito. Yeah, was that your full power, or are you stronger than that? That's my question. Well, to answer that question, I'm much stronger than what I showed you. Or what I displayed, I guess. Since it wasn't all for you. I see. Able to keep up with Kakashi Hatake. Quite nice. At least it's good for a child. You know his full name? Even I didn't. Tell me, have you met Kakashi? That's a bit of a jaded question. I can't answer that, Naruto. Now then, I also had an interest in a boy who's on your team with you. Yeah, Sasuke Uchiha. He's the only other living Uchiha, right, besides you. And I guess me, if you want to count that. No, there's actually another. Itachi Uchiha. Never knew he was from that bloodline. Are they brothers? Yes. Thank you for the information, Obito, but I'll be on my way. Also, if you're gonna go for members on my team, stay away from the girl. I have a special plan for her. Also, we'll get back to that plan later, or maybe right around now. Naruto would then walk away from Obito, slowly getting out of his eyesight, as Naruto would disappear using body flicker to quickly get back to the leaf. He would then eat at his favorite restaurant, as he had tried all of the restaurants in the Leaf Village, through his time there at least. Most of them, I should say. The Leaf Village is pretty great and pretty big, so he couldn't test them all, if you will. But he did test most of them, and this one was his favorite. And, have you guessed it? Ichiraku's ramen shop. Naruto, now refilled with energy, stamina, whatever you want to call it, fuel, if you want to call it that, would then travel to a distant place, a hideout of sorts. This hideout was Orochimaru's. With that being said, Naruto would stay at this hideout until Orochimaru actually appeared. And within that time period, Hiruzen had approved Team 7 already for a secret mission because Sasuke had been asking for one. saying that all the D ranks are too boring, quote unquote. With that being said, this is still the Tazuna mission, just in case some of you thought it was some different alternative mission. It's still the, Tazuna one. But with that being said, Naruto would be, I guess you could say, greeted by Orochimaru. With that being said, a conversation would ensue between the two. Orochimaru, there's a girl on my team. Her name's Sakura Haruno. Haruno? Never heard of it. It must not be an important clan. You're right. From what I've seen, they don't have any special Kage Genkai like, the Hyuga, the Aburame, or even the Uchiha, which you're so damn interested in. Yeah. Hey. Orochimaru. You're talking to me like we're equals. And honestly, I do not like that. We're not equals? Well, in my books we aren't. Well, on one hand, I, myself, am an experienced scientist who knows more jutsu than you have fingers and toes to count. No, than you have hair cells to count. And on the other hand, you are a boy who has no more than 100 jutsu. Heck, you're Kage level at best. I never knew there were levels higher than a Kage. What, do we call it Supreme Kage? Anyway, Orochimaru, even if you don't think we're equals, you can test me. Test you? No, I don't want to do any of that. I would provoke Obito Uchiha, wouldn't I? Or Madaras, as he likes to go by nowadays. You're right, you would. Now, Orochimaru, I'll get back to what I was saying. She hasn't displayed any powerful Kage Genkai. Heck, her clan probably doesn't have any. But there's an experiment I'd like to try. Would you allow me? Huh? What do you mean, experiment? So, you do have Uchiha DNA, right? A long time ago when I was with my father, I did see a whole box, or I should call it tube. A big test tube at that, which had multiple Sharingan within it. At that same very hideout, I saw another thing that interested me. It was a boy. A little boy at that, but he was there, and there were 2 Sharingan beside him. I see you've caught on to some of my research during your time at my hideouts. Now, what about it? So, I wondered, if you implanted Uchiha DNA into a non-Uchiha, would that person be able to exceed a normal, full-blooded Uchiha, destined for greatness? Well, is that the experiment you want to try? Yes, it quite very much is. So, you want me to take Uchiha DNA and place it within the girl? Exactly. But then, I'll watch her. Huh? Well, that's the only way we can see if the experiment works. What, do you want me to just hear of her success? Usually, legends are blown out of proportion. I see where you're going. You're very smart, Naruto. Thank you for the compliments, Orochimaru. But, at this current time, I only want to prove a theory. A theory? What is it? That the only people who are destined for greatness in this world are the Uchiha clan. Well, that's not the main goal, but rather, I should say, I don't think the boy's worthy. I had a fight with, well, as people call him, the legend, Kakashi Hatake. Oh, I know him. I even tried to steal his Sharingan once. What about him? Well, put simply, he displayed nothing that I would call I don't know, greatness? Mother always told me, as that's how you like to refer to him, so I'll stay in your good grace, Orochimaru. Mother always told me that the Uchiha are the strongest, and the Uchiha cannot be rivaled unless it were the Senju. Albeit, I am both Senju and Uchiha. At least that's the DNA that's running through my veins. Naruto would look at a spot on his left arm, which was covered in white. As seen with most people with Senju DNA implanted into them, they have either a whole arm that is white or a spot that is white, and that's what Naruto has. Or I guess their whole body could be white, as we haven't actually seen what Yamato looks like under all of his clothing. No homo. With that being said, Naruto would finish his conversation with Orochimaru agreeing. There was no reason for him to back down from such a task, such an experiment. With that being said, this would also allow Naruto to have no more regard for Sasuke. For example, this would allow Naruto to take Sasuke's Sharingan, being able to have a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. This technique is known as the Izanagi, and the Izanami, of course, respectively. You see, Madara taught Naruto these techniques, as he does actually have it himself, so it would, or I guess it does kind of make sense. And with that being said, having a few more Sharingan would be great, and he doesn't want to beg at Orochimaru's feet for them, as it would be kind of annoying to owe Orochimaru in the future. So rather just take them from an Uchiha who's still living. And the purer the eyes, the stronger the Izanagi, in theory at least, right? With that being said, Naruto would reappear at the Leaf Village. He would fall asleep, and he would, well, go to the Land of Waves. With that being said, this was just him tailing his team, as he would actually meet up with his team. Eventually, a fight would ensue with his team and, well, Haku and Zabuza, as Naruto would not really participate in this fight. Rather, he was trying to watch what his two teammates did. This further confirmed his theory. Sakura is quite literally useless, at least as a team member, whereas Sasuke is, well, on a tier of low, mid, and high. He is quite literally mid-tier. With that being said, Naruto, after gathering this information, would continue his, I guess you could say, amount of work on the team, on the mission, as this is the Land of Waves mission, as Team 7 and Haku and Zabuza would meet again after their first encounter. Now, their first encounter did go a little differently, but the outcome's about the same. It would leave most of the team tired, except for really Naruto in this timeline. He was not really tired at all. As well as kinda Kakashi, who's tired, but not tired, if that makes any sense at all. With that being said, Naruto then had a goal. His goal was to disappear. What do I mean? Well, the second time that Zabuza and Haku encountered Naruto, or I should say Naruto's team, Naruto was nowhere to be found. He was actually just eating some salmon at a local shop. You see, Kakashi already knew that Naruto was gone. He just didn't know where Naruto was. So when they encountered Zabuza this time, they had no way of contacting Naruto, and they could get no help. Anyhow, quickly Haku would put Sasuke as well as Sakura at a disadvantage. It was a quite literally one-sided battle, as Zabuza was able to hold off Kakashi, while Kakashi's teammates were being taken out left and right. I shouldn't say being taken out left and right, but rather they have been being stunted within this battle. So, well, a way for you guys to understand it, they're not winning. Sakura and Sasuke, that is. So, with that being said, eventually Haku would push both Sakura and Sasuke too far enough to where, well, Sasuke was filled with needles, and Sakura had bruises all over her body. With that being said, Haku would then aid Kakashi, or I actually shouldn't say Kakashi, as they're not really, teammates, I guess you could say. My apologies, my own mistake. Haku would aid Zabuza, his, I guess you could say, quote-unquote father, or quote-unquote mentor, whatever you want to say that relationship is. Now, with that being said, personally speaking, I do not think this Kakashi can take on both Haku and Zabuza at the same time, because, yeah, it's two people on the level of Zabuza. This Kakashi does not have Mangekyo, or the Mangekyo Sharingan, if you don't know what I mean by just Mangekyo. Of course, there's a number of reasons why he can't. Ice release, that kind of thing. The Executioner's Blade. It would just be a slaughter fest, not in the favor of Kakashi. So, Kakashi would lose. With that being said, Naruto would eventually watch this fight, if he hasn't started already. And he would gather from the fight that Kakashi cannot take both Haku and Zabuza on at the same time, and that, well, Sakura is just your average weak Kunoichi. Not saying that your average Kunoichi is weak, actually quite the opposite. People, at least Kunoichi from other villages, seem to be very strong. Maybe that's just, I guess you could say family traits. Due to, like, people like Tamari. She's very powerful, at least in my opinion. As well as people like Hinata, but most of these people have Kekkei Genkai and stuff like that. But for the most part, your average Kunoichi's decently weak, just like your average Genin is. Anyhow, with that being said, Naruto had assessed that Sakura is normal, quote-unquote, and that Sasuke, well, he was mid-tier, quote-unquote. With that being said, Naruto would quickly use all of his chakra, pushing it to his feet, and to his fist. This is where his chakra is going to be based. He would also call forth the Nine Tails' chakra just to make this process quicker. If you don't know what I mean, he's basically just swooping into the battlefield, quickly defeating Zabuza and Haku, as he would quickly pummel them. Basically, this is how it would happen. They had no time to react. Naruto's fist was too powerful. They got knocked down. And were basically beaten. Naruto quickly swooped in, grabbed Zabuza, Haku, and Sakura, and left. With that being said, Kakashi and Sasuke at this point would be passed out. They wouldn't know what happened. So when they woke up, Sakura, Zabuza, as well as, well, Haku, were all gone. With that being said, Naruto had actually just taken them, as I just explained. Naruto would then wake up Zabuza and Haku, who at this point had actually been knocked out. He would actually not wake up Sakura at this point, but yeah. With that being said, he would then have a conversation with Zabuza and Haku. He would ask them their motives, why they're doing what they are doing, as he would also ask them another question. Join me. Join you? Zabuza and Haku were confused. Well, you see the pink-haired Kunoichi beside you? Beside us. She's a few meters away, yeah. You get what I mean, Zabuza. Yeah, go on. What about her? Well, I want her to be an experiment. You know those Sharingan, right? You're planning on giving that pipsqueak a Sharingan? I'm planning on implanting Uchiha DNA into her. So she'll be your experiment? Sure. I'm not going to be doing any of the experimenting, though. I'm not an evil person. I just want to test a theory. That work is reserved for the likes of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin of the Leaf, or former Sannin, I should say. Oh, I've heard of him. Many people have, Naruto would say, responding to Zabuza, who had just said, I heard of him. Now, how about this? Me, myself, I don't like to be indebted to people. Actually, I hate it. My father told me much things, or actually, to be more specific, he told me a lot about owing people things. And ever since he told me of such tales, I don't like owing people stuff. Actually, it's quite annoying. Now, with that being said, there are a few exceptions. But for people who are as sinister as Orochimaru, I'd rather not be indebted. Actually, I'd rather them be indebted to me. So, how about I give you 2 power? In exchange, you fight for me. At least you fight for me whenever I call upon you. Offer your assistance and work with me to accomplish my goals. What is your goal? I just want peace. Peace? Really? It's that simple. Do you know how many corrupt Kage there are? No, but I know one for certain, Zabuza would say, looking down. Eyes shadowed and pointed at the ground. Oh, would you like to name him? Sure, I'll drop his name. His name's Yagura Karatachi. I see. Corrupt he may be, he was not made that way. What do you mean? From what I know, was there not a time where Yagura was a kind person? A kind person? Sure, he was a great Kage at one point, but then he was known as Yagura the Tyrant. Exactly. What do you think would have made a sporadic change in a Kage who cared so much for his village out of the blue? Nothing. His personal views. Maybe a conflict with somebody? I don't know, you're asking me questions that I don't even know the answers to, Naruto. Explain to me how you know my name. It's simple. You're in the bingo books. Ah, I see. So, are you somebody who collects bounties? Well, you call them bounties. I call it my meal. I see. So you're somewhat of a bounty hunter, I guess. If you want to refer to it as that, then sure I am. I see, well, I'll continue. Now, Zabuza Momochi, is it? I have a question. Well, Yagura, A, was a tyrant because of a battle. B, a tyrant because of a genjutsu. And C, a tyrant because he just damn well wants to be. Which one? A battle. Ah, I thought you were going to say that. I did hear it. Or at least the gist of it. Let's see. Well, I'll tell you the real answer, okay? Sure, go on. It's because of a genjutsu. What? What kind of genjutsu? No. Yagura, he's a perfect Jinchuriki. Genjutsu don't work on him. So whatever source you have that has told you this, or whatever way you figured this out, it can't be true. Everybody knows that. Even so, this genjutsu is just that powerful. Hey, I can make Yagura one of the greatest Kage in the lands. Or maybe I can't. I actually don't know if my genjutsu is that strong yet to contend with that bastard. By bastard, or that bastard, quote-unquote, he actually just means Obito, who, if you don't recall, actually genjutsu'd Yagura into being a tyrant, if that's what you want to call it. So, yeah. With that being said, Naruto would continue. Now, besides that, if we have to take Yagura's head, then so be it. But you love your village, as I can see. So I'll grant you power. With power, you can challenge your former Kage. Clearly, you're too weak. Heck, I don't know if you could beat the Two-Tails Manatabi. Maybe not even the one. You mean the sacred-tailed beast that each village was given? Yes. If you can't beat those two, then you can't beat the Three-Tails, Isobu. He has the Three-Tails, not to mention Yagura's own raw physical strength. Yager is actually pretty strong, able to contend with members of the Akatsuki with relative ease. He also survived the Amaterasu, which shouldn't have been possible. But yeah, so take that as you will. He has contended with a sick Itachi and Juzo of the Akatsuki. If you don't remember Juzo, he was like a I shouldn't say stand-in, but he wasn't in the Akatsuki for long enough to where he was a main member, as we see, like the Kisames, the Dataras, you know, those kind of figures. For you guys, that was just a snap, but for me, it's a little bit of things. If you heard like a small background noise, that was just my door opening. But yeah, back to the video. With that being said, we also talk about people like Hidan, of course, included in the people who are like the main, like Akatsuki, so like the Kakazus, the Itachis, that kind of thing, right? But Jesus just wasn't there long enough. He kind of just died early, you could say. Anyhow, he also is the former Executioner Blade user, so take that as you will. But yeah, with that being said, all of this information would be relayed to the one and only Zabuza Momochi, as we would see a few things happen here. First of all, his eyes would light up at the possibility to defeat Yagura. Second of all, he wondered how he would do this, so he'd ask Naruto. So, Naruto, it seems to me like we're business partners? Business partners? No, not in the slightest. Partner would refer to us being similar to equals. No. We are associates, but at the very least, you're my underlings. I see. So that's how it's gonna be. Were you the one who swooped in and beat us? Yes, I am the one. Wow, I've never seen such ferocious strength in my entire life. Well, I'm glad for your praise, but it did take all I had to do it so quickly. I would have rather go much slower. Plus, if I had used my Sharingan, I think I could have done it in, 2 seconds? It took 5. Far too much. But maybe it's because I had to grab the pink-haired girl as well. Actually, make that 1 second. Anyhow. So, I'll explain how we'll do it. I'll give you power that can at least double your strength. That should be enough to put you on Yagura's level. Your subordinate, he or she, I'm gonna go with she. Well, she seems like she's Kage level already. So if you both get double your strength, that's 2, maybe mid Kage level ninja, maybe high Kage level ninja, against a Kage of the Mist with a tailed beast. Now, if you also train, how strong do you think you could get? Maybe just one of you could take on Yagura. Maybe not, though. So, do you want to accept the offer? Also, if you're worried about money, gathering ninja, that kind of thing, bandits, whatever, I'll supply you with 1,000,000 Ryo per month. Where would you get that money from? You don't seem like you do work that could get you such riches. Oh, don't worry about it. I get money in my own ways. If I can't get money myself, then I'll just steal it. What, did you think I actually had some sort of high-paying job? Or did you think I was some sort of high bounty hunter? No, I just steal the money. I see. Now, you want 1,000,000 on the spot? If I join now, can we get it? Hey, you said I. The girl has to accept it as well. She's been awfully quiet. All right, Haku would say. Naruto would smirk, a grimace on his face. Well, shall we? With that being said, I'm going to end the part here, as the length in this video is kind of long. It got a little too long, even, you could say. I did want to include something very interesting about the Uchiha clan in this video, and a difference. But for now, I'll just let you guys know that the Uchiha clan is still alive, Itachi is in the Akatsuki in this timeline, as I did already mention that, I believe. Why is he in the Akatsuki? Because he already knows what's going to happen, and he just can't stop it. So, yeah, take that how you will. Now, with that being said, Sasuke is not even close to as strong as he was in canon. Well, I shouldn't say that, but he's just much stronger is what I mean. Now, with that being said, he hasn't showed all of his power, but most of it he has shown, and I'll explain why he's stronger in the next part, but I'll also explain that a war with the Uchiha clan, which is still alive and kicking in the leaf, will ensue in the next part. Now, with that being said, where we will leave off with this what if is with Kakashi and Sasuke, depleted of stamina, energy, bones broken, and tired, returning to the Hidden Leaf Village without both Naruto Uzumaki, or Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. With that being said, this has been Rami X. Hope you guys all enjoy. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as it'd be greatly appreciated. You know how we do it here. And yeah, Rami X. Oh, Rami X, back with another video. This is actually take 2 of the video, so hopefully this take goes well. In the last take, I felt like I just rambled a little too long before the intro. I think it was at 2 minutes before the video actually started. 10 seconds of silence due to the fact that it was Thanksgiving for Americans yesterday. And that's about 10 seconds. With that being said, why did I take that moment of silence? Well, I don't really, I'm not actually from America. Not even close. I'm from Canada. I shouldn't say not even close. It's still in North America. But yeah, I'm not too sure how important Thanksgiving is to Americans, but it's pretty important where I come from. So I'm just going to, I just did want to take that moment of silence. Anyhow, with that being said, this video is going to be pretty jam-packed, if that's the word that you want to use for this video, right? I have a lot of plans in this video, and we can now get it running. So, if you are new here, remember that you have not hit that subscribe button yet, but if you have hit that subscribe button, then comment. If you have commented, maybe like. If you haven't, or if you have already liked, maybe share the video to a friend like for this, or just anime content in general. Now, with that being said, let's fully get into the video. So, in the last part, we basically ended off with Kakashi and Sasuke getting back to the Leaf Village. With that being said, that's basically where we're going to pick it back up. Now, Sasuke and Kakashi would arrive at the Leaf Village and would immediately pass out in the middle of the street. I did explain how the Uchiha Civil War was going on, but at this point, they can't see it. The war maybe just began. Forces rushing in against the Uchiha clan. If you didn't already know, maybe you're new to this part, but the Uchiha clan is still alive in this what if. With that being said, Sasuke and Kakashi are obviously, at least at this point, oblivious to what's happening. Naruto has just arrived within the Leaf Village, ready to have some fun, as well as Itachi Uchiha, who rather than having fun, is watching the situation, gathering about 10 Uchiha, so that Sasuke can see them be massacred, 2 of which were his father and mother. He didn't want to do it, but he knew he was too weak. He didn't have the power to do what he wanted to do. He planned it for some years now. Now, with that being said, he also couldn't really do anything. People like Obito were controlling the strings, and the Uchiha themselves had enough of it. They would start this civil war. Now, what do I mean by civil war? Well, it was actually stated that if the Uchiha massacre didn't actually happen, or something like the Uchiha massacre, then civil war would break out in the Leaf. This could also cause enemy nations to come in, fight the Leaf afterwards, right? So, this war, 3 days would pass, and the Leaf looked terrible. The Hokage estate was half broken, and other buildings of, well, I'd say the same importance were just as destroyed. For example, the Chunin exams arena was basically burnt down to the ground. The Chunin exams entry spot was gone. Big monuments like the third Hokage's face, the fourth Hokage's face, both gone. The village was in peril. And all around were children, mothers, fathers, who didn't know what to do, running from everything. There were also Uchiha on the ground, Jonin, Chunin, Genin, police. Of course, there were police, as the Uchiha were mainly in the police. So when I say police, I kind of just mean Uchiha. And it was sad for the people experiencing this war, this peril. Now, with that being said, eventually, there would be a big explosion. The fifth, or I guess you could say future, not to spoil anything, but future fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had all teamed up and were now fighting together against the Uchiha. The Uchiha's numbers were diminishing. They had even gotten a lot more Uchihas in preparation in this timeline. You could even say about triple the amount that there were before. So, not only are the Jonin a lot more, I guess you could say, menacing, because there's so much more Uchiha, so it's just like, this is a life, but look at how much more Uchiha there are. And the Uchiha actually, like, outpopulate, if you don't know what I kind of mean by that. I just mean there's a lot more Uchiha than, say, the Hyuga, the Senju, even though there's only, like, one Senju if you count Tsunade, the Apparame. I just mean in, like, a general sense, like the other clans, like the Akamichi, you know what I mean. Now, with that being said, their fight would continue. At least the one with Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya against the Uchiha. But in another side of the leaf, a boy named Naruto stood. He would pick up Sasuke's passed out body. He felt his weak body. It was even a little cold. What happened to him, Naruto thought. Did he die? Naruto would continue to drag him across the, I guess you would call it the floor of the Leaf Village, as he would stop in a secluded area with bushes surrounding them. He then sat on a stone and waited for Sasuke to wake up. He also had an Uchiha in front of him, who he had genjutsu'd or I guess you could say, beforehand. He was ready to kill this Uchiha at a moment's notice, to show Sasuke how ruthless he was. And, as Sasuke heard the Uchiha's screams, he should, in theory, wake up. Now, this next part is a little dark, but I think most of you shouldn't see this as too bad. But as this Naruto is just a little bit more dark in general, so it's just what should be, in theory, expected from this Naruto, at least. Also, I do want to note that he's not an evil person, but he's not a good person either. Now, with that being said, he does have underlying goals, and everything that he is doing right now is because he wants peace. Now, how can this get him to obtain his quote-unquote peace that he wants? Well, it's pretty simple. He's going to test if Sasuke is worthy. If Sasuke is worthy enough to be kept alive. Now, even this you could say is a bit of a peaceful action. Sasuke is technically the reincarnation of a evil person, right? Intro. So, with that being said, Naruto doesn't know this, but he has his underlying reasons that are a little selfish, but back to the story. With that being said, Naruto would wait, and wait, as he would eventually tell the Uchiha to get up, as the Uchiha would do so. Naruto would then pull out his blade, taking both of the Uchiha's eyes. The Uchiha would yell out in pain, as Naruto would then put the eyes into a container, I should say. He would then put this container away in his pocket, as he would kill the Uchiha. This would wake Sasuke up, as the only thing Sasuke woke up to was the Uchiha falling right beside him. That was a little dark, but I hope you guys understand. That's kind of the, I don't know how to put it, the presence of this what if. With that being said, Naruto would laugh. This was on purpose, to get Sasuke to believe him. The Uchiha, the leaf, fighting. I think I heard somebody say justice will prevail. Of course it will. The winner decides what justice is. But it's funny, because in the end, I will be the winner of this war. I did create it. What do you mean? Sasuke would say. Oh, I didn't know you were awake. What did I mean? It's quite simple. I created this war. It's only happening because of me. This man, who was he? Do you know his name at least? Why would I know the name of somebody who was killed in conflict between us? Between us? Well, I have shadow clones all around the area. I prepped them just for you. Are you here to kill me too? No, rather, then Naruto would pull out a container with Sharingan in it. The Sharingan of the Uchiha who he had recently killed. These. I want these from you. I knew you were suspicious. A Genin as strong as our Jonin sensei, suddenly disappearing and not showing up for a mission? It didn't add up. And now this? So you want my eyes, eh? Yes, I do want your eyes. Now, fight me. Fight you. Gladly. Sasuke would then activate a 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Rather, I should say unlock, because at this point, this is him now newly getting the 2 Tomoe. Sasuke would then charge towards Naruto, as Naruto would speak. You know, when some sort of lone knight decides to attack a king, they can't just go for the king. They must first defeat his guards, defeat his right hand, maybe even his left hand if he has one. Not to mention his royal guard who stands before that left and right hand. Do you know how difficult it is to attack a king straight up? Now, I'll show you. I'll show you why you're not worthy. Worthy? Shadow clones would appear from every side of Sasuke. There are about 24 to count. Sasuke would break, or I should say pop, 4 of them, now leaving 20. How did he do this? He used a combination of kunai and paper bombs. He still had a few left in his pocket from his preparation for his fight with Zabuza and Haku. Naruto's shadow clones would continue to pour out onto Sasuke, you could say. If that's how you want to word it. With that being said, they were too much for Sasuke to handle, but it also did help in strengthening his Sharingan. As Naruto continued to taunt Sasuke, his rage only got stronger, as he would activate it / unlock his Sharingan. With that being said, he was still no match, but Naruto will call off his clones. It must be so annoying. I see you, always gritting your teeth every time you're punched by one of my clones. Well, I'll give you a treat. Come now, you can attack the king. So you're letting me attack, huh? How foolish are you? These clones, they're nothing. Sasuke would quickly put together a few hand signs. What is he doing? Lightning would pour out from Sasuke's hand. What the? Naruto still didn't understand. Now, I said in the last part that I will explain why Sasuke is so much stronger. Well, it's quite simple. In this timeline, he already knows lightning style. And so, when Kakashi used his Chidori, he remembered the signs. When he used his Chidori against Zabuza, of course. He remembered the signs, right? So, also when he did use his Chidori, it did not kill Zabuza, as Naruto was the one to actually take Zabuza and Haku out of the fight, you could say. Anyhow, back to the story. So, Sasuke just remembered the hand signs and now is using the Chidori. He would quickly destroy all of the clones in a quick burst. So quick, Naruto was barely able to keep up with his base eyes. See what I said there? Base. Naruto wondered what he would do with Sasuke. Sasuke is not worthy in his eyes, but he did just defeat, what, 20 or so of his clones? Naruto would say. When did you learn this? I learned it. I learned it just now. Huh? What a prodigy, Naruto said, smirkingly. Well then, you must have that prodigal nature, or prodigal nature, within your DNA, don't you think? You could say that, I guess. But this was my raw talent. Alright, Mr. Raw Talent. Naruto would draw his sword. He had never drawn his sword for a few years now, ever since he trained with his father, Madara. Naruto would quickly cut past Sasuke. Shing. That sound would be heard. You could even call it a tss sound. With that being said, some of Sasuke's hair was cut off on the left and right side. Naruto now had a clump of Sasuke's hair in his hand. He would then pull out another container, putting it out. What do I mean by that? He put out the hair into the container. Hope that made sense. Basically, he's just putting the hair into the container as he would shut it. Now I have your DNA, so you're really not needed. Your tenacity was applauded, though. Time to die, Sasuke. Naruto would cut past Sasuke, as the only thing Sasuke would see was the cold eyes of Naruto Uchiha. Naruto. Sasuke. Itachi had heard Sasuke say Naruto quietly, so now he knew Naruto's name. Now, you may be confused. What is happening? He randomly says, Naruto, Sasuke. I don't know if it went in that order. Bit of a weird voice, but you know how it is. Maybe you don't know how it is. Now, with that being said, what's just happened is, remember when I mentioned Itachi's in the village? Well, he's been looking for Sasuke and has actually been trailing him. And now he has found him. And has just seen him be, I guess you could say, cut down by Naruto. Naruto would still have his cold stone look on his face, as his eyes would quickly glare at Itachi. What do you want? Do you want to end up like him? Whoa. I do know who you are. You know who I am? Of course I do. You're Naruto Uchiha, are you not? Yes, I am Naruto Uchiha. But you missed one thing. I say that I'm Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha. Why did you miss that? Sorry, I'm not too formal. Nor did I come here to babble with you. Alright, so why are you here? That's my younger brother. So, what about it? You just killed him. Hey, it wasn't my fault. Who said anything about him being dead, too? 'Cause sure as hell I didn't. I never said he was dead. Well, what does it matter what you say? I just saw it with my own eyes. At this point, Itachi's Mangekyo were already active. as he would continue. So, sorry, but I'm gonna have to drop out of the Akatsuki right now. Whatever happens, well, I'm not a member while it happens. So your status as the quote-unquote heir of the Akatsuki, the one so important to us, well, I don't care about it. All I care about is avenging my brother. So, right here, you might be confused, and I hope I gave Itachi a bit of a more sentimental view in this story than Naruto ever did for him. Of course, Naruto did do a great job, no disrespect, but I mean, like, in this sort of manner, as we did see that Itachi was a very good person, but, like, not like this. At least, like, I don't want to say good person, but rather, like, he was, like, good to Sasuke all the time, like, he loved his brother. Anyhow, so, this is happening because Naruto killed Sasuke. Maybe it was unexpected to you, maybe it wasn't, but it's gonna happen, a fight between Naruto and Naruto and Itachi, my bad. And why is it happening? Because Itachi is angry. This is a raw Itachi. I hope you guys don't think like this is some sort of thing that's just happening. No, like this is actually how Itachi feels. And now the fight shall commence. I see. So you're not just going to back down, Uchiha Itachi. Yeah. Itachi would quickly start the fight off with 3 kunai. He knew he was sick, so he'd like to conserve his strength, and he would also like to see how strong Naruto was. Defeating his brother was no easy feat by a genin, or somebody who was proclaimed a genin within the Leaf Village. But how strong truly was he? Was he Kage level? Was he higher than that? Was he even on the level of somebody like Itachi? He needed to know. No, he wanted to know, you could say. It wasn't necessarily a need. With that being said, Naruto would quickly dodge these 3 kunai that he threw, grabbing all of them, 1 in his mouth and 2 in both of his hands. He would quickly spin 2, throwing both of them from his left and right hand. The 1 in his mouth would then be used to bite the pain. What do I mean by that? In some cases, maybe you've seen a few movies like this, but when you feel a lot of pain, you seem to, like, bite down on things. He's biting down on the kunai in this moment. Naruto would then feel pain, as automatically a response was enacted. This response was the response to kill. The response to kill the person in front of him, because it's kind of human nature. What do I mean by this? Because it's not human nature if you feel pain and somebody's in front of you. Well, let me explain. Due to the fact that this is I guess you would call it a life or death battle. Naruto might just not die in this battle, just saying. But because this is a life or death battle, and depending on what Naruto does, Itachi could kill him. If he's just put himself at a disadvantage innately, Itachi would, take forces. Sorry for any background noise. Yeah, event just went off, I think. With that being said, it's kind of just the reflex. He needs to use his full power to fight off an opponent like Itachi, and somebody like Itachi is probably going to take advantage of it, so he needs to, it's going to just force him to go all out, and it's going to force him to maybe even get stronger as adrenaline pumps through his that kind of thing. Veins, sorry. It's also forcing the Nine Tails to give him chakra inherently, without him having to ask and divert his mind to that kind of subject, if that makes sense. So now he can focus fully on Itachi while getting... Excuse me, I kind of just burped. I would cut that out, but I feel like I like being raw sometimes. I feel like I like being kind of raw in all my videos. I think it kind of shows a greater personality of myself. Unless you guys see it as well. With that being said, Itachi, you're very skilled. I must admit that. But they also say, from what I've heard at least, that you're a demon on the battlefield. How interesting for you to say, because from my recollection, they say that Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, if that's what you want me to call you, but they don't really know your full name, so And I quote, I've heard this before in a nearby village. Naruto is a demon in battle. They say he could chop up 1,000 men in under a second. Of course, that's just a legend, so it's probably blown out of proportion. Naruto would then start to get angry. Are you underestimating me? I hate to be underestimated. You said that my legend is probably blown out of proportion. No. I'll show you. If they say that I'm a demon on the battlefield, then they mean it. But it's kind of funny. Me, a demon on the battlefield? Well, Itachi, one question, and this question will decide your fate. Life or death, of course. I wonder, do you care about your clan, men? Because you're in the Akatsuki. So in theory, you shouldn't care. Right. Of course I don't care. Don't you think I wouldn't be in this business if I did? You never know. Naruto would smirk as an ominous aura would be surrounded by him. Itachi had his Mangekyo already active, so he decided to start a Mangekyo attack, if you will. With that being said, he was ready to kill Naruto. But, unfortunately for him, Naruto was bloodlusted, angry. So angry that an Uchiha would oppose him. His father always taught him never to fight with his fellow clansmen, unless they try to fight him. Many times his father Madara was opposed by other Uchiha, who either didn't agree with his ideals, or didn't see him fit as the right leader. Naruto would pull out his sword, as he would clench it tightly. The veins in Naruto's arms would be shown, as Naruto's sweater had been completely off of him now. He had ripped it off completely. You see, if I am a demon on the battlefield, then what would you suppose this is? I'd say it's a battlefield. Why? Well then, if my legend's blown out of proportion, let's test that. Alright, fine. Itachi was now fully prepared to use his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities whenever Naruto basically lunged, it's basically the same thing, towards him. With that being said, Naruto would yell out, Wrath of the Demonly Wind. Naruto slash. Berserker. Naruto would quickly slash past Itachi. But in front of him was a sword beam. I was basically corrected on this because I didn't actually know what you would call this. But basically it's when two slashes are in the air in front of you, which is known, I guess, as a sword beam. With that being said, there was now a sword beam in front of Itachi, and Itachi did not see Naruto, so he didn't know where to shoot his Amaterasu, or if he decided to use, Tsukiyomi, he didn't know where to shoot that either, so he was kind of at a loss. With that being said, he quickly locked onto Naruto, dodging the sword beam, as Naruto would smirk. We've crossed eyes, but no genjutsu. Are you even an Uchiha? Naruto would slice past Itachi. As Itachi was surprised, only one slash, and I'm not even down for the count. I thought this was some sort of ultimate move. Itachi even said this out loud. That was how surprised he was. He couldn't even keep it in him. Well, time to take advantage of this. Infinite... Naruto sliced past him. Again. Then again. This now marked 3 times that Naruto was able to hit him. Again. Now 6. 3 more times, it now became 9. 3 more times again, it now became 12. 3 more times again, and the number 12 then turned into 15. 3 more times again, and the number then turned into 18. Again. Naruto sliced past Itachi. Slowly and slowly, he started to fall into the ground. Or onto the ground, I should say. By the 78th slice, Itachi was already on one knee. Naruto would slice Itachi 20 more times. This then marked the 98. One more put him on his knees completely. And one last slash. Naruto used all of his strength. This caused Itachi Uchiha to fly up into the air and fall onto the ground. He now stood on his back, or I should say falled on his back, flew on his back, laid on his back. They all could describe what Itachi was doing. Itachi's eyes were blurred. He hadn't even used his Mangekyo abilities, but he kept trying to hit Naruto with the Matarasu to stop the pain. But it wouldn't work. Even at one point, he tried to Amaterasu himself. Maybe it would, scare Naruto off from attacking him. But it didn't work. Naruto then smirked. Now, Itachi, it's time to die. A noise similar to that one that I just made would be heard as Naruto would get closer and closer to Itachi. They say you only live once. So, I guess, YOLO. Naruto would grab Itachi, picking him up, as he would point both of his hands into Itachi, piercing his skin. Chakra explosion. Devastation. Itachi's would feel nothing, but his body would explode. Naruto would then laugh, leaving the area. Well now, see you later, Itachi Uchiha. I hope you don't I hope you don't treat me like crap when I'm in hell with you. Itachi was now gone. With that being said, this has been Rami X. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. And, yeah. With that being said, Rami X out. Rami X back on your video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as well, it would be greatly appreciated. And my goal is to, well, I don't know. Right now, it'll just be to grow as a channel. I don't really know a goal that I want to specifically hit, or even a time period. So, I guess I'll think about that in the next video. With that being said, make sure to also share the video to a friend. Thanks for this, or just anime content in general. And with that being said, comment down below your thoughts and feelings about the video, and maybe some what are suggestions. Now, let's get into the recap. So, in the last part, we basically ended off with Itachi being killed by Naruto. It was kind of a swift death on Itachi's end. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. With that being said, we can now fully get back onto the story. Naruto would look around. Sorry if that sounded a little weird. Naruto would look around. I hope that was a bit more clear. He would look to his left, his right, even above. He would see a bird, and it's not a crow, as some of you may have suspected, because Itachi just died. It was a bird he had never seen before. You could even call it a magical, mystical bird. With that being said, Naruto would look at Sasuke, as he would let Sasuke go. What do I mean by that? He would decide to not attack Sasuke. And he would let him, well, to be frank, just live. With that being said, we would then see Naruto leave the forest. After this, he would decide to use all of his power. Now, at this current time, he would now be in his psyche with the Nine Tails in front of him. The Nine Tails would ask Naruto why he was there, as Naruto would explain. He is there because he needs his power. How much power do you need, the Nine Tails would say. As Naruto would say, I need to harness enough chakra to become the Hokage of this village. Huh? Alright. What's in it for me? I don't know, I'll let you go rampaging a little. Actually, whenever you need it, whenever that time may be, if it's successful and I do become Hokage, you can use my body once for whatever deed that must be done. Fine. Are you sure you don't want more? That may be a bit more than I can chew. So just enough to become the Hokage of this village, but also make me look good. Now, I have no doubt that I'm the strongest person in this village, even without your chakra. But I'm gonna expend a lot of chakra if I want to stop the Uchiha and the ninja fighting the Uchiha, as well as fight off the nearby nations who are coming to invade. Kurama, I'm sure you're good at sensing. Do you know which parts of the Leaf Village they're coming from? Yes, I do. The north and the south. All right. Also, one more thing. Do you know what villages they are? Yes. The Cloud and the Stone. All right, thanks. Naruto would quickly jump into the air, sprinting as fast as he could, jumping building to building. He would then fly in a way. What I mean by this, he was actually, in a way, able to just glide into the air. Sorry about that. With that being said, Naruto would then create a massive ball of chakra. With that also being said, he would slam this gigantic ball of chakra into the Cloud Village's army. Eventually, he would just keep doing this, as he would soon create clones who would do the same thing over and over again. This would diminish the Cloud's forces, but not only that, but it would also scare off the Cloud. The highest ranking officer there was Omui, and Omui was not going to take chances dealing with such a strong opponent. He would then retreat with his men, who, when they arrived, were at 10,000, but were now at 1,000, as he knew that the Hokage would be angry, but he would probably understand, seeing how their numbers got so low. With that being said, he would then do the same thing to the stone, and with a final act of chakra, he would stop the Uchiha and ninja from fighting. Naruto now had ended the coup d'etat by the Uchiha, which now commences the end to the Great Uchiha War. Naruto would then genjutsu a soldier. What do I mean by that? I just mean like a ninja. This ninja was actually of the Genin rank, so he did have some like prominence within the Leaf Village. And you know how there's like a loudspeaker in the village for like people like the Hokage to speak on? Well, Naruto would go there, amassing a gathering. And beside him stood the Jonin who he had genjutsu. What did he genjutsu into him? Everything that he had done, and basically this Jonin was to make him look good. With that being said, the Jonin would speak. Now, do you see this man beside me? Man, some of the villagers yelled out. He's the guy who ended this war. Did you see him all flashy with his red chakra? Oh, so that's the hero. Thank you, villagers yelled out. The Jonin would continue. Not only that, but he scared off both the cloud and the stone village, diminishing all of the stone's forces and diminishing 90% of the clouds. Well, would you look at that, some of the villagers would say. Oh, how interesting, others would mutter. Now, would you all allow this man to become Hokage? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen stood in the crowd as they would sprint up to... My apologies. I don't know what that sound really was, but, yeah. Anyhow, with that being said, they would all sprint up to the, we'll just call it loudspeaker area. With that being said, they were now face to face with Naruto and the Jonin. The Jonin would just keep talking, disregarding them, as Hiruzen would clearly see that he was under a genjutsu, kicking him to the floor and knocking him out. Naruto, what's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? What do you mean? Well, first of all, I thought you were dead. That's what the report said anyway, Hiruzen would say. And second of all, what makes you think you can be Hokage? Oh, do you think I can't become Hokage? Well, not like this. Well, what if you appointed me yourself? Hiruzen. Well then, yes, you could become Hokage. Alright. Well, no hard feelings, but... Naruto would quickly power all of his chakra to his feet as he would slam both Jiraiya and Tsunade into the ground. Now, Hiruzen, are you angry? Naruto would stare down Hiruzen as Hiruzen didn't even know Naruto was in Uchiha, so he wasn't gonna just, look away like lightning fast, right? So, Naruto would use a genjutsu. Naruto's genjutsu was powerful enough to control Hiruzen entirely. This would make Naruto the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Now, for some of you who pay great attention to the story, or, that just kind of thing, you would know that I did say that Tsunade would be the 5th Hokage. Well, I kind of flipped it on your heads, with Naruto now becoming the 5th Hokage. I just thought that was something that I wanted to do, but also because there's a quite interesting scene that's going to happen later in this What If. With that being said, Naruto would quickly strive to make relations with the other great nations. He needed to build his resume, if you will. With that being said, the village had not calmed down with their chatter about Naruto, Naruto the hero, Naruto the legend, etc., etc. With that being said, Naruto would quickly strive to make these relations, like I said before, so he would travel to neighboring lands. First, the Stone Village. Naruto would meet with Oniki, the Hokage. Beside him, or accompanying him, I should say, was Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi had only decided to, accompany Naruto because, well, it wasn't safe to go alone. With that being said, Kakashi was also somebody who Naruto trusted, even if only a little. Now, with that being said, Naruto and Oniki would have a conversation. And you are? Oniki would ask as Naruto stood in front of him. Did you forget that I called for a meeting? I am Naruto Uzumaki, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, would you like to introduce yourself to me, Oniki? Yes, I'll introduce you to me and my abilities. Particle release. Before Oniki could finish his sentence and fully release his particle wave, if you will, Naruto would quickly get behind Oniki, elbowing him in the back. This sent Oniki on the ground, as Naruto would quickly lay down, basically putting his head on his elbow. If you don't know what I mean, basically, maybe sometimes you're just chilling, whatever it may be, and you put your head kind of leaning on your hand, and it's kind of on your elbow. That's what Naruto's now doing, laying down on the ground, as Oniki's also on the ground, as he would then commence his meeting with Oniki. Oniki has back issues, so he's not moving anywhere. His old His old ass ain't going nowhere. Just saying. Uh, with that being said, so Oniki and Naruto would have a conversation. It was very heart-filled, you could say, as Oniki would discuss his anger towards the Leaf Village, and Naruto would just listen. Naruto kind of had a way with, for example, people like Oniki. Now, it wasn't something to where he was some charm, anything like that, but rather he just listened. Some of these Kage, all they wanted was for somebody to listen to them. And so Oniki said everything. He said he was angered by how the leaf utterly destroyed the stone back in the war where Minato had done this. Naruto liked the name Minato. Naruto would even say that. As Oniki would grit his teeth, "Well, I'm sure you do. You look just like him." Me? Yes, you. Besides your hair and all. Now, with that being said, what kind of relations do you want to make with our village? Well, it's pretty simple, but I do have a few rules. First of all, if any leaf ninja encounters a stone ninja on any sort of battlefield, they won't attack one another. What else? Now, the next thing that I wanted to say was that we have a treaty, a full treaty. I didn't come all the way out here just to make it so that leaf ninja aren't attacked by the stone. Yeah. Would you like anything else? Yes, Oniki. And I hope this isn't too much for you. But I'd like to request 1,000 ninja each year as your toll. My toll? What do you mean? Well, you see, it's quite simple. Actually, it's very simple. Have you ever heard of the Sharingan? Yes, I have. Well, I have an underlining goal. Most people don't know about it. So consider yourself, I don't know, lucky. Yeah. What are you getting at, young man? Well, it's actually quite simple. I want to create an army of Sharingan warriors. Soldiers, even. Well, why would you want to create soldiers? Well, doesn't it make sense? To defend from any foreign threats. Heck, we don't even know what other villages are doing. And if it's a success, I'll give you 10% of the army. Actually, no, I'll keep it all for myself. But I will bolster your forces. Well, you are a greedy man. I don't really like that about you, young man. But I can definitely get behind power. I'm in, Onoki would say. The next few days, Naruto would meet up with the Cloud. Hello. So, do you remember what I did to your forces? The Raikage would be speaking with Naruto as he would grit his teeth. Yes, I was told that you'd annihilated them, leaving only 10%. Hey, don't get angry at me. I was only protecting my village. You're the ones who stormed in, looking for a fight. Or should I say, looking for cheap land to grab. Your village is known as the most aggressive after all. After ours. In some cases, they're actually compared to our aggressiveness. Now, sorry for any background noise. Now, how about it? We make a full treaty. No harming both of our ninja. And, well, we can share our power, our riches. I don't know, spoils of war, if you will. Fine. Wait, no. Why would I ally with some kid? And A would say this in his head. This next part. And he looks far too much like Minato. How could I bring myself to ally with somebody like him? What do you mean? What does me what does me being a kid have to do with anything? Are you kidding me? What? Is the Leaf trying to fool me? Did they send in some brat so that they didn't get killed? Or are they so weak that they have a mere child? As what, a Hokage? Wow. Wow. I would have thought that they would have reported that a kid was the one who defeated all of those ninja of yours. What? Yes, I'm in. I'm in to ally. Now then, Kakashi, could you please prepare me a ride out of this country? Sure. Kakashi would then prepare Naruto a ride out of the country. What do I mean by that? Just some sort of transportation, whether that's a car-like vehicle, not a car, because Naruto's world doesn't really have cars as far as we've seen. At least in this generation, you could say. With that being said, Kakashi and Naruto would ride in this vehicle, which is just going to be apparent in this timeline. We'll say it's similar to like a dune buggy, if you know what that is. With that being said, Kakashi and Naruto would have a long conversation back to the Leaf Village, as Naruto would actually be the driver. With that being said, Kakashi would speak. What's your plan? Why are you doing all of this? I just want to protect my village. No. Why are you doing all of this? What do you mean? I said no. That doesn't cut it. All of our former Hokage have just wanted to protect our village, but they've all had underlying goals to benefit our country. This I'm not too sure about. You quickly rise into power, and you immediately make connections with other great nations? What are you planning, Uzumaki Naruto? What am I planning? How come you talk to your Kage like that? You should know your place. You're right, it is a little out of place. But even so, I demand an answer out of you. 5th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Alright, and if I give you this answer, what will happen? I'll stop asking questions. Well, I'll give you the answer. It's something you could never comprehend in your life, and trust me when I say that. It's something you'll never understand. It's something you can't comprehend. Something too far out of your reach. Something so powerful that even the likes of I would be scared of my own plan. What do you mean? It's actually quite simple. I don't know what I want to do. Huh? You don't know what you want to do? Exactly. I don't know what I want to do. So many options. You know, plan A was just to become Kage. Plan B was to do multiple things, but I don't know what I want to do now. It's so weird. Is that a good enough answer for you? Because by that default, or by proxy, all I want to do is protect the village. Or at least have enough power in it. I see. Yes. Now, with that being said, would you like to drive? Sure. Naruto and Kakashi would then switch seats, as Kakashi's driving was much better in comparison to Naruto. With that being said, they would arrive at the Leaf Village, as Naruto would then be greeted by the civilians of the Leaf, all applauding him for his efforts in saving them, as he did play a part in saving all of them, I might add. Sorry for any background noise. With that being said, Naruto would then enter the Hokage Tower, and with that being said, he would give out his first order. For all ninja to at once get completely back to the Leaf Village. And with that order, every single Leaf ninja, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, even Academy members had to come, even though they weren't even full-fledged ninjas. With that being said, Naruto wondered what he would do. Who would be his ally? Who would be his foe? Was there anybody he could truly trust? Naruto wondered this. Until he thought about it. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha is who he wants as his Hokage guard. With that being said, Sasuke was currently passed out, sleeping even, you could say. So, he had to make do with Kakashi for now. With that being said, even Anbu had to come to this ceremony, if you want to call it that. Naruto would announce something, as he would make strides to be the greatest Hokage. So, all of you Academy students, you're not Academy students anymore. What? Does that mean we're ninja? Yay! Some of them would yell out. Stop the chatter. You've got it all wrong. Now, what you are now is an even lower rank than Academy student. Huh? All of them were now outraged. Some of the Chunin, Genin, and Jonin were wondering what would happen. The Genin were even a little scared. Does that mean that we'll become Academy students again, if they're being lowered? With that being said, Naruto would explain. So, you Academy students, there will be a new system. This system will be called Chakra School. Chakra School? Yes, precisely. Chakra School. You see, you don't know enough. We don't know enough? How dare you? I know we're just starting out in the academy, but starting out? How long do you think the academy is? Well, I don't know. The academy is 4 years long. And what do you learn? You learn, I'll answer that for you, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Not even a full Shadow Clone Jutsu, a fake Shadow Clone Jutsu known as the Clone Jutsu. It's quite literally an illusion. And what? Basic chakra control? That's about it, if you want to even count transformation jutsu. Every ninja in their right mind knows that. So, if you can prove to me that you know much more than that, no, if you can prove to me you have one chakra nature mastered, then I'll let you pass. Or, if your taijutsu skill is good enough to pass, I'll also let you pass. Or, if your genjutsu skill is good enough to pass, I'll also let you pass. But, in those scenarios, you'll also have to have the clone jutsu already mastered. And the transformation jutsu. Now, go on, show me. 5 genin, or in this case, I guess they would be academy students. The reason why I classified them as genin would be because they are very close to becoming genin, but aren't actually genin. But for the sake of it, they are actually academy students, just so you know. And these are the people who, if they lose, then they'll be in even lower rank than academy student. With that being said, they would all stand in front of Naruto, as Naruto would give them the go-ahead to show them, or to show off their tricks, I guess you could call it. With that being said, they would. One of the ninja would display one chakra nature, wind release. Another, lightning. Another, fire. And the last one had no chakra natures, but had proper genjutsu, had the shadow clone, the actual shadow clone jutsu, mastered, and transformation jutsu. Also, he had mid-kunai skills and shuriken usage. So, Naruto would pass him, the genin that I spoke of. That still leaves one genin. This genin could create the clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and that was it. As well as, minor kunai skill and shuriken skill. With that being said, Naruto would not pass any of the others. Why not the people who had mastered one chakra nature? Because they didn't know how to use the clone jutsu or the transformation jutsu as well. They spent too much time on a chakra nature, slacking off in school. Naruto would then yell out. Again, this is on that like speaker platform, so he has like a speaker that he's talking into that like relays all this information to the people in the crowd. Also, the crowd is entirely made up of ninja, with few civilians, if any at all. With that being said, he would continue. You see, this is a test. This is a testimony to the fact that these ninja are untrained. There was a time, Naruto would sniffle, when mere children, 6 years old even, were sent into conflict. Actually, my current Hokage guard was one of them. Yes, Kakashi, I know you were skilled, but what happened to your eye? Could you tell me? What happened to my... Kakashi was a little angered by this statement. Well, if you really want to know, it was taken by... Or I shouldn't say taken, but my eye was sliced by a stone ninja. I see. Now, what rank would you suppose this stone ninja was? Chunin or Jonin? And what rank were you? Jonin. Exactly. You were a 6-year-old as a Jonin. You were clearly outmatched, and you had not enough skill. Wouldn't you say so? I'd say I was inexperienced. Exactly. That's good enough as well, I guess. Now, why would you say you were inexperienced? Did something happen? Were you passed too soon, would you say? I didn't have enough time to grow, you could say. Yes, and that's the point. If in any chance that we had another war, and I was not your Kage, how many of these academy students do you think would be sent to go die? Sent to go on short errands? How many? How many would die to further endless conflict? No, meaningless conflict. That's why I knew I had to become Kage of this village. I immediately strided. No, I drove myself to create connections with both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. People in the crowd would start to chit-chatter, if you want to call it that, as they would start to talk quietly. That's the stones, Kage. That's the clouds. Wow, what an amazing Kage. He's only been in office for 1 month. No, haven't you heard the rumors? It's only been a day. Some people blew the legend out of proportion. Others, you could say, even downgraded it. Naruto in actuality had only been a Kage for 1 day, but some thought for a month. It had just seemed like he did that much in 1 month. With that being said, Naruto would announce one other thing. Now, tomorrow, after I get a good night's sleep, I will be going to the land of fire, at least the heart of it. And there, I will meet up with our leader. I'll create relations so that the Leaf Village is its own country. Aren't we all ready? You see, the land of fire kind of controls everything. And I'd like to kind of be in the land of fire still, but distance myself from it. Ah, I see. So we'll be independent, some ninja would say. Now, others would also say, I love the smell of freedom, while others would say, is this really a smart move? With that being said, Naruto would continue what he was talking about before. Now, only one of those Genin, or should I say, academy students, shall pass. Come here. The boy who had basically known everything would step up. Besides chakra nature, of course. With that being said, Naruto would tell him something. You are now an academy student. But I was already. Naruto would then speak. Now, this is how the system's gonna work. All Anbu become Jonin. All Jonin become, well, Chunin. And all Chunin become Genin. All academy students become chakra school students. And all chakra school students are just chakra school students. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now this should help prevent any deaths on missions. And each squad is going to need a healer. So, a medic, of course. Somebody who's specialized in long-range and short-range ninjutsu. And somebody who can properly create more than 3 shadow clones. Alright? Yes, sir. Nobody could really complain with what Naruto is saying. At the end of the day, it would limit any deaths at all. With that being said, one ninja would have an objection. What about pay? Won't our pay be decreased if we can't take on, say, A-rank missions because we're only tuning? I've already sorted that out. You can take on S-rank missions as long as you're accompanied by 2 Anbu, which will have a supply of them, trust me. And how would you suppose we'd rank up? You'd rank up by doing missions, of course. That's how I want it. The more missions you complete, the higher your rank will increase. For example, you'll have experience, you could say. Each ninja's experience will be 0 when they get up to a new rank. And each mission is worth, each A rank mission is worth 50 experience. Each B rank, 30. Each C rank, 10. Each D rank, 5. Now, each S rank, 100. If you can get 5,000 experience, then you can rank up to Chunin to Jonin. Should be simple enough. But if you do extraordinarily well on an S rank, you can easily get up to 500 points. Alright? Alright. And for ninja, I think I already qualified, and already have the statistics, you could say, well, they'll be immediately promoted up to Jonin again. Now, with that being said, I hope everything is alright. The next day, Naruto would do what he said, and the Leaf would actually become independent. He had actually just got Genjutsu'd, the leader, if you want to call him, or the Lord of the Land of Fire. Now, with that being said, Naruto would sit in what you could call his throne as he wondered what he would do. And with that being said, make sure to hit the like and subscribe button and Rami X. Rami X, back in your video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button as well. It would be appreciated. And I would like to hit, well, let's just say 20,000 by March. That just appeared randomly in my head, 20,000 in March just appeared randomly. So please make sure to like and subscribe button as like the 20K by March or 20,000 subscribers by March. And yeah, share the video for links with this or just anime content in general. And we can now get into the video. So, in the last part, what happened? Well, a few things happened. First of all, Naruto became the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Second of all, he stopped the Great Uchiha War. It goes by many names. The Uchiha Dynasty. It also goes by the name of the Uchiha Civil War. It also goes by the name of, well, the Leaf Village's Great Struggle, as well as the Leaf Village's Inner Struggle. As you can see, the war goes by many, many, many names. With that in mind, though, the name that I've clung on to is the War of the Great. Now, with that being said, that's just another one of its names. Not only that, but we also did focus on the fact that Naruto was just making relations. He made relations with the Cloud and the Storm, or what we'd classify as the village hidden in the clouds. I just classified it as a storm because most people there use like lightning release, that kind of thing. With that being said, we can now fully begin the video. So, we start the video off, or start the story off again, with Naruto in his throne, or Hokage Tower area. The area that we see most Hokage sitting at. Naruto's hands would be crossed as he would relax. He looked around. On his right and left were pictures of former Hokage. He saw the first and the second, the third and the fourth, and even himself. Naruto smiled. Well, aren't I happy? Happy to have an empire. Happy to realize Madara's ambition. My father will be proud. I'm sure of it. With that being said, the window behind Naruto would be broken. But unbeknownst to Naruto, basically nothing had changed in the room. He was off guard, relaxed, calm. He would breathe in the air. Naruto would breathe. Naruto would exhale. Naruto would then cross his hands as a man would glide past him. Naruto still suspected nothing. This same very man would get behind Naruto and would stab into him. What's happening? Naruto would look behind him. All he saw was the eyes of the Sharingan. Naruto continued to pour out blood from his mouth. Was he dying? He thought to himself. The QB quickly rushed to his wounds, but it was too late. Naruto had passed out. Or rather, I should say, he was genjutsu'd by a man that we know as Itachi Uchiha. Now, a bit of a plot twist, you could say. In the last part, we did have Itachi, well, let's just say we had Itachi killed very badly, you could say, by Naruto. And now Itachi is killing Naruto. So the roles have kind of just been reversed. With that being said, we, well, now have no Kage in the Leaf Village. At least for now. So what's happened is that Itachi has not necessarily killed Naruto. I know I did say killed, but that isn't the right word you could say. But rather, he's under Genjutsu. And with that being said, this Genjutsu is the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Now, in Itachi-Naruto's fight, Itachi didn't expend much chakra, if any at all, so he was basically able to just use the substitution jutsu and survive. With that also being said, he has enough chakra to perform a strong enough Tsukiyomi. He's basically been charging up chakra, charging for days now. Enough chakra to have a Tsukiyomi that can last 4 years. Naruto was not out for the count. He would quickly jump away, causing his wound to open. The wound that Itachi had inflicted. The cut, you could say. You see, in that split moment that Naruto had been genjutsu'd, he had also freed himself, at least long enough to get out. But the effects of the genjutsu, even though it may have lasted for mere seconds, it had been enough to put him within a comatose. He would quickly go to his sword, grabbing it, but as quickly as he grabbed it, it would fall back into its sheath, the thing that, well, holds the blade. With that being said, Naruto would fall on his knees. Unable to move, blood would continue to pour from his body. He was losing a lot of blood. Naruto's eyes would be blurred as he looked around. All he would see was the the disastrous eyes of Itachi Uchiha. Just as quickly as Itachi came into the room, Itachi would leave without a trace. Jonin would see the window broken, so all they could tell was that something had happened, so they quickly rushed to the room. Naruto would immediately get medical aid. He was a first-hand priority. With that being said, after establishing Naruto's medical condition as critical and that he was in a coma, Kakashi Hatake would have to be the stand-in Hokage. For that time, he would be named the 6th Hokage of the Leaf Village, while the 5th was recovering. The 5th being Naruto, of course. With that being said, Naruto, while in this coma, would be able to do nothing but mourn. Mourn for what, you may ask? Himself. He was angered. He was beaten by the person who he thought he had killed. The person he thought he had shattered. Not to mention the fact that over and over again, Events that only brought back painful memories played within his head. These were the effects of the infinite Tsukiyomi, a genjutsu so powerful that even the likes of Naruto was subjected by its wrath. Naruto could do nothing. Nothing to free himself from the genjutsu. And even though he was able to, the genjutsu's effects still affected him, beat him, broke him, devoured him. Naruto laid there in his bed as he was opening his eyes, but he couldn't move. Naruto would quickly close his eyes and open them again, trying to activate his Sharingan, but nothing would work. He felt still, alone, cold. Everything around him felt miserable. He couldn't move. He couldn't speak. He couldn't even move properly, you could say. Not to mention the fact that his eyes, his vision, was blurred. So, not to mention the fact that, he couldn't move, but he was also semi-blind. His thoughts were scrambled all over the place. He didn't know what to think of. He didn't know what to do. What would he do? What was he meant to do, he thought. So many things that he hadn't been able to do in his life that he wanted to. So many ambitions that he had to carry on. So many wills that he had to fulfill. Madara's will, his own will, the wills of many others. He had to do it. He couldn't just sit around while everybody was able to do something but him. It felt, you could say, miserable, as I explained before. As Naruto sat there, time would pass. You could even say that in a way, Naruto was forgotten. Nobody cared enough for Naruto to visit. We now switch to the perspective of the lonely Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke would be visited by Itachi, as Itachi would instill fear into his little brother. Not only that, but I did mention how, a lot of the Uchiha were grouped together, like Fugaku and Mikoto, while they would be slain before let's just say, Sasuke's eyes. Now, this is where Sasuke's motivation comes into play. Rather than Itachi being the one who murdered his clan, Itachi is the one who slayed his, let's just say, the leader of his clan. And Itachi, at least to Sasuke, is the one who slayed both his father and mother. Killed them both in cold blood, you could say. With that being said, there wasn't much a man could do, let alone a mere child like Sasuke. So Sasuke needed power. He sought it out. After Itachi left, he packed his bags and left. He ran as far as he could. He remembered many things, but what he remembered the most was Orochimaru. You see, Orochimaru's the man who could give Sasuke power. Now, it wasn't illicitly stated in this the previous parts as well, that Orochimaru ever met Sasuke, but due to the fact that, let's just say in the canon timeline, if we were to match these timelines in where they directly are, this is right where the Chunin exams would have been. So, yeah, take that how you will. But the Chunin exams haven't even happened yet, right? So, this right now, if I say it correctly or position it correctly so you guys to understand, this time, at least matching to the canon, would be right where the Chunin exams were. So, yeah, take that how you will. After Sasuke continued the run, he would be stopped by a Jonin. This Jonin was much stronger than Sasuke. Even though Sasuke was powerful, he wasn't this powerful, and he was quickly able to subdue Sasuke, quick enough for Sasuke to not be able to use his Sharingan. With that being said, taking away Sasuke's main weapon, the Uchiha would be brought back to the village, and the Chunin exams would be held in a neighboring country. The country known as the Hidden Cloud Village. Or village, I should say. It's not necessarily a country inherently. With that being said, The tuning exams would be held here, as many things would be different. It would be tested on many different things than the tuning exams that we know and love. With that being said as well, let's just say this is where Sasuke would meet Orochimaru. Now, the tuning exams aren't really important for anybody else but Sasuke specifically, so for the sake of it, I will still mention it, as it does play a small role in the story. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino would all be promoted to tuning, as well as Kiba. With that being said, no other candidates made the cut besides Shino, who would be promoted more than tuning to Jonin, something that doesn't really happen. Now, why am I putting him to Jonin? Well, there are many videos on the power of Shino Aburame, but Shino is actually very, very, very powerful, and he's kind of underlooked, so him having a Jonin role should show you guys at least how powerful he is. With that being said, that's most of the important stuff, but Orochimaru would be able to sway Sasuke into coming with him. Sasuke would be missing, and the Leaf would have nowhere to blame except for the hidden Cloud Village. This would incite war, with Naruto the 5th Hokage being, well, at least to the neighboring villages, dead, for all they know. The treaty would not be held. The Cloud could do nothing but defend themselves. They didn't want to invoke Naruto's order. Ai and Naruto had become friends over a short period of time. But with that being said, they had no choice, and sometimes, in small instances, all-out war would break out. With that being said, Naruto's efforts were, you could say, too little. But the word I'd describe them as would be futile. They were utterly useless. With that being said, 4 years would pass of Sasuke getting stronger and closer to his goal. He now had 2 goals: kill Itachi Uchiha for the murder of his mother and father, and, well, kill Naruto Uzumaki for the role he played. The role he played in utterly defeating him. Now, with that, Sasuke would become just as strong as his canon counterpart after the time skip, if not stronger. As Sasuke finished his 4 years of training and killed Orochimaru, Naruto would wake up. Opening his eyes, the nurse in his room would come to his side. Are you awake? The 5th Hokage! He's woken from his slumber! Naruto's legs would move, twitching even if only a little. His hands would start to crack, similar to Ken Kaneki if you know who he is. With that being said, he would crack all of his fingers individually, one by one. He would then crack his knuckles all together, moving his head as he would crack his neck. I've awoken, have I? The 9 tails would talk to Naruto as Naruto looked around, basically absorbing his surroundings. Yes, you have woken. It's been 4, well, let's just say, for the sake of it, not so good years. Oh, I see. You were bored, were you? I was bored indeed. I'm bored anyways, just sitting here inside your body. But it's even more boring when, yes, I know, when I'm not doing anything but looking at you. Exactly. Now, what will you do, Naruto? I'm not sure, Kurama. When did I tell you my name? Remember 2 years back? While I still couldn't move? Ah, I remember. That was a great conversation now, wasn't it? It was. Now, Kurama, I have a question. What do you think of me becoming the Hokage again? I'm fine with it as long as you're able to be free. Be free, huh? Well, that doesn't seem too bad. Not bad at all. I would love to be free. free to do as I wish, but also to stand in as Kage, only grow my reputation further. Fine, I agree as well, Kurama. Naruto would quickly resume power as he would meet with all the Kage as a 5 Kage summit would be held. Two things were apparent. The other Kage all had something on their mind. Whilst Naruto had no true goal in mind, all he really cared about was knowing what the other villages were up to. Through intel, of course, and through conversation. With that being said, he also wanted to know a few other things. Why the Tsuchikage, not Tsuchikage, my apologies, why the Sans Kage, for some odd reason, was, well, for the sake of it, not sane. Why? And also, just so you guys are aware, this is Gaara who I'm talking about. He is the Kage right now for the Sand Village, for Tsunagakure. And now he's trying to figure out why their Kage looks so mentally deranged, you could say, if that makes sense. With that being said, the 5 Kage Summit would be initiated. Now, the Kazekage would talk first, as he spoke in a semi-melodic tone. Now, out of you all, the Hokage is usually the strongest, but from what I can see, a long-haired boy sits in front of me, one with blackish and a tint of blonde hair at the tips. He doesn't look strong at all to me, but he carries some sort of, some sort of vibe to him. Oh, and, well, the Tsuchikage, he just looks like an old man. And the Mizukage, she looks like a woman who, I don't know, she's some old hag. All the Kage were angered by Gaara's remarks. He would then look at the Raikage. Oh, and the Raikage he seems too arrogant in himself. Look how he's dressed. Look how he wants combat. Are you trying to pick a fight? A would ask. He would then look back at the Hokage. Not to mention the fact that the Hokage here, it seems as if he's mocking me. Mocking you? What do you mean? Look at you. You look as if you haven't eaten. Is that supposed to be you, what? I don't know, bragging that you're stronger than me? Why would that be the case? You just haven't eaten in years. 4 years to be exact. Whatever. Not to mention, shut your mouth, Naruto would say. I don't like how you keep, insulting the other Kage? They all came here to discuss business. If this is the only business you want to discuss, then you can get the hell out of the summit. I'm a Kage just as much as you are, am I not? That may very well be true, but just know this. You, Kazekage. Whatever your name is, Naruto would pull a paper out of his pocket, reading all the names of the Kages at the summit. 2 names that he wasn't familiar with. Mei Terumi and Gaara Kazekage. So you must be Gaara, and that must be Mei. Mei, A, and Onoki. You 3, I have no problem with. But you, Gaara, the Kazekage of the sand, I'll let you know this. Keep insulting these Kage. Keep acting as if you're better than every one of us. No, any one of us. Keep making small remarks and not discussing business. Not discussing why you're here. And I will bury your village to the dirt along with you. I've been asleep for more than 4 years, and honestly, waking up to this bull is, well, annoying. I will not be treated as scum. Gaara's sand would immediately activate, as Naruto would quickly engage Gaara, slamming him into the ground as he would put his sand at bay. What the? Gaara couldn't comprehend Naruto's speed as Naruto kicked him around the room. All the Kage closed their eyes, as some decided to peek. I say some, but there's only 3 other Kage in the room. With that being said, sometimes they would open their eyes, just to see Naruto's speed, to watch it even. They would watch as Naruto, well, glided around the room. This was Naruto's only exercise for 4 years. Gaara, would you mind serving as my, training dummy? I will not be reduced into a training dummy. Gaara's sand would get stronger and stronger. Oh, you don't like it? Then fight me. Naruto would sigh as he almost got hit by one of Gaara's sand waves. With that being said, Gaara would yell out, "Sand release! Sand bullets!" Bullets would hit Naruto one by one as Naruto's skin would start to bruise. Ah, not bad. Naruto would quickly get behind Gaara, kneeing him. This would send Gaara flying into the wall of the summit. So, Gaara, are you done being my dummy? No, I'm not your dummy, so, yeah, I'm done. Well, as much as you are mentally insane, you are stupid. You think so? Fine. Then I'll just have to kill you. Sand binding. Sabaku. Binding coffin. Sand would appear around Naruto as it would quickly grasp him. Naruto would grit his teeth as red aura would then surround this sand. The sand would all disappear, and Naruto's body was now starting to be wrapped, I should say, with red, ominous chakra, the chakra of the 9 tails. So, do you think you're special, Gaara? Of course, I'm the most special. The most special? Yes. Look at me. I have an advantage over all of you. I have a tailed beast. Your tailed beast is the one-tailed, is it not? Shukaku, the sand spirit. Mine. Well, it's... Naruto would fall on its knees as Kurama pulled him into his subconscious. What do you want, Kyuubi? Are you mad at me? You addressed me as Ninetales, or Kyuubi, not Kurama. I'm a little mad. I was in the middle of a fight. He mentioned his tailed beast, now he's superior for that. Remember when you said if I gave you the power to both become Kage, defeat the Uchiha and ninja fighting, stop the war, that you would let me rampage when I wanted, just once? Oh, you don't say. Say it ain't so. So you want to use that opportunity now? Of course I do. I want to crush that scrawny brat right where he stands. Then have at him, Kyuubi. I can't wait to relish in his defeat, as he sees that he's not superior in one bit. And with that being said, this has been Rami X. Hope you guys all enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated. And Rami X, back in the video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as always, I guess. With that being said, make sure to share the video to a friend that likes for this, or just anime content in general, as I want to hit 20,000 subscribers by the end of March. And, yeah, we can now get into the recap. So in the last part, we ended off with a interesting ending, a bit of a cliffhanger, you could say. With that being said, our Mad Boy Gaara, or our Kase Kage in this timeline, he's Kage in the main timeline, but you guys get what I mean. With that being said, the Kase Kage Gaara has now initiated combat with Naruto, and if you guys do remember, in about part 4 4 or 5 or so, I believe it was 5, Naruto had actually made a deal with Kurama to where if he was able to become Hokage, stop the Uchiha and like ninja from fighting, and basically end the war, become a hero, that kind of thing, then Kurama would have one chance anytime to basically go ham. And because Kurama hates Shukaku the most, we already kind of know that. At least before you could say they ended their beef in the war, they would have a fight. And due to the fact that Gaara has actually said that he's superior to everybody in the room, which includes Naruto, because he has a tailed beast. Sorry for any background noise. He wants to show Gaara that he's very powerful. Now, with that being said, we can now fully begin the what if. So, Naruto would stare down Gaara as his eyes would become slit-like, and his body would start to move on its own. What is this power? What is this feeling? All the Kage in the room couldn't help themselves but look. Before, they would have maybe one eye open, just watching Naruto dance around the room. But this time, there was something different. Something that compelled them to look. The menacing chakra of the Nine Tails surrounded Naruto, gripping his body like a tight hug. As Naruto would walk towards Gaara, Gaara's sand did nothing to Naruto, grabbing him and slamming him into the wall. Naruto felt nothing, because the Kyuubi was in control. Naruto's body was in pain, but he wasn't in pain, nor was the Kyuubi. Every single scratch was healed, just as they were made. Gaara would slice Naruto. He would then go for a slice in half type technique, where he'd basically sharpen his sand and try to cut him in half. Naruto would quickly dodge this attack, grabbing the sand and crushing it beneath his feet. So you think you're powerful, the Kyuubi would say, controlling Naruto. Where were you hiding this much power? This aura, it's just like a vision of Shukaku would play in his head, as Naruto would get closer and closer to Gaara. So you said that you were superior, because you had a tailed beast. Well, what's this? What does this look like to you? You have a tailed beast too? 9 tails would form, extending out of Naruto's body. Now, how many tails would you say I have? That's the number of tailed beast that I am. Shukaku would be scared as Gaara's sand would contract. Gaara was also scared, adding to their combined fear, which would cause Gaara's body to be completely still. Shukaku could do nothing, and Gaara could be, well, let's just say was useless. But Shukaku had a grudge, you could say, against, well, Kurama. So he couldn't help himself but attack. He had to attack. He couldn't just sit there. So, with that being said, Gaara's body would only grow in size. As Gaara would grunt, slowly but surely his size would expand, and the other Kage would break out of the room. The Kage summit had, well, you could say ended in failure, as Naruto and Gaara would continue their clash. Gaara would transform into the full Shukaku, as Naruto and Kurama would fully merge into, I guess you could say, one being in a way. I'll crush you right where you stand. Naruto, now fully merged with the Kyuubi, so his voice would also accommodate back to his normal voice, but would sound more primate-like, you could say, or more angry, more anger with that deeper Kurama tone, where I kind of explained Kurama's voice in this Naruto fanfiction, what if, whatever you want to call it, where his voice is kind of like, and so that's kind of added into Naruto's voice, but it's less like, it's more like, hard to explain. With that being said, Naruto / Kurama would continue. Now, do you see the power? Do I see the power? I don't. How could this be? Gaara would yell out, as his sand would go sporadically out of control, I should say, and Kaku over Gaara's body. Shukaku would then take its full form, as they are now fighting outside. Naruto would glide past Shukaku, slicing him each time he got near. This would continue, as Naruto had now sliced Shukaku about 99 times, a similar technique to the one that he used on Itachi Uchiha. Naruto would remember that fight as he would grit his teeth. His 3 Tomoe would activate, and he got onto the verge of something he had never got before. He would then have a flashback to Madara telling him to never hate his kin, Madara telling him that at times he must fight his kin, Madara telling him many things. But Madara also told him that there was another stage to the Sharingan, a power so great that it is known as the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto would glare at Shukaku with these mystical eyes. If you don't know what I'm saying, Naruto now has the Mangekyo. And if you think this is a little cheap, just think about it. Would you not be angry if you were in a coma for 4 years? Probably. How much time wasted is that? Would you be not angry that, well, this guy who's the same age as you is disrespecting you and calling you inferior? Again, you're fresh off of a 4-year coma, and you're fueled by the Nine Tails' hate and rage. Would you not be angry having flashbacks about your dead father? At least in this case, it's kind of Naruto's father, Madara. Like, just think about it. With that being said, Naruto's Mangekyo would activate, and with one last slash, he would defeat Shukaku the Sand Spirit. Shukaku would fall to the ground, his body quaking with pain. Shukaku would grunt, as Gaara would slowly get his body back, if that's what you want to call it. What I mean is, like, Shukaku's kind of handing over his body again. With that being said, Naruto realized the fight was over, as he would reconvene with the other Kage, having a semi-summit. Not a summit, but just discussing upon each other. Naruto would talk to the Raikage and Tsuchikage first, so the Kage of the Hidden Cloud Village and Hidden Stone Village. He would basically rekindle their treaties. First of all, he would make the treaty with the Raikage valid yet again, and the treaty with the Stone valid yet again as well. Next, he would talk to the Mist, or Mei Tarumi. Mei had kind of taken a liking to Naruto, though Naruto didn't care much for her. With that being said, he knew he would have to withhold his power somehow. How is he gonna, just continue in a way? With that being said, he would also make relations with the Mist, where Mei would basically tell Naruto that maybe another day they can talk and maybe have some tea and discuss a treaty like that. With that being said, Naruto now had a new idea. That he was going to create the peace that his father had envisioned for him. And he got closer and closer and closer. With that being said, Naruto would then return to his village. He would be greeted by the civilians, like always, applauding him. Again, they, I should say, wanted to lift his spirits. They wanted to make him happy. He had been in a coma for a very, very, very long time. With that also being said, there were a few things that needed to be done. For instance, Naruto needed to clean up the village. Some parts of the village started to get thugs, bandits you could call them, and Naruto cleared it all up. With that being said, he also gave these bandits money. Money in return for labor, of course. Naruto fixed them up, you could say. Maybe it was the Minato in him, but he did truly like helping people. And maybe it was the Kushina in him, but when these people were then doing bad things again, he really did scold them. Scold them like a mother would, not a father. for some odd reason. With that being said, Naruto would then return to his throne, remembering what happened all those nights ago. Naruto would then run into somebody he hadn't seen in so long. In a cloak with red clouds on it, hair as black as the midnight sky, and eyes redder than a vermilion shade. It was Itachi Uchiha. Naruto and Itachi would lock eyes, as Itachi didn't know who it was, until he thought about it. He remembered what Naruto looked like. He remembered the person who he had thought was, sick in a coma. Naruto would grit his teeth as he would continue walking, quickly turning back as distance was made and throwing a kunai. Itachi would catch this kunai, throwing it back. Naruto would quickly appear beside Itachi, punching him into a nearby wall. Itachi would get up, kicking Naruto into the air, and into the air. What do I mean by this? He would keep kicking Naruto up, and up. With that being said, Naruto would quickly dodge mid-air, elbowing downwards and hitting Itachi down into the ground. With that being said, Naruto caught his footing, remaining calm. He had to be calm against an enemy like Itachi. He didn't know if he had gotten stronger. Heck, he didn't know if he had gotten weaker. Neither. Now, let me explain one thing. Itachi has gotten stronger. Why, you may ask, if he's, suffering from an illness? Well, it's actually quite simple. Tsunade healed him of that illness. If anybody could do it, Tsunade is the one, and Tsunade has healed him. So he's been able to get stronger, and he also regrets not being able to recompense with Sasuke, because it kind of disregarded the whole thing about killing his mother and father. First of all, he did kill his father for a different reason than just making Sasuke stronger, because he knew that Fugaku, put simply, would try to hatch another coup. He had been talking about it with many of the elders of the clan, or higher-ups, I should say. With that being said, Naruto and Itachi would stare at one another. Naruto thought about it, but what would his next move be? What would he do? What could he do, per se? With that being said, he thought about it, and all he knew what to do was fight. In situations like this, when his life was on the line, all he could do was fight. He would clash with Itachi, hand to hand. He would then lift his kicking Itachi. Sorry for that little pause. It was accidental. My mind kind of just went brain freeze. With that being said, Naruto would quickly punch Itachi forward. Again. He would then kick Itachi up into the air, slamming him down into the ground. He would appear behind Itachi, grabbing his coat and flinging it off. This would reveal Itachi's battle armor. He was more suited for battle, I should say, than ever. Naruto would quickly kick Itachi up into the air again, slamming him back down again. Itachi would speak for the first time in 4 years, at least that Naruto's heard. Of course, he's spoken in that 4-year time period. That's, obvious. But the first time that Naruto had heard his voice in 4 years. So, it kind of feels repetitive, don't you think? What do you mean? It feels repetitive. Think about it. You keep kicking me up into the air and slamming me down into the ground. Besides that, everything seems good. But do you not know what to do against me? I thought so. Crows would appear behind Naruto as they would quickly surround him. Itachi's body would then form as he now lifted Naruto up into the air, having Naruto in a chokehold. Naruto's legs would kick as he would grit his teeth. Do you know who I am? Naruto would say. You are the Kage of this village, are you not? Yes, I am. Naruto's eyes would turn a reddish color as Itachi wouldn't flinch. He wasn't fazed. In response, his eyes would switch from 3 Tomoe to Mangekyo. Wrapping around Naruto a vermilion chakra would. This was the chakra of the Nine Tails as we know it. With that being said, Naruto's body would get stronger and stronger. Naruto would then keep his stare at Itachi. Itachi would laugh. Wait, you're telling me you're not even scared of me? You were just in a coma for 4 years. What if I do it again? You wouldn't dare. Or would I? Itachi would activate Tsukiyomi. Naruto would quickly break it just as it activated, using his own Mangekyo to boost his defense against Genjutsu. Itachi's skin would then start to peel off. Not similar to, say, Naruto's skin peeling off because of the QB, but similar to his skin literally starting to become red with, I guess you could call it skin burn, because Naruto was releasing the QB's power. Slowly, Naruto would get stronger and stronger as he added the chakra into his base self without transforming fully, becoming a beast of nature. Naruto would slam, glide, crush, demolish Itachi. Each step Itachi made, Naruto was right there, the punch, kick, even dodge when Itachi tried to fight back, or attack Itachi. Itachi was outmatched in this fight, but at first it didn't seem as though he was outmatched, but now it did. Itachi would continue his attack. What attack, you may ask? An attack that he had been planning from the start. An attack that should, in theory, kill Naruto. Naruto would rush towards him as perceived, as Itachi's eyes would widen. The Amaterasu would then crowd the area, swarming Itachi's foe, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto would scream in pain. "Ah! Do you know who I am?" Naruto would yell out. Monstrous as it may be, he was angry. And Itachi didn't care. Naruto would fall to the ground. As much power as he had, he couldn't perceive this attack. He couldn't even dodge it. Naruto was more angry than he had ever been in his life. "For 4 years you left me in a coma, and now you're burning me to a crisp. Heck, these flames, so hot!" In this very moment, Naruto was reminded of words that his father once told him. And they were playing through his head in a vibrant, conundrum. "Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. The longer you live, the more you will realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. Everywhere you look in this world, whenever there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace is the very thing that initiates wars. And the hatred born from this, in order to protect love, is one's deepest weakness." I don't know if some of you noticed, but that was not me. That was my younger twin, I should say. Darius X. With that being said, I'll leave his link down below if you want to check out some of his what-ifs. He doesn't really post too often now, but yeah, he has many videos, and you may like his content. I hope you do. With that being said, back to the story. Naruto would then look up at Itachi. "What will I do with you?" Naruto would say out loud, putting his face over his head. "What will I do with you, Itachi?" No, I should be asking you that question. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Now, what would you suppose would happen if I were to beat you senseless and then imprison you? My leader would probably come fetch me. I see, so you're betting on that. Well then, I guess I should finish you off quickly. Naruto would put his hands together. Now, while I was with Kurama for 4 years non-stop, of course, I'm always with my Jinchuriki, Kurama would say to himself. Hope that made sense. Basically, Kurama's saying to himself, I'm always with my Jinchuriki, of course. And Naruto just said, well, I was with Kurama. Or for you, he's called the Kyuubi, I guess. With that being said, while I was with him, I was told many stories. I was told about a man who was good with shadow clones. So I sought it out. I sought out the best shadow clones I could have. These stories that he told, they amazed me. And I learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. What about it? Some Jonin Anbu, that kind of rank, know the jutsu. It's not too special. Well, it's special in my hands. Look now, Itachi. I give you one chance to run. 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, your time's up, I suppose. Naruto would smile. Now, 10,000 shadow clone assault. Naruto would create 10,000 shadow clones, which swarmed Itachi, defeating him. After 5 seconds, Itachi was beaten. After 20, he was crushed. After 30, he couldn't move. After 1 whole minute of shadow clone barrages, he was half dead. Naruto would walk over to Itachi's cold body. Well, I'm sure that you're not going to substitute out of this one. Hey, do you know where any Jonin are? He would ask a nearby genin who was walking by, watching their fight. Yes, I'll go grab one immediately, sir. All right. Why are you doing this? Why not? And how have you been able to do this? How have I been able to do what? The village. It's so much more prosperous. Oh, all I did was fix the systems that were flawed. I realized the death count. In your time, much more ninja must have died. It must have been such a common occurrence. It's kind of sickening. But it is, well, to say the least, it is amazing. Amazing how... Amazing because... Look at you. Look at people like Kakashi, Gai Sensei, I don't know, Kurenai, Asuma. These ninja are the product of that kind of environment. And the only reason why much of our young generation hasn't died is because of them. Think about it, Itachi. Think about all the things that you could do as well. Think about all the lives you could save. Well, Naruto would clap. Enough chit-chat. Oh, you're a Jonin. Now, I'm gonna need you to get some chakra cuffs. They'll need to be able to seal off chakra. All you have to do is go to a certain store called Ichiraku's Ramen Shop. Ask him for the tools. He'll give them to you. Alright. The man would ask for it, as Naruto would grab a tool. You see, Naruto's favorite restaurant was the Ichiraku's Ramen Shop, of course, just like in the canon. And he had basically supplied Tucci with secret weapons that the Leaf has, because nobody's going to check a ramen shop for secret weapons. And Tucci's somebody who he can trust in some way or another. With that being said, he would then handcuff Itachi Uchiha. He would walk down the streets of the Leaf Village as certain Uchiha looked at Itachi with disgrace. Others spat on him. Some would spit. Itachi then continued his way, looking down as he walked. "Look at him, that traitor," an Uchiha would say, jumping down from his apartment. "Hey, put your head up." Itachi wouldn't move, as the Uchiha would do it for him, punching him in the jaw, an uppercut of sorts. Naruto would tell the Uchiha to calm down. Itachi's just passing through. "Oh, if he's with you, sir, then everything's all right." "No. Itachi, keep going. Don't stop." "All right, fine. I'll continue." "Now then, is this the Hokage Tower? Are you really treating me like a guest or a prisoner?" "You don't even know the start of it." Naruto would snap. He would then create chakra around all 5 of his fingers, pushing the chakra into the ground. A compartment would open underground, as stairs would be created. "Let's go, Itachi." "What is this place? Very high-tech, isn't it?" "It's very shiny, too. The lights, they're very bright as well. The tech here, it's outstanding." Naruto would crack his fingers. "Now, why is this even a thing?" "Secrets, you could say." "Now, Itachi, I'm gonna need to shut off your chakra receptors, so you can't get back to this place. And you won't remember how, at least." Naruto would stab his fingers into Itachi, shutting off his chakra receptors, even if only for a minute. "This place, it's so odd." "You're right, Itachi. Look in front of you. Is that... It's 2 Sharingan. What? How did you get them?" "It was simple, really. All of the people you killed, or Uchiha, I should say, all the Uchiha who were killed, well, their eyes fell into my possession. It was the only thing I could do from keeping the brat, no, the annoyance Donzo at bay." "I see. We have a common enemy, I guess." "You're right. I don't want these eyes to fall into his hands. Now come further. 3 rights. That's all it will take to get to the room. The room where it all is." "Huh? There's nothing here," Itachi would say. "Look closer. Activate your Sharingan, actually." I still don't see anything." "All right. Now." Naruto would stick his fingerprint onto the floor. "How about now?" "I still don't see anything." "And now?" Naruto would stick his hand in front of the wall. "What? I see it all. There's a door here." "Exactly. That's the smartest security system I've ever seen." "Yes, it also allows for nobody who uses chakra to be able to teleport here. In any case, it's a good contraption. This is the true scale of my hideout. This place, it's huge. There's ninja everywhere. It's like a city of its own." "You're right. It is a city of its own. A city of ninja. Here we have food. There we have training. People train all the time over there. Oh, and if you look to your right, there's even some nice woman. Oh, and way down there, would you like to see?" Sure. Here's my favorite restaurant. It's the basement of Ichiraku's ramen shop. I think I've been there before. Yes, you probably have. At times it gets popular, especially in the spring. Oh, and look at this. We have more young upstarts training. Oh, and over there, there's our skirmish area. Ninja train in there, but they have very hard battles. I'm actually surprised that all of them make it out alive. Oh, and not to mention that this place has everything a city has. We even have transportation. Look here, any ninja who has, well, the license that I provide can drive in these vehicles. I really liked how the Cloud had these sort of buggies, so I redesigned them. Got a man who, I don't really know his name, but he's a scientist and he helped me. We've been business partners for a long time. He said that if he ever has a son, he's gonna name him Denki. And he was able to design these cool cars that run on oxygen. And, of course, we have plenty of oxygen down here with multiple trees everywhere. It adds a surreal effect, doesn't it? The way down is a bit interesting, though. Now, look. Look here. There's a basement where even more ninja are. It's so real. How did you make this place? Oh, and look at this. And with this being said, or with that being said, this has been Rami X. I hope you guys all enjoyed. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. This has been What If Naruto Was Madaras Son Part 7, I believe, or Part 8. Yeah, I kind of lost track a little. But, yeah, Rami X. Oh. Rami X back in a video. This is What If Naruto Was Madara's Son Part 8 to my knowledge. With that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. If all of the Madara's Son parts get uploaded on the right days, this should be a Wednesday, so happy Wednesday to all of you out there. With that being said, make sure to share the video to a friend who likes what it is or understand my content. If you're not watching this on a Wednesday, still have an amazing damn day. Now, shall we get into the recap? In the last part, I basically explained how Naruto has a literal city underground. Even though it looks like the normal Leaf Village up top, it's a literal city of just ninja. Now, it's not completely ninja. I'm kind of retconning that just a little bit. It's a small retcon. It's probably one of the smallest I've ever made. But it's not a literal city of ninja, but the majority is ninja. Now, with that being said, everybody there is trained in some form of combat. Now, even people like the restaurant owners, that kind of thing. Now, with that being said, it's literally a world. There are banks here. Ninja can go out discreetly. Ninja train there. They can even, fight each other, like I said before, train if you want to add them to the fighting. There's food that they can eat. There's transportation. Each person has their rooms because there's apartments there. There's even houses there in the city. And there's literally all sorts of stuff. It houses every single clan known to the Leaf Village, as every single clan has at least one ninja. Here, the Uchiha are not even close to being, subjugated, because they literally are seen as, war gods, you could call them, because, their Sharingan is such an advantage. People, it's literally a city. Everything a city has, this place has. It's actually beyond, the Leaf as far as that is concerned. With that being said, Naruto we basically ended off the part with Naruto showing Itachi, or saying, and look at this. With that being said, we can now fully begin the video. As Naruto said, look at this, Itachi would look. He would see something that shocked him. But, rather I should say, he would see something that would shock him. The door would be opened, and in this room, there stood 10 people, or 10 things, you could call them. Now, I explained before that 2 things. First of all, I explained in an earlier part, and I wanted to bring this up here because I didn't want you guys to think I just forgot about this kind of stuff. With that being said, I explained in an earlier part that Naruto wanted to see if Sakura, a normal average human, would be able to, be as strong as a, Uchiha, your average Uchiha. And if just inserted with Uchiha DNA, a normal average human could get to that level of strength and power with proper training. With that being said, there stood 10 Sakuras. Okay, kind of a weird concept. So it's also kind of gushy. I don't know the right word to use, but mushy, gushy, I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? Now, if you don't like this concept, click off. There's a lot of other videos that don't really involve, like, cloning, but I think it's pretty cool. With that being said, Naruto would show Itachi. You see, each of these clones are of a girl named Sakura. The one in the middle is the real one, or left middle. I see. She actually has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Huh? How? Well, put simply, she was gifted Fugaku Sharingan. The rest all have basic 3 Tomoes. Wow. And there's one clone of me. A clone of you. Shivers would be felt down Itachi's back. Rather, I should say Itachi said shivers. Or chills, I guess you could call them. Naruto would then continue walking forward, asking Itachi to follow him. They would then go down a flight of stairs, and behold, there was one pod. Within this pod was something that looks like Naruto, curled up into a ball. You see, in give or take a year or so, this boy should be as strong as I am right now. I plan to get much stronger, though, so we'll see how that goes. As long as I continue to feed a chakra, that is. Now, with that being said, would you like to come to my quarters? Your quarters? Is this not your quarters? No, of course not. I wouldn't surround myself with clones of a useless brat who will become useful, and a clone of myself. Come now, we're going to my quarters. They would then walk for about 3 minutes as they would enter Naruto's quarters. Naruto has Face ID on his quarters. Like I said before, Naruto has a very high-tech city down here, where everything around here is high-tech, like Kakashi, or like Itachi, my apologies. Their names kind of just confuse me sometimes. Had stated before that this place is really high-tech, and it is. Naruto literally has Face ID in the ninja world. His generation ninja world. Anyhow, Naruto would then enter his room, as his room was very exquisite. Couches everywhere, chairs, and even a literal throne. With that being said, there was even a bar, things like that. There was a bartender, and there was a literal restaurant inside of his home. With that being said, Naruto would ask Itachi, my apologies, to sit down. Itachi would sit down as Naruto and Itachi would talk to one another. Naruto would then tell Itachi that he'll be prisoner here, as Naruto would walk with Itachi to a prison cell. This is where you're going to stay. Most ninja aren't as criminal as you are, but you did attack a Hokage, so take that how you will. Your prison sentence for that? 6 months. 6 months. And while you're in here, I'll be training, so you can train as well, to your heart's content. Behind you there, if you open the door, is a training room set with exercising materials, like weights, stuff like that, as well as the fact that another door should lead into a room where you can use ninjutsu to your heart's content. And it won't damage anything? Of course not. Who do you think I am? I even train in there time to time. Now, with that being said, what do you think about my city? What is this city? It's Naruto City, of course. What else would it be? I see. Well, in that case, Naruto City is amazing, I guess. Itachi would enter his cell. His handcuffs would immediately be undone, as Naruto would continue forth, leaving Itachi alone. It's time for me to get a train on. Now, Naruto would train for 6 months from this point on, as at this point, Naruto would hear a lot of news about Sasuke. So, Naruto would decide to venture after Sasuke. Now, Naruto would meet Sasuke, as Sasuke didn't know who Naruto was for a little bit, because Naruto was wearing a mask. Naruto would just randomly ask Sasuke questions, asking how old Sasuke was, and who he was, what he was doing, that kind of thing. And eventually Sasuke got pissed off, deciding to end their conversation right there and then by killing Naruto. Unfortunately for Sasuke, this was the wrong move, as Naruto's shadow clones would appear out of nowhere. So, Sasuke, how long has it been? Naruto would take off his mask, crushing it in his fingers. Is it? No, it can't be. No, it just can't be. Are you? Yes, Sasuke, I'm Naruto. It's been so long, hasn't it? Long? Are you kidding me? It's been, I know, 4 years. Now, come with me. You're going to jail for a little. You're a rogue ninja, are you not? I am. But who said you can take me there alone? You're making me accept a challenge of, well, taking you there alone. No, that's not what I want. Let's have a one-on-one fight, all right? A one-on-one fight? Sure, I accept. Now, let us fight. Also, I'm basically using this fight as a plot mechanism to show what Naruto has been able to learn. And not only that, but how strong he is compared to Sasuke, of course. How strong Sasuke is. It's really going to clear up a lot of things. And just so you know, this Naruto is much stronger than Itachi. Now, with that being said, Naruto would rush towards Sasuke, only using about 50% of his power. As they would clash, Sasuke used all of his power at the start of the battle. With that being said, Naruto would casually clash with Sasuke. Each blow Sasuke took, Naruto would damage him. What is this power? Naruto would be asked by Sasuke, confusingly. What is this power? I'm not actually sure. It kind of is just my power, wouldn't you think? So? No, you were never this powerful. This is what training does, Sasuke. But there's also something I'd like to test out. And I won't let you. A curse mark would then start to appear on Sasuke's body, as Naruto would smirk. That's what I've been looking for. I needed to know if you were truly allied with a monster Orochimaru. And if the rumors are true, you had just recently killed him. That's why I set out here. It was the easiest way that I could find you. You think so? Yes, I do think so. It was the easiest. You see, there's no easier ways to find such a ninja. If they just slayed a ninja, who I also know about, then through the grapevine I should be able to find them. With that being said, you were not an easy target. Remember that. Now, I was in a comatose for 4 years while you were training. So why are you still so weak? No. You're kidding. You're kidding. For 4 years you were in a comatose? Yes, for 4 years I was in a comatose. How are you so powerful? I was as strong as this before. Well, at least half of this. Now, Would you like me to show you how truly outclassed you are in this battle? If you can. Sasuke would activate his full curse mark, now doubling his normal power, if not more. Now, Chidori. Sasuke would use his Chidori as he would rush towards Naruto. Electricity would be heard as Naruto would close his eyes, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. He would then watch Sasuke's hand move, grabbing it in an instant and flipping him right up into the air, punching him as he went and sending him flying forward before he could go anywhere. He would then get behind him, kicking him up into the air, down into the ground. He would then put together a few hand signs. He would look at Sasuke, and Sasuke's look on his face was an interesting one of anger, as he would then yell out, "Ice release. Freezing capsule of time." Sasuke would start to stand as he would be frozen in a position of both fear, anger, and a distraught look. With that being said, if you don't know what happened, Naruto basically just used Ice Release on Sasuke. How does he know it? Well, in theory, Ice Release is just water and wind. With that also being said, in a previous part, I already established his connection with Haku. Basically, Haku's just taught Naruto how to use Ice Release during those 6 months. And with that being said, Naruto also increased his sword play, as they didn't really represent it in that fight, or in this fight, I should say, as he did have, training from Zabuza as well. With that being said, Naruto would pick up Sasuke in his ice-like tomb, holding him by his left hand, as he would then strap him to him using ninja wire. Who are you guys? Orange-haired one, red-haired one, and white-haired one. I want full names, too. My name's Jugo. I said full. I don't know my surname. But that's Sasuke that you hurt. What have you done to him? We already know that Jugo goes berserk when things happen to Sasuke. This reaction should have happened more sooner, but Jugo had never seen somebody take out Sasuke so quickly and so harshly. With that being said, to Jugo, Sasuke may very well be dead in that case. With that being said, he would go berserk, but Naruto would quickly stop him, freezing his left arm. Now, if you want to live, you're gonna have to go to a sacred meadow. They're known as the Kumarosaki Meadows. They're down in the land of, I think, water. That's where you should be able to find it. It's either the land of water, or it's the land of lightning. I'm not too sure, but that's the only way you'll get your arm back, stupid monster. I'm not a monster. Well, you're not. But the way you're acting is really making me think that you're a foolish monster. That's just how you're acting. To hell with it. Jugo would try to hit Naruto again. Now you've went and gotten both your hands freezed by me. How about you stop it already? You see, Naruto using his Sharingan was able to use, or learn, I should say, Ice Release in a single day, but he was able to master it to a point that Haku hadn't even been able to get it to. Not even having to use hand signs at times. With that being said, Naruto would walk away. Oh, so you still have fight in you? Fine. Hey, what would happen if I froze his legs? Would you guys be able to carry this guy? I really don't want to kill him. No, we wouldn't be able to. Fine. Are you okay with staying here for 10 minutes? Sure. All right. Naruto would quickly hit the pressure points in Jugo's legs, causing him to fall on his knees and then pass out. With that being said, he would look over to Jugo's two comrades / Sasuke's two comrades / the two last members of Team Taka who aren't passed out or frozen. With that being said, Karin would say her full name, Uzumaki Karin. And Suigetsu would say his name, Suigetsu. And for now, I'm going to leave that. No, I'm just kidding. But with that being said, Suigetsu would also say his full name. So, you're an Uzumaki, aren't you? Yes, I am an Uzumaki. And you're a Hozuki, Suigetsu Hozuki and Karin Uzumaki. I've heard much about you, Suigetsu. You're supposed to be the Hozuki's herald, or you're supposed to be the second coming of the demon, Zabuza, aren't you? Yeah, that's right. I was told by Mei and a ninja named Zabuza. You mean Mei, the young Kage? She's not too young, but yeah. And Zabuza, the rightful wielder of the executioner's blade that you want so badly? Yes, him. I see. Where may Zabuza be? Here, take this map. The one where, or the village that has an X on it is where you'll find it. Or where you'll find him, I should say. Alright. Karin, are you okay if after we go get Jugo's arms healed, we go to this place? Be grateful that I give you this information. But also, I hope you have enough power to contend with Zabuza. I think I do. So you don't have to worry. I'm not worried about somebody I don't even know, but rather, I'm worried about what might happen to you. A gruesome death. Naruto would shake his head. A gruesome death indeed. Stop doubting me, alright? Alright. Now, I must test your merits before you can fight Zabuza. Naruto would unsheath his blade. Now die! Naruto would cut through Suigetsu, as Suigetsu would fall to the ground. His body would quite literally split in half. So, you were all talk. Karin would point her glasses up. You know, classic anime style, where they kind of like point their glasses up. In a smart way, you could say. You really think Suigetsu's dead? Oh, is he not? Yes, of course he's not. I see. An interesting case of a Kekkei Genkai. Hey, Suigetsu. You want to be friends, buddy? You just tried to cut me in half. I don't really know how I feel about that. Come on, let's be friends. Fine. What do you want, though? I want to know. How'd you do that technique? I want to know so much more about it. Oh. It's known as the hydrification technique. This jutsu is a hallmark of the Hozuki clan, and it allows the user, to liquefy any part of my body at will, from the hair on their head, or on the hair on my head, I guess, to the muscles on my arms. You see, a man named Gengetsu Hozuki, who I think is related to me through my father's side, can liquefy into a mixture of oil and water, but I'm not too sure if this mixture is used by other members of my clan. They usually use only water. Now, it is a rare hidden technique. It's a hidden technique. Alright. So, I have a question. Yeah, spit it out. I was wondering, would you be able to teach me that jutsu? I mean, no. Why's that? Yeah, why's that? Well, I just don't want to. Here, Write it down on this piece of paper or I'll kill you. That's not a friendly thing to say, don't you think? You said you wanted to be friends and now you're threatening my life. Not to mention that you tried to cut me in half. Sorry. Just write it down, alright? Fine. With that being said, Naruto would learn the secrets of the hidden technique, that is, the hydrification technique, as he would decide that he'll try to learn it later on in his life. With that being said, he would thank Suigetsu for his merit, as he would also tell Suigetsu that he's probably ready to fight Sabuza. Also, if you're curious about Suigetsu, you think he's a pretty good character, I do have a video coming out soon about how underrated Suigetsu is as a shinobi. With that being said, Naruto would return to the Leaf Village, as he would meet up with Itachi, telling Itachi that he's gonna erase his sentence. Itachi would grit his teeth. So now you're just imprisoning me here? Well, actually, I'd like to keep you here for a reason. First of all, it's quite interesting. Sorry if there's any background noise, that just apparently happened. But yeah, I think somebody's using a vacuum in my house. But with that being said, Itachi would be told, or asked, I should say, by Naruto. So, the question I've been dying to ask you is actually quite simple. Yeah, go on. Well, I've captured your brother Sasuke Uchiha. You did? It was actually quite easy. Well, of course it is. But it also does give me a gauge of his power. A gauge of his power? How? Well, it's simple, really. I was almost even with you, 6 months ago? You beat me. And if I was almost relative to your power at that time, then I would assume that I've been able to keep up that almost relativeness, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm following. So, if in the case that in actuality I've been training, as you have provided me with a great training room, then how strong would you suppose I would be? Almost relative to me, in theory at least, even if I still trained. Exactly. So, that would mean that I'm stronger than Sasuke. I see, you are right. Now, Itachi, you know why I want to keep you here? Is everything piecing together? I still don't quite understand. Well, it's actually quite simple. You and Sasuke are brothers, and I know you care deeply for him. It would be a pain if Sasuke were to just escape from my hands. Don't you think? There's a man in this village. He goes by the name of Don. Don't worry. I already know who Donzo Shimura is. He's an elder of the village, and I kind of hate it. Actually, you gave me an idea, Itachi. I'm gonna abolish the elder system. Huh? Are you mad? No. You're gonna have to do something. What do you mean? I've had a new change of plans. So, this is what you'll do. First of all, you'll be freed from prison, of course. Second of all, what you'll do next is actually quite simple. You'll help people within the Leaf Village. Huh? For maybe a few months, you'll run around helping people out. Actually, it could only be a few weeks and everything would be just fine. So you want me to help people? Of course I do. And what you're going to do is make yourself known as a hero. Now, I'm gonna have somebody come into the village. His name is Zabuza Momochi. Oh, he's a part of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen the last time I checked. Former, but yeah. He has one of their blades. With that being said, it's actually quite simple, like I said. Yeah, now get to the point. Well. You're very arrogant now, aren't you? Remember what situation you're in, Itachi. Oh, well, if that's the case, I have a question. Friend or foe? What are you? Friend. In that case, I'm okay with being arrogant. Alright. Calm down. Now, you're going to fight Zabuza. As Zabuza's gonna be betrayed as some sort of villain, and then you'll be named the hero of the village. Not to mention all the people, spreading your name already. As long as after each task you say it's Itachi Uchiha who helped you, then everything's alright. So, I have a plan. Create 5 Shadow Clones. Make them all do D-rank missions with you, or as much Shadow Clones as you can make. Make them all do D-rank missions at the same time, and it will only bolster your legend. But you won't be paid a single cent. Well, how am I gonna feed myself? You can have free food all you want down here. Everybody here knows your name. Many actually admire you for your special eyes, the Uchiha. Now, this is my kingdom, so anything I say goes. Alright, I accept. Oh, and on one condition, you won't try to free Sasuke. And you won't cause any trouble. And you will, of course, follow the plan. What if I meet Danzo? You're free to kill the bastard. I don't care. Alright then. Alright. This would put a smile on Naruto's face as he would walk away into the darkness. With that being said, this has been What If Naruto is Madara's Son Part 8. And, yeah. Pretty good video today, if I do say so myself. Also, if the audio kind of changed, just because now I'm somewhere very different, so to speak. And it's actually snowing where I live, so my breathing might be a little different. Yeah. With that being said, Rami X out. Rami X, back on another video. Currently it's raining where I live, so there may be a bit of raindrop noises, rainfall noises, rain noises in general. Yeah. With that being said, today's video is, well, what if Naruto is Madara's son? Part 9 or 10. With that being said, in the last part, we left off with Naruto going into the darkness with a smile on his face. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated. We can now fully begin the video. Naruto would then walk throughout the village, making sure to let someone free. Itachi, that is. Itachi would then roam the streets, doing good deeds. This would both bolster his name and make him seen as a very good man, despite him being a part of an organization tasked with taking out the tailed beast, not to mention the fact that the Leaf, labeled him as a huge and high suspect threat and a figurehead of the Uchiha War. With that being said, Itachi, after 2 weeks of serving the people of the Leaf Village, would run into Danzo, as a fight would ensue. During this fight, the two would exchange blows and harsh words for one another, as Itachi would push Danzo into a corner, not to mention the fact that Shisui Uchiha still died in this timeline, so take that how you will. With that being said, Shisui's goal would just be a little different. Rather than trying to stop, the Uchiha from fighting the Leaf Village beforehand, he tried to stop it while it was going on, if that makes sense. It should. With that being said, Itachi was ready to fight. As over the course of the battle, Itachi would push Danzo into a corner. This would cause Danzo to then unravel his Sharingan eye, using Koto and Natsukami and Itachi to kill himself. Naruto would then watch as Itachi picked up his blade from the floor, his eyes shadowed with grief, as Naruto would grit his teeth, mumbling that this wasn't a part of the plan. Even though I do have these eyes, it is a little unfortunate, I must say. These eyes were supposed to be used to fight Obito. Naruto would grit his teeth yet again, as he would place Shisui's Koto Natsukami in his left eyes, putting his left eye in a vial/tube. What do I mean by this? Well, you guys will get a flashback shortly conveying, at least through speech, what had actually transpired, how Naruto got these eyes, that kind of thing. But with that being said, Naruto now has Koto Natsukami as well. Naruto would then smirk. Well, it does feel good, I must say. This power is extraordinary. Naruto would whistle as all of the Anbu and all of the root ninja available in the village would appear. Naruto would then jump down, lighting the area and grabbing Itachi's hand as he would activate Koto Natsukami, staring into his eyes. We now have a flashback to right before Itachi was imprisoned by Naruto, where Itachi would give Naruto his eyes. Naruto, take these eyes. They can activate a powerful genjutsu. No, Naruto would say abruptly. Why? Why not? Why would I want power from you? It's not... It's a special ability. Oh, I do sure enjoy special abilities, but... You were just fighting me. What's to say that if I implant these eyes, they won't explode, and I die? You think I would do that? No, Itachi, you're not that kind of man. So, I'd like to hear more about the Sharingan. Oh, no, it's only one. I see. Well, go on already. Naruto would be intrigued to hear about the Genjutsu Koto Natsukami, as Itachi would explain that within an instant, Koto Natsukami can activate and control any opponent. With that being said, Naruto would smirk, a grimace on his face. You could even say a grin if that's what you want to call it. As Itachi would explain that you can even create any reality involving that person. Death, among other things. They could do a task for you, stuff like that. With that being said, Naruto would laugh. A power that can warp a reality of a person. A power that can control that person? Well, isn't that something, Itachi? Yes, I'd say it's quite nice. That's why I'm giving it to you. But why? What's the price? Price? Well, you don't just give anybody this. You have a connection to my brother, don't you? We're not entirely friends, but Sure, Naruto would say. So, in the case that I'm unable to bring Sasuke out of the darkness and explain to him what happened on that fateful day of the Uchiha massacre. You call it a massacre? For us Leaf citizens, it's known as the Uchiha Civil War. Because a massacre, in most cases, assumes most Uchiha are dead. Most are actually alive. But many powerful figureheads, like your family members, had died. It is a little disappointing. I wonder who killed Fugaku Uchiha, Naruto would say. Well, even if I did know who it was, nothing you can really do now. Technically, whoever it was just helping our village. Don't you think, Itachi? Yes, that person must be very keen on helping the village. And they must be very strong. In actuality, he's just talking about himself. And in actuality, Naruto already has a theory / knows that, well, to be frank, Itachi is the one who killed Fugaku and Mikoto, those kind of people. As I did explain that in a previous part. With that being said, Naruto then asked Itachi a question. If you were to be the one, would you consider yourself a traitor to your clan? No, because our clan resides within the Leaf Village. The Leaf Village is just as important as the clan, is it not? I guess so. Naruto would then accept the gift, and that is the gift of the Koto Natsukami. Now back to the present time, or about a month into the future for reference. Naruto would stare down at Danzo as he would order his Anbu to evacuate the Leaf citizens. The Anbu would do so, or Anbu, I should say, in case that kind of sounded like Ambo. As for Root, if you don't know what that is, the Root Anbu, they're basically a unit that forms under, well, to be specific, under Danzo. With that being said, Danzo was incredibly angry. He didn't know what to do. He was in a bit of a sticky situation, you could say. But he actually had no respect for Naruto. None at all. Now, with that being said, the Anbu who are en route are undying to Danzo. What do I mean by this? They have undying loyalty to Danzo. But that was irrelevant. Naruto had already single-handedly genjutsu'd all of them into obeying his every command. With that, he would order the Root Anbu members to sit around and wait for others. So they would. A few would shed tears unable to move, most notably Fu and Torine. These guys are actually in the Naruto Storm game, so they're decently important. They do appear from time to time. Shino beat Torine in the war. Fu's a Yamanaka with orange hair. Interesting stuff, you know. With that being said, these were Danzo's most trusted allies. So, Danzo would laugh. "You're going to kill me while all of my men are here? They'll kill you in an instant." "That's false." "No. You know it's false," Danzo would say. "You're a false Hokage." "I'm a false Hokage? Why is that, Danzo?" "You're a child. Why else?" "I'm a 16-year-old boy. And by our nation's standards, I'm just as much of a man as you are. Now, Danzo, time for my question. Sorry, I worded that a little wrong. You will obey what I say. And you will answer what I have to ask." Naruto would sigh. "How many people have you killed, Danzo?" "Probably..." Naruto would cut him off. "No. How many Uchiha have you killed?" "As much as of it." "Why are you stuttering so much?" "I feel a little pressure in the air." "Don't tell me there's..." "It's not a genjutsu, if that's what you're wondering. It's just my tailed beast." In actuality, it is a genjutsu, but Naruto's playing him off, so Danzo has even more trust in his subordinates, as it's not just going to straight up attack Naruto or attack him. With that being said, Naruto would then ask Danzo again, "So how many Uchiha was it?" Probably as much as I've needed to." "I see. Then I guess I'll slaughter your men just as much as I need to." Naruto would put his hands together, releasing the genjutsu, as he would cut Danzo's arm off, showing that Danzo was under threat, to see what the Root members would do. They are no longer under genjutsu. The Root members would all move in sync, attacking Naruto, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. On this very day, the leaf would be shrouded in a shadow. Naruto would single-handedly switch his eyes, getting back his left eyes. He would then use his left eye's Mangekyo ability. For the first time that we would see, he's used it in the past before. As the Root Anbu would all be reverted back to their previous location, shocked at what had happened, they would all stay back. They didn't know what Naruto was capable of. Naruto would smirk. "So these are your men? Cowards?" "I see. Well then," Naruto would continue, "since you told me that you killed as many Uchiha as you needed to for those Sharingan, then I will return the favor from my kin. You're an Uchiha? Yes, I'm sure you guessed it already, Danzo. I will kill just as much as I need to." Danzo would then decide to attack Naruto, as he would try to attack from Naruto's blind spot, as Naruto would then slam Danzo into the ground, cutting off his other arm and breaking his legs. Danzo would fall on his knees, causing him excruciating pain, as well as his, legs being broken. Just saying, With that being said, Naruto would force Danzo to watch as he killed the root members in front of him, as Naruto would sit down beside Danzo. You see, Danzo, children who never knew war have different values than those who do. So, I guess you're the veteran here, Danzo. I don't have the same values for war as you do. I've never technically experienced one in my life. So, Danzo, I ask you this question. Since I'm a child, would you say that my values are wrong? Would you say that I'm not fit to lead this country? If so, who's more fit than I, the current Hokage? I am. Naruto would stare dead at Danzo. You, the one who took Sharingan from my brethren. You, the one who, scallows around. You, the one who formed a secret Ambu sub-branch in front of the third Hokage. You, the elder who continues to negate the laws of Konoha. You'd make a better Hokage than me. Not to mention that, for the most part, did you not start the Civil War? Oh, and might I add, you did. You did, didn't you? That doesn't matter. So do the Uchiha not matter? If that's the case, all people living in Konoha don't. That goes for the Yamanaka, the Aburame, and even clans like the Akamichi. Your disregard for human life, such as the Uchiha, who are different than you, who are better than you, it disgusts me. So I have a question. What made you the way you are? Was there someone in your past, an Uchiha, might I add, who may have, sparked your hatred? There was one. Really? What's his name? Kagami was his name. I see. Well, I bet you Kagami never knew that you would turn out to be such a foul person. Actually, I bet Kagami didn't even know you were so foul. That you had such a distaste for my clan. For our clan. I don't. Now, I'll instill in you the same pain that you did to my Uchiha kin. That you did when taking their most sacred possession, their most sacred treasure, their eyes, the thing that allows them to see both the present and even the past. Are you saying they can travel in time? Have you gone so mad that you don't even know what, say, a simile or a metaphor is? You can even see into the past, can you not? With those wretched eyes of yours. I mean, the one you were born with. Well, I can think of the past. That's what I mean. I see. Now, Danzo, watch this. Naruto would then slam his hand into the ground as all the root members would no longer be able to move. You see, Danzo, this is what happens when you're good-for-nothing scum. What are you gonna do? I can rewind the bodies of those root members whenever I want. But for now, I'll kill them. Just as the Uchiha don't matter, so does all of the other clans in this village, including both the Aburame and, the Yamanaka. Naruto would cut through both Fu and Torine before they could do anything to attack, as Danzo would watch them fall to the ground, along all of the other room members who he had cared for, shedding one tear. What are you actually gonna do? Well, I'm ending your life tomorrow. Naruto would then grab Danzo, rewinding the bodies of the root and breaking all of their legs so they don't escape, on his mafia-type vibes, just saying. With that out of the way, Danzo would be put up on a live stage in front of the whole village, as Danzo would be publicly executed. Great for Danzo, but I guess, other way around. Great for the village, but I guess pretty bad for Danzo. With that being said, Danzo's crimes would all be exposed beforehand, and it was just a pretty, well, to be honest, shitty death. With that being said, Naruto would quickly lighten the moods of all the villagers, lightening their moods by doing good deeds, things like that, but also giving them entertainment, like plays, movies that were role-played, you could say. With that being said, Naruto would then return to his quarters, or his underground city. He would then go to his room, as he would sit there thinking about what he would do next. His next move. His foes, his allies. Who was his friend and who was his foe? Itachi would stop in, as Naruto would ask why he was there. Itachi would then say he wondered how Naruto was doing, and he thanked Naruto for saving him. It was also unfortunate that Shisui's eye had to be used up on, well, Danzo of all people, or on him, I guess. But because of Danzo. With that being said, Naruto would stand there, silent. Well, I guess that calls for a toast, don't you think? You drink alcohol? No. Only juice for me. Naruto would then pour himself a nice glass of pineapple juice. Or really whatever juice exists in the Naruto world, as they don't really discuss the topic of liquid. In fact, I don't even know much liquids in Naruto besides water, green tea, and ramen juice. Like ramen, like the water that comes off of ramen. So, yeah, take that how you will. With that being said, please enlighten me if you've seen any other forms of liquids in Naruto. Now, with that being said, Naruto would also pour some juice for Itachi, as Itachi would drink with Naruto on that fateful day. With that being said, another day would pass, with Naruto waking up fresh in the morning, greeting the many people in his city. Also, for a reference point, I actually may use this idea again in a different what if, because honestly, this plot, I just honestly love it. Yeah. With that being said, though, numbers wise, I'll give you guys a rundown. There was about 1 million people in this city, so it's a fairly big city. It's bigger than the city that I live in, at least. Heck, I think it's, I shouldn't say bigger, but more people. I'd even go say it's bigger than, say, or has more people, I should say, than like 10 cities, that kind of thing. At least the 10 closest cities to me, definitely. With that being said, now, Naruto would walk to his chambers. Now, in a previous part, I did explain how his chambers are separate from his room. He has his room quarters, whatever you want to call that, where he sleeps, chills, does things, that kind of thing, does things on a normal basis, eats, stuff like that. Then he has his chambers where he conducts other things. It's also kind of like his home, but it's a little different. Now, it holds all his, like, greatest possessions, Hokage artifacts, like the seal of, what would we call it? It's actually a seal that he made himself, called the Seal of Healing, which can heal any person, basically, in an instant. The secrets to that jutsu is there. The Seal of Scrolling, my bad. It is properly known as the Scroll of Seals, to my knowledge. Or Seal of Scrolls. I don't know why I'm so confused today, though I am a little tired. With that being said, Naruto would enter his chambers, as he would see his, I guess you could say, greatest achievement, or soon to be, Sakura Haruno. Or should I say Sakura Haruno's. In the last part, I stated that there was about 4 to 5-ish Sakuras that were there. And Naruto would release the main Sakura. Or there might have actually been 10, to my knowledge. Either way, the number ranges from about 1 to 13 in all. But where Naruto is right now, there's only 5. Or 4 to 5. With that being said, he would get the real Sakura, as Sakura would exit the area, or tube, whatever you want to call it. Orochimaru has them. They're kind of like, I call them rejuvenating chambers, but others have different names for them. With that being said, Sakura would exit. She would then look around, asking where she was, as Naruto would explain everything to her. That she now has the DNA of an Uchiha, that she now has the personality of an Uchiha as well, that she now is changed. Now, put simply, I wanted to revamp Sakura's character. A lot of people actually disrespect Sakura in this community, which is perfectly fine. She's a character who's disrespected. I'm not going to say I haven't called her useless, but she's not useless in any way, at least in our current timeline, and she's not going to be useless here either. So if you don't like stories where Sakura is powerful, well then, this probably isn't the right what if for you, but there are many others on the channel. With that being said, Naruto would then ask Sakura who she is loyal to, or where her loyalties lie, because at the end of the day, she is a free person. Sakura wondered, because if you remember Sakura, she knew that she was a weak person, at least compared to her peers. And if, in theory, Naruto gave her enough power to be a strong person, somebody who could, say, even compete with Sasuke, then she would be undyingly loyal to Naruto, who gifted her with such things. Naruto would then also tell her that there are about 9 to 10 other Sakuras, but they are clones. Sakura is intrigued by this. Clones of me? Yes. They're not you, so it's not as if, let's just say, they're humans, but rather I'd say they're clones, like I said. So, they'll be used as, they'll all be Jonin, but they're clones. Huh? What do you mean? You have to be very strong to be a Jonin, don't you? You're right. But who said anything about your clones not being as strong as a Jonin, if not stronger? I would promote them higher if they had skill. With proper knowledge, they could all be Anbu level. Wow. How strong does that make me then? Well, I don't want to fight you. At this moment, at least. There's a certain technique I'd like to learn before you and I have a clash of any sorts. That's how powerful I am? Well, I kind of overstated myself. Or rather, I should say I'm a little confused, Sakura. About? I said I wouldn't want to fight you, and you immediately put me above, say, an Anbu. Why was that? What do you mean? So, let me put it in a simpler term. You were here for, I don't know, a good few years, and you shouldn't know about me being anywhere close to as strong as I am. Well, I just kind of assumed. Why would you create something weaker than you? You're right. Well, you must have gained intelligence as well, Naruto would mutter under his breath. Well, Sakura, you're your own person, so do as you wish, but I have a task. Sasuke. I don't actually know where he is now. He went missing. I think he's gone to go meet up with his team. His team? Team Taka. I actually took a picture of them. This is what they look like. His teammates, that is. I couldn't get a shot with Sasuke in it as well because he was over my back. Now, the red-haired girl is probably the one he's closest to. Her name is Karin Uzumaki. She's a good healer. She also has something known as the Uzumaki chains. At least that's what I've gathered from my research. As all of them have been able to drastically heighten their abilities. And Kekkei Genkai. Now, the orange-haired one. His name is Jugo. He has an ability that grants him immense power, known as the Curse Mark. Actually, he's the originator. Sasuke has something similar. Now, This Naruto would tap. This one right here. He's very special. Special how? I mean, he has an interesting technique. All of them are special, I should say, but he's the one I'd say has the greatest of techniques as far as combat goes. His name is Suigetsu. I wasn't actually able to hit him. Wait, Naruto, you have to slow down. What do you mean? You're going too quick. Huh? All of this knowledge, it's coming at me directly and I don't understand it. You mentioned being a Kage. Kage of where? This very village. What? Yes, I am the Hokage of the Leaf Village. The 5th Hokage, in fact. Wow. I didn't know that you were that strong. Weren't you just a Genin 4 years ago? You're right, I was. Now, back to this. He's able to make himself completely water. But it's a technique that can be learned. And I took a little time to learn it. So, I'm gonna teach it to you. Really? But it will take too long for me to teach it to you in full. So, you'll only get half the technique. You won't be able to turn your full body into water. But, in theory at least, if you got the right chakra natures, which we'll have to bet you did, then this technique will work in such a manner where, say, somebody tried to slice your arm off, that arm would then become liquid and would reform, in theory, that is. I see. Of course, later on you could get a mastered version, but for now, that seems pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, it seems alright. Alright. Everything's going as according to plan, Naruto would say. According to plan. I want to bring peace to the world. Will this help you get peace? In some way or another. Now, Sakura. Time to learn this technique. Naruto would teach Sakura the hydrification technique, and he was actually bluffing. The only reason why he's not teaching Sakura the full version, even though she's an Uchiha and is able to learn faster, that kind of thing, is because he hasn't mastered the full version. So he doesn't actually know the full extent of the power. And he's only tested out, say, the half version as an example. With that being said, a few days later, Sakura would get prepared. She now wore a black coat similar to the Akatsuki's attire, but when she got into battle, she wore armor similar to a Anbu Itachi. On screen now might be a picture of what she, in theory, looks like with black hair. She actually has black hair. This picture might depict her with pink hair, per se. But yeah, with that being said, she also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. I made that apparent a few parts ago when I introduced this new, or I should say, almost coming Sasuke. Or Sakura, my apologies. Sasuke, Sakura. And, yeah, this is where I'm gonna end the part for now. So, yeah, take that how you will. Sakura would rush to find Sasuke, using Naruto's intel to know exactly where he would be. Rumyax, back with another video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated. And with that being said, this is What If Naruto Was Madara's Son, part 10 to my knowledge. If it's not part 10, then it's part 11. With that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video, and we can now get into the recap. So, in the last part, we basically ended off with a few interesting things happening. So, the first interesting, I guess you want to say, thing that happened was Sakura finally came out of her rejuvenating to test tube, test area, whatever you guys and girls want to call it. I just call it rejuvenating chamber sometimes test tube. But the thing that she was in where she was able to become an Uchiha, basically, or how Naruto turned her into an Uchiha, I should say. Now, with that being said, Sakura is almost completely loyal to Naruto because And I just want to kind of explain it to you guys, because you guys might be like, why would Sakura be loyal to Naruto, this, that, and that? With that being said, it's kind of simple. Sakura, we've actually seen at times Sakura kind of, how would I explain it, get sad. I don't want to say break down, but yeah, she kind of broke down when she wasn't strong enough to compete with her teammates. When she wasn't, that was the whole reason why she learned medical ninjutsu, so she could be a actual help to Naruto specifically, because Sasuke wasn't even around. With that being said, Naruto has given her that power, so it's kind of like how she is with Tsunade, she is with Naruto, but it's just a little different because she didn't have to train for the power, and it's not like the power isn't deserved, but yeah. With that being said, Sakura did just train with Naruto as well, and that's about as much of the recap as I want to make it, as it was a decently long recap, about a minute long to my knowledge. With that being said, we can now fully begin the story. We now have a flashback to right before Sakura was turned into, well, an ex-Haruno, I should say. So what I mean by that is, like, she's no longer a Haruno, she's now an Uchiha, but I guess she's still a Haruno at heart. With that being said, Naruto would then ask Sakura a question. This is the flashback, this is not current day, for a reference point, of course. Sakura would wonder what the question was. This is right after, if we want to build the timelines up, it's right before, I should say, actually not after, but it's right after the Land of Waves, but right before the Uchiha massacre. So, it's kind of like that little grace period right after they defeat the big bad, if that makes sense. With that being said, Naruto would ask Sakura a question, but before he could ask her a question, Sakura would ask Naruto a question, where he was during the mission. Naruto would say that he was out meditating, as Sakura would say that they could have really used his help. With that being said, Naruto would continue. Now, Sakura, how did you feel during that battle? Sakura would look to the sky. What do you mean, Naruto? Well, I saw you all, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't step in to save you because I was too weak. Naruto was just playing the quote-unquote weak card, where he's too scared to save them, even though he has enough strength to do it. He actually kind of did. Now, with that being said, he would continue. I watched you. You look so helpless. Helpless to save Sasuke. To save Kakashi. Sakura didn't hear anything Naruto said besides so helpless and too helpless to save Sasuke. She didn't really care about saving Kakashi. Kakashi can save himself. And she didn't really see Kakashi in too much turmoil. But she saw Sasuke half dead, and she couldn't do a single thing. She couldn't fix his injuries. She couldn't stop his injuries. She couldn't even help Sasuke out. She couldn't get revenge against the person who put Sasuke in that condition. So Naruto would continue. So, look me in my eyes. Do you want power or not? Naruto is not using a genjutsu here. It's completely charisma, normal stuff, right? Sakura would nod her head, saying, yes, I want power. So, with that being said, Naruto would give her that power, and it just so happened that that power was in the form of an Uchiha. Now, we can now get back to present day. So I explained how Sakura would now be going after Sasuke, and we can now fully get into that plot, timeline, subject, whatever you want to call it. 2 paper bombs would be sent flying towards Sasuke. He was roaming around the Leaf Village. He didn't really know how to get out. He hadn't been to the Leaf Village in, well, 4 years at this point. And he was kind of just taking in the scenery, looking at things and watching things, stuff like that, right? So, with that being said, you'd eventually run into Sakura. So what basically happened was these 2 paper bombs that Sakura sent flying towards Sasuke would both hit a building, which would then cause the building to fall, blocking Sasuke in an area with Sakura where they could have their battle, and nobody would see them. Sakura would then stare down Sasuke. In the last part, I explained what Sakura looked like. She now has like a coat, a black coat that she wears, and she also has a Anbu mask. With that being said, she also does have under that cloak Anbu Itachi attire, like a similar attire like that. And I kind of showed what it looked like at the end of the video. With that being said, I shall continue. Sasuke would look at the person in front of him, as he would immediately look at the hair. Pink, Sasuke thought to himself. Now, I'm not going to bully Sasuke here like I bullied him against Naruto, because it kind of just doesn't make sense. He is very powerful still in this timeline, and I feel like I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea, like he's weak. But nor is Sakura Uchiha. Sakura would put two hand signs together as she would launch the Uchiha Fireball Jutsu. These, or I should say this, actually, because we're not there yet, but this jutsu just came to her naturally. These jutsus seem to come to her naturally, and I'll explain that after the fight. But the plain definition or example here of why, or just answer to your question if you're wondering, how does Sakura know this jutsu? Well, it's actually quite simple. Naruto, in a way, trained her with other things. That's all I'll say right now, because there was a training period where she learned the hydrification technique and stuff like that. But, yeah. With that being said, we can now continue. Sakura would slowly advance towards Sasuke, as Sasuke wouldn't know what to do, standing there quietly. Sakura would then speak, as she would say what follows. You're Sasuke, aren't you? Sasuke would grit his teeth. Who the hell are you? He would say, as he wondered. Who the hell is this? But the pink hair just hit a nerve. Who else has pink hair that he knows? It couldn't be Sakura. Sakura, the last time he saw her, was nowhere near this amount of strength. And of all things, she wouldn't be a part of the Anbu. It couldn't be Naruto. Had even been stronger than Sakura. So it would make no sense if Sakura was now what he would perceive to be close to Naruto. Sakura would then follow it up with another question. Sasuke, I know it's you, so I'll ask you another question now. You know it's me. Do I know you? Of course you do. You don't remember me? It hasn't been that long, has it? Sakura would say. Of course, time's a little different for Sakura. Put simply, she hasn't really experienced time, because she's kind of been, let's just say, in a coma of sorts, a comatose like state for 4 years. So, yeah. Why she was in there that long, you may also be wondering. Well, it's actually quite simple. The Uchiha DNA needed to properly mix with the Haruno DNA and needed to actually, I guess you could say, overwrite that DNA. So it did take a lot of time, even with Naruto's advanced technology. Just so you know, the technology is much better than our, whatever you want to call it, the current technology. With that being said, Sakura would continue. So, Sasuke, do you want to know who I am? Sakura would say. Sasuke would nod. I would like to know who you are, but it is not a requirement. If you continue to come towards me, I won't hesitate to kill you. With that being said, Sakura would smirk under her mask. Well, I'll show you who it is. The movement of clothes would be heard, as Sakura would then take off her cloak, and she would also unmask herself to Sasuke. Sasuke would see Sakura unmasked, as she thought to herself, what does he think? Sasuke would be conflicted. Sakura, he would yell out, as Sakura would smile. What do you think, Sasuke? Sakura would say. As Sasuke didn't know what to say, but he thought about his goals. Sakura was not in his goals, as far as he knew. But he also thought about his clan. Since he's the one who will be killing Itachi, there has to be somebody who he can help rebuild the Uchiha clan with. What if it was Sakura? What if the person he needed was Sakura? But he thought about it. He already has Karin. If the worst case scenario is Karin, that'd be just fine. She's not, say, ugly. If you know what I mean, he's basically just thinking about his future with somebody, or thinking about his future with another person so that he can rebuild his clan. That's his goal. He's stated it many times in Shippuden, and even in this What If, I believe. So now it's kind of conflicting, and now he's just thinking about it. But he also wants strength. He wants a child who's strong. He wants a clan, a new clan, of course, so not just a clan, but a new clan that has powerful shinobi that can rival other clans like the Hyuga, the Aburame. You know the deal. So he thought about it. What clan has only one person? Two persons. Two people, sorry. 3 people, 4 people. That thought crossed his mind, but then he continued to think. Sakura would then ask, "What are you thinking about, Sasuke?" As Sasuke would say, "Oh, nothing." Unleashing his sword, or unsheathing it, I should say. Sakura would then get a flashback / memory, whatever you want to call it, mid-battle, as she would remember that Naruto told her that Sasuke is easily Kage level. So, Sakura would unleash her strength. Her wits, if you want to call it that. And they would have an amazing battle. Sakura would appear behind Sasuke, kicking him forward, as Sasuke would appear behind Sakura, grabbing her by her Anbu vest and throwing him or her up into the air, as he would quickly mend the hand signs for the Uchiha-style Fireball Jutsu. With that being said, it's also known as the Uchiha-style Great Fireball Jutsu. Cough, cough, cough. With that being said, sorry for that little, it might have made a little echo, I'm not really actually too sure. But with that being said, Sakura would then jump from building to building. It's not too many buildings, so it's just building to building. She's just jumping side to side, mid-air, as she would then unleash, or unsheath, I should say, her own sword, bringing it down onto Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke would quickly move out of the way, elbowing Sakura. Sakura would quickly be fine, basically, as her durability is actually pretty high, higher than it is in canon. She easily gets bruised in canon, and she doesn't easily get bruised in, well, this timeline. With that being said, we do see this even in Shippuden, where she falls to the ground, and, well, she has bruises on her knees and stuff from just being on the ground when Naruto was fighting Pain. With that being said, a few other things would happen in this fight, as I shall continue. Sakura would then put together a few more hand signs, as she would yell out, "Fire style," or "Fire style." I should have said that properly the first time. It might have not came out right, but it came out right for me. Sorry about that. With that being said, she would yell out, "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." Sasuke would then wonder, all these jutsu, it almost seems as if she's copying me. At least, the jutsu that he knows. Sakura would quickly put it together, hand signs, as she would then yell out, "Earth style, Earth wall." She would then prepare a few more hand signs. She was ready to surprise Sasuke. She had been working on something with Naruto, who gave her all the tools that she needed. Naruto gave her the Scroll of Sealing. Naruto gave her many jutsu. Naruto gave her tools like kunai, shuriken, paper bombs. Naruto gave her a piece of her identity, you could say. Naruto gave her money, having her as his Hokage guard and greatest subordinate of all. Naruto even gave her, well, one of her dreams, to make her family proud, telling them that Sakura was on an extended mission that lasted 4 years, and that from that mission, they can, well, spend as much as they want within the village, and anywhere for that matter, as they'll have eternal wealth from that mission alone. Because, well, Sakura's parents actually thought that, well, Sakura was dead, as that's what was, well, echoed throughout the village. With that being said, Naruto had also given Sakura one other thing. Or 2, I should say. Both the Uchiha blood and the Uchiha's greatest gift. The gift known as the Sharingan. Sakura would then punch Sasuke. This is her inherent strength. her inherent strength in this timeline is actually equal to what she was, or what her inherent strength was similar to in the canon. So, pretty strong, right? This would cause Sasuke to be sent flying into the wall of a few rocks behind him. This would actually hurt Sasuke's back a little, and would also cause the Uchiha mark on his back to be ripped open. What I mean by that is, you know how he wears that Uchiha style attire? Basically, that Uchiha crest is no longer there because it's been ripped off in a way, and the rock has kind of done that by pushing into Sasuke's back and breaking it. With that being said, Sasuke would stand. He would then put together a few hand signs. As Sakura would then, or actually has already been doing the same. She would then yell out at the same time as Sasuke, Chidori. Now, Sakura's hands are just a little slow, a little bit slower than Sasuke's, so that's why it took a little bit more time for Sakura to unleash her Chidori. As in theory that is, Sakura should be unleashing her Chidori a lot sooner, but that is actually not the case. With that being said, Naruto had, at this point, been walking around the village greeting people, if you were curious about what Naruto was doing. But now, back to Sakura versus Sasuke. Sasuke would then be in awe. That technique, it looks like the Chidori. No, it is it not? Sakura would then say, this Chidori is a little different than yours. I call it the pink Chidori. Or, in other words, the Hana-dori. Why the Hana-dori? It's actually quite simple, Sasuke. Well, Blossom and Dori equals Hana-dori. I see. How interesting. Even so, I have a question. How could you even learn a jutsu on the level of the Chidori? Unless you took away one of the Chidori's greatest strengths, which is its speed, you would be subject to tunnel vision. Or are you that blatantly stupid that you would be okay with that tunnel vision, just to harm your opponent, but also harm yourself in the process? That actually kind of sounds like the Sakura I know. Sasuke, I didn't know I'd had to repeat this. Had to repeat what? Well, I said it before, on my way here. But I'm gonna have to say it while in battle as well. You know, I'm not that Sakura anymore. The weak Sakura that you knew is no longer. I'm strong. As strong as you, even. Sorry about that. Sorry if you heard that, but I keep having the cut. I keep having to cut the video because where I am right now in my room, there's so many cars just driving by. Randomly, somebody started doing a lawnmower. Like, this is just the regular stuff. It's just what's behind. And sometimes it causes the video to be a little longer than I need it to be, a little shorter sometimes. Yeah. But with that being said, we can now get back to the fight. I just wanted to explain the rapid amount of, cuts, booms, this sound. Because I take my phone and recording device out of the area that it is in. But yeah, with that being said, I can now continue. Sakura would then think to herself, why am I doing what I'm doing now? As she remembered everything, her undying loyalty to Naruto. She'll never disobey Naruto's orders. So, Sakura would stand valiantly in front of Sasuke. As Sasuke would look at Sakura, baffled by what he just heard. You're not the same Sakura. I'll give you that. You are definitely right, he would say. As Sakura would come charging. I kind of said charging, I think. But charging towards Sasuke. Sasuke would dodge as Sakura would put Sasuke on his knees, slamming him into a nearby building with her left arm and grabbing him before he could go too far, as he would then be hit with the Hana-dori. Sasuke, do you know how long I've waited to show you my power? How long you've waited? Yeah. You've been waiting to show me how strong you are? Yeah, of course. It's almost as if always let's just say I've been behind too long. Far too long indeed. Also, might I add, there are a few things that I hate. But one thing I hate the most is, and Sakura would grit her teeth as she said this, being belittled by somebody who I know I'm stronger than. This was the Uchiha and Sakura talking about, or talking I should say, but talking about, like, going about and talking, if that made it make a little bit of sense. Yeah. With that being said, Sakura did hate this, even if it was just her Uchiha talking. Sakura would then hear Sasuke say something. Sasuke would say quietly, "That's great and all, but I'm far stronger than you'll ever be." What did you just say? Sakura would then plunge into Sasuke, because at this point, she was just at the surface of his skin. It hurt, but it didn't hurt enough. It didn't hurt enough to the point where Sasuke was confident enough to say this in front of Sakura, in fact. With that being said, Sakura was angered, and coincidentally, Sasuke and Sakura would both activate their 2 Tomoe Sharingan at the same time. Is that how much of a threat you think I am? I'm a low threat, so you only leave your words. They're thumbling. Wait, am I seeing right? 3 Tomoe, Sasuke would say, as his 3 Tomoe would activate. He would then squint his eyes. What the hell? Sakura would giggle. You see, Sasuke, I have the Sharingan. That's why I was confident enough to use a technique similar to the Chidori. I'm not stupid. Do you understand that, Sasuke? No, this isn't possible. It shouldn't be possible. In any way. How are you able to do this? It's actually quite simple, Sasuke. Would you like me to tell you? Well, no. I don't care for a conversation. Clearly, those eyes aren't yours. Did you take them from a member of the Uchiha clan who I don't know about, or one that's dead? No, Sasuke. I've had these for a very long time, actually. And I was never somebody who took the eyes of Uchiha. So, what I mean by that is, I did not steal these eyes. Are you related to the Uchiha clan? I am an Uchiha, Sakura would say. But Sakura would then put the rat hand sign together, as she would then say, well, did the pink hair fool you? Sakura's hair would then revert to its natural, at this point, natural color. She can actually switch between pink and black, respectively. But at the ends of her hair was now black, or a pinkish black, I should say. So it's kind of just like a darker pink. So her main hair color is black, but at the tips or ends, whatever you want to call it, is a pinkish color. Sasuke would then look at Sakura in awe. This confirms it. If she's an Uchiha, I might actually be able to rebuild the clan. Well, for now at least, I'll have to bring you back to Naruto. I'm not going back under his protection, that little runt. Protection? You guessed it. He's trying to protect you. Do you know who he's trying to protect you from? I don't care, nor do I know. So in actuality, it doesn't matter to me. Alright then. Well, do you have any more words, Sasuke? Yeah. First thing, thanks for telling me so much about you. I learned so much valuable information. Things that really hit the air, if you will. And, second of all, I'll have you know this. I'm not going under the runt, no. That stupid idiot's protection. Ever again. Or even custody, for that matter. Protection or not. Did you just insult Naruto? Yeah, I did. What are you gonna do about it? A noise would be heard below the ground, as Sasuke's back would be even more in pain. A rock-like spear would be pierced into Sasuke's back, as Sakura would then slam him through the spear, I should say, with her Hanadori. This would cause Sasuke to feel even more pain. It didn't hit anywhere valuable, it kind of just hit through a few minor veins that didn't really affect anything. So, he would be alright. But even so, Sasuke was incapacitated. Sakura would then knock out Sasuke, putting him on her back, as she would then put back on her black coat, making it look as if somebody was just on her back while the coat was on, so it kind of looked like she was carrying a backpack in a way. With that being said, she would then arrive in the underground city, approaching Naruto. But before she could, she would have to go through Naruto's security. Was this a new feature? Sakura thought, as she would then have to put her eye in a scanner, or in front of a scanner, I should say. She would then do so, as she would then be greeted by 2 Jonin and 2 Anbu. The Anbu and Jonin then looked at Sakura as they examined her. You were here earlier, weren't you? Yeah, you can come through. Sakura would then walk as she would enter the main area of the city, the capital. She would then see many other Uchiha as she smiled, looking about as she wondered. Now, which way was Naruto's? Where would Naruto be right now? Is he in his quarters or in his test room? He might actually be in his playhouse. What do I mean by this? Naruto actually has a playhouse. I know it may just seem like he has all these properties, areas, whatever you want to call it. But he does have a playhouse. It's where he trains, where he works on things, that kind of things. It's kind of somewhere where he's a little vulnerable. So that's why nobody really knows about it, and only people like Sakura know about it. Because this is basically his equivalent to the Hokage office, or Hokage Tower. And, funny enough, there still is the Hokage Tower above the underground city, or high-tech city, whatever you want to call it, the metropolis of sorts. But there is a shadow clone of Naruto's doing work there, and not the real Naruto. So yeah, take that how you will. With that being said, Naruto would then greet Sakura with a smile. Is that a backpack, or is that Sasuke Uchiha? That's Sasuke Uchiha. Ah, well, don't those words bring feeling to my body? Sakura, I'm amazed. I'm also very happy. You've met up to my expectations, but I also assume you were playing around. Look, that scratch on your face. It shouldn't have happened, but it's all right. Your loyalty is noted, and I thank you. I've also given your parents whatever they need. They have access to literally everything. All the wealth they could have wanted. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura would give Naruto a hug as Naruto would smile. Well, I'm all good for praise and all. Heck, I love praise, but we are subordinates. So, let's get down to the point. Sasuke, is he harmed? Yes, he is bleeding a little too much. Actually, I've been getting a lot of weird looks because of it. And a few janitors had to come out. He's bleeding that much? Well, I saw them behind me when I was near the Capitol. I see. Well, in any case, come now, Sakura. If we go in this room right here, he can get looked at. They actually have a doctor here. You do? I've never been this far at your playhouse. Don't call it that. This is my office. Yeah, whatever you say. Now, Sakura, since you're not hurt and all, it would be great if you could train. You know how to get there. 2 lefts and a right. Sakura would then go to Naruto's training room as she would train herself. She actually had her own training room already there because her training is just a little different from Naruto's. Naruto's a step above her, so it kind of just makes sense, right? With that being said, Sasuke would then wake up, knocking at the doctor and walking out the door. He would then approach Naruto, who was working at his desk. Naruto would then put his signature on a piece of paper, as Sasuke would yell out, Chidori, stream, or spear, if that's how you swing. Naruto would then cough up blood on his paperwork, as he would look in front of him. Sasuke, it's you. Naruto would smile, grabbing his wound. And with that being said, this has been Worth Naruto's Madaras Son Part 10. In Part 11, we will enter the war arc, so take note of that. Yeah, with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoy. Make sure to hit that like, subscribe button, and Rami X out. Rami X back in your video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that being said, this should very well be one of the last parts of the series. There might be there might be like 2 more, just 3 more parts. This will mark, actually just this video makes it the longest part, at least, What If series that I've made. I think it's actually the longest in general as well, as most of the parts in this series have been like 30 minutes. Yeah, so take that how you will. With that being said, this is Rami X, and yeah. Make sure to like and subscribe, and we can now get into the recap. In the last part, we basically ended off with a few things happening with Sakura. She took out Sasuke, brought him into Naruto, went to the underground city. We also had a bit of developments in the underground city. Also, if you're curious about the capital's name, as I'm not sure if I got any questions about that, but if you are curious about the capital's name, it is known as Naruto. Let that set in. Now, with that being said, the capital Naruto is also referred to by many other different names. In fact, some people call it High Tech. Others people call it the Great Naruto City. And there are a variety of other interesting names that don't even relate to Naruto in any way. Other people also call it the capital of Uchiha because it's the place where you can find the most amount of Uchiha. Now, with that being said, Naruto has actually managed to get every single Uchiha except for 2. 2 being Sasuke's grandmother and grandfather into the underground city. Why, right? Well, it's actually quite simple. First of all, how? So, they're actually being more, I should say, abused in a way because there's so little of them now. And so, even though Naruto's been able to release, I guess you could say, release the hatred that people have towards the Uchiha, there's still some people who still hate them. So, the Uchiha are still getting abused in a way. So, Naruto used Danzo to even help the Uchiha further, help his clan, help his kin, help his family, even if you want to call it that. But they're not necessarily related through blood. So, let me explain. Naruto used Danzo having all those Sharingan to indicate that he killed all the Uchiha, except for 2 Uchiha who it's not even known if they have the Sharingan. So on that day, just as there were, say, 30 Uchiha still walking around in the village, there was then 0. And every single Uchiha was underground. And now, it has been 4 years, so the Uchiha's population increased drastically. Naruto actually told them to increase their population drastically, as it would increase the village's power, and also for other alternative reasons, right? Like the war. So, with that being said, how many Uchiha are there? I'm just going to put this number out there. It's kind of big. But there is 1,000 Uchiha. Let that sit in. Whew. How we're going to explain this, we're just going to say that there's more females than men. So in some cases, the men of the Uchiha in this timeline take on, say, 2 to 3 wives. So they have, say, 2 to 3 children, if not more, as we do see some Uchiha with 2 children, like Fugaku and Mikoto. So, yeah, that's that. With that being said, we would not only see that, but we would also see something else, and let me explain. So, the Uchiha are much stronger, of course, right? But we would also see a growth in Uchiha getting the Sharingan. It would seem that they had an increased gene for some reason in the recent years, where there were now many 4-year-olds walking around with the Sharingan and doing amazing things. Now, one thing that I want you guys to know about this underground city, I already explained to you how it's basically all ninja, but this is also what I wanted to say. That the underground city, it's not completely all ninja, but everybody there has power. I kind of explained that. Sorry, I had to crack my knuckles a little. Flawless stuff. Also, it's raining. I can't really control the weather. I wish I could snap and, like, it's sunny, but I just can't, so you're good. So, yeah. But with that being said, sorry to sidetrack. The Uchiha specifically all have their own training rooms inside of their homes. I want you guys to think of this not as some, say, like, lab area, like the underground city, I mean, or as some say, like, little, like, place. No, I want you guys to think of this place being bigger, and I say bigger, and I mean it, bigger than the Leaf Village. Way bigger, in fact. Maybe 2 times it, right? That's a lot of space, but yeah. And it actually goes to say, every person in this village has their own house, so all of them have their own housing, with everything they need. For example, if it's a family of 3, they have 3 bedrooms, they have 3 bathrooms, just an example. If they don't need 3 bathrooms, then they only get 2, but it's just that kind of thing. So it's also a thing where people like the, they all have training rooms. So it also does take up a lot of space, and it does explain, because we kind of see all the Leaf Villagers kind of compact. In here, they have a lot more room. They're more free. Their mental well-being is in a much higher state, right? With that being said, yeah, I can now get into the bones of the sort of the juiciness, whatever you want to call it. So, we can now fully get into the what if, even though that wasn't really a recap. We last left off with Naruto being stabbed by Sasuke's Chidori spear. Naruto would look Sasuke in the eyes. "Now why would you do that?" Naruto would speak, grabbing the Chidori spear, as he would say. "So, is this how much electricity you can generate? If so, it's quite honestly pathetic." Naruto would crush the electricity in his hand, canceling it out with his own electricity. Electricity would wrap around his hand as Naruto would then stare down Sasuke. "So, you caught me off guard. So be it. Now what will you do, Sasuke? You eager boy." "Boy, you say?" Sasuke would activate his Chidori. Sakura sensed something was off, as she would quickly activate her own Hanadori. That do was not necessary, but you know. With that being said, he would rush in front of Sakura. he also realized Sakura was in the room. Sakura would quickly get in front of Sasuke, slamming him into the ground and piercing into his pancreas. Sasuke would cough up blood as Sakura would slap Sasuke across the face and then would punch him in the gut. This would cause Sasuke to feel so much pain that he just sat there like, say, a frog, just sitting in his area. Actually, earlier today, great story. I know it's a what if, but great story. I saw a little frog and he was just sitting there, so that's why I want to incorporate it into this beautiful what if. And he didn't move. I walked past him. He sat there, and yeah. I don't think I'll see any more frogs, though, because it's winter now. Now, with that being said, it's winter where I am. Naruto then looked at Sakura. He then looked at Sasuke, and he then looked around the room. He would then ask Sakura a question. Where were you training today? Oh, I was training in your training room. I see. I think... Naruto was thinking to himself. Well, usually you enter your training room first, and I told you to, and you did enter it, so that would make sense, but what made you go into mine? Everything there is useless to me. It feels like I'm at the same power level, or just level of strength. They do not have power levels, but it's just a statement. Power level, it's like the strength, like her strength. Not like a power level from like Dragon Ball Z, like 1,000, 2,000, 1,000,000, 200. Yeah. I see. So you tried out my materials or weights and stuff like that. Well, how did it go? Well, put simply, I was able to do it quite good. Quite good. Pretty confident. Yeah. I saw your increased strength. You've been getting a great feel for it, haven't you? I'd say you're close to my physical strength. Really, Naruto? Yes. Now, great job in subduing Sasuke. I have a question. Attachment. I realized that you did like Sasuke when you were younger. What about now? Well, I got the recognition I needed in him saying that I'm not the same Sakura. So, if I'm honest, I don't like him in one bit. Alright, well that's alright with me. Actually, that's what I prefer. Naruto then thought to himself, and you guys can comment whether or not you like this or don't like this, but he actually likes Sakura in this timeline. Not Hinata, as many of you may have suspected. Trust me, she will still end up with somebody, but it's not going to be Naruto. With that being said, it might actually be Sasuke, but time will tell. With that being said, Sakura would then smile at Naruto, as she would then look down at Sasuke, stomping on him, just to make sure he was kept in line and didn't try to quickly run away, and/or wasn't also, like, faking, because Sasuke could be, just say, faking his injury, like him being so injured. With that being said, Sakura knew her strength, so she wasn't going to hit him more. It could actually kill the boy, or kill Sasuke. I shouldn't say boy, but you know how it is. With that, Naruto would then smile. Everything's going according to plan. Now, Sakura, I'd like you to speak on my behalf. Everybody knows your face. Everybody knows your role in the village. How you help people. How you give people things. For example, I heard through the grapevine that the other day you actually donated 1 million Rio to the needy. Well, you're right. I thought that deed would go unnoticed. Glad somebody realized. Many people realize, Sakura. You don't understand how much of a great help you are. I am? Yes, you're an amazing help. An extraordinary help. I think you're one of the greatest people that this village has. The things you do, they're so very special. Well, now are they? Now, you're going to attend a sort of live speaking area. Recently, I built an actual platform that goes over the village. All villagers can hear me from there, no matter who they are or what they're doing. Even those with hearing problems can hear. So, as long as you use your talking voice, as you are now, everybody will hear you. And I just want you to say that we are preparing for something so extraordinary that every villager in the village will get a notice, but there will be an evacuation shortly, within the next few weeks. That's all I want you to say. But also reassure the villagers. We can't make them feel, say, scared. We can't make them have doubt in the system. We can't make them have doubt in their Kage. I love this village just as much as everybody, no, anyone else. Naruto does actually mean this. He's actually kind of gotten attached to the village. But they cannot be scared. You must tell them that everything is under control, and the village, as well as the Hokage, will protect them if anything happens. But they will be evacuated. And everything has already been assigned. In the usual evacuation spot, there is already now beds for each person, rooms of their own, bathrooms of their own, food of their own, books, things like that of their own, toys for the young of their own. Sakura would nod. Is that all, Master? Master? All these names. I'm just fine with Naruto, Lord Fifth, Hokage, Kage. But Master's not too bad. Even Sensei would be fine. Yeah. Oh, maybe Senpai. Okay, Naruto, you're stretching it a little. Whatever. My stupid fantasies. Now, Sakura, that's all you need to say. Alright, Naruto. Senpai. Naruto would be humored by Sakura's remark. Sakura was kind of just humoring Naruto. With that being said, we now switch to the perspective of Obito Uchiha, the one and only. With that being said, Obito Uchiha had taken note, I should say, or took a note of Naruto Uchiha. I'm just playing. With that being said, I am in all serious, being for real. Obito did take note of Naruto and his strides as being a Hokage, all those things. He even in a way envied Naruto for being Hokage, a role that he once admired so much. And with that being said, he wasn't really sure if where Naruto's alliances and that kind of thing allied, or went, I should say, as two clones of Naruto's showed up to actually not let the Three Tails be taken. Yeah. With that being said, he wasn't able to reveal his identity in this fight because he was with another Akatsuki member, and he was kind of trying to be Toby, I should say. With that being said as well, who did he save? Well, the Three Tails. Naruto saved the Three Tails. He also saved Gaara when Data tried to go after Gaara, and he also saved the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. But they did manage to get some of their chakra. What do I mean by this? So we do actually know that you don't need the full Nine Tails. You just need fragments of the Nine Tails. How did they get these fragments? For example, they didn't actually have the full 8 tails. They just had a tentacle. My bad. They didn't have the full 9 tails. They had the Ginkaku and Kinkaku brothers. So, how is this even going to be possible? Well, it's actually quite simple. All Obito, I should say, had to do was ally with Kabuto, which then allowed him, and sorry for that little squeak, which would then allow him to reanimate people. He then reanimated the previous 2 Tails Jinchuriki, 8 Tails Jinchuriki. We already know the 8 Tails Jinchuriki can't be reanimated because it's actually happened, as well as the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki and 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Now you might say, why didn't they just limit the risk and just reanimate all the other tailed beasts? Well, it's actually a very simple, and sorry, I just had to crack my knuckles there. Flawless cracks. Flawless. With that being said, it's actually quite simple. The reason why that even happened is, or why he even wants to go after the full Biju, I should say, is actually just because it makes his transformation a whole lot stronger, and we know that. We know that if you just get like a small piece of the 9 tails, or 8 tails, or 7 tails, 6 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails, 3 tails, 2 tails, 1 tails, then it's not going to be as strong. Now, he's actually been able to get an even stronger version of his 10 tails, I should say, because he has all of the full versions now. by getting their reanimated states, if that makes sense. Now, with that being said, even the Ninetales portion is a lot stronger because in this case, the Ninetales isn't sealed into two individuals. He just had to reanimate Mito Uzumaki, and it was as simple as that. With that being said, the Geto statue would then be completed as Obito is just waiting to, I guess you could say, become the Sage of Six Paths. But he wanted to do it with the war so that he could reanimate Madara, and Madara could see everything that Obito had been able to accomplish in about 12 to 8 years, give or take, to that much time, right? So, with that being said, he just wanted to amaze Madara with all of his recent progress. And so, Madara would also be reanimated, but he wouldn't be woken up until the day of the war. So, Obito would... How is he gonna, spread the war that this war is gonna begin? Well, it's actually quite simple. Naruto already knew, due to Itachi being in the Akatsuki, kind of in the Akatsuki, kind of not in the Akatsuki. All he did was basically make Itachi go back into the Akatsuki. And in Itachi, he was already technically in the Akatsuki, so it was pretty easy. He didn't have to, lie. All he had to do was, say, I'm back. Somebody asked where he was, and all he did was just say that he was stopping by to see his brother. And showing he was boss, basically. With that being said, he would also say that he eliminated Danzo, Shimura, but Naruto Uzumaki took credit for it. We already know that Naruto actually killed Danzo himself in a public execution, but yeah, you know how it is. And they could check out within information because it's actually true Danzo was killed, but they just didn't know by who. With that being said, they would all accept Itachi back into the group. So Itachi, all he had to do was just get the information from, the other members and would get the information, actually given to him by Obito himself and Pain. Obito and Pain are now equal in their roles in this timeline because Obito's not trying to be, Toby, at least at this point. Before, he was trying to be Toby when Naruto sent clones to basically negate him from getting some of the Jinchuriki, because they did try to go after all the Jinchuriki. Now, this means that, so the 7 tails, 6 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails, they are all, well, for the sake of it, they're just dead. They're plain out dead. And so, no coming back. Yeah. But this does mean that the 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9 tails, so Naruto, and if you want me to name their names, Yugito ni Gaara Kazekage. We'll just call him Yagura Karatachi because that's his name. Then we have Killer B, right? And then we also have Naruto Uzumaki, or Uchiha. Naruto Uchiha. With that being said, they are all alive. So it's actually pretty good. That's about 5 to 6 Jinchuriki that are alive, about 4 to 5 that are dead. So it's not too bad. It's actually pretty good, you could say. But with that being said, they would have a summit. What do I mean by that? There would be a summit called because so many Jinchurikis have been gone missing and stuff like that, right? Which is a unprecedented situation. That never happened. Usually when a Jinchuriki dies, it's because of their tail piece breaking up. So there was a 5 Kage summit called. With that being said, Naruto would actually call this summit himself. He knew something was going to happen, so he wanted to be prepared. He brought with him Sakura and Kakashi, as you are allowed to have 2 Kage subordinates. Kakashi and Sakura would then be there, as Naruto would tell Kakashi to wait outside the room, just in case, as Sakura would come in with him. All the Kage would sit at the table, as the Mist's Kage would remark that having such a young child with Naruto, or with him, might be a hindrance, as Naruto would smirk. She's just as strong as I am, so I think I'll be alright. The other Kage would be baffled at Naruto's words. By that, I just mean the old Kage, or the oldest Kage there, I should say, who is Onoki. Right after he said, wow, he would also say that his back hurts, to mask it. Also, the other one who was very surprised was Gaara and A. But the ones who weren't surprised were Mei, who was a little intrigued, actually, as well as the other Kage in the room. Naruto, who was surprised that he even had to say that. Or wasn't surprised because he had to say that, my bad. With that being said, the Naruto would then sit back in his chair as the 5 Kage Summit would kick off. Naruto would immediately speak as they would address many problems. First of all, they started light, addressing, say, land, stuff like that. And Naruto would try to fix it all. He would give deals, arrangements, stuff like that to try to calm down all the Kage, make everything all right. Of course, there were already previous feuds. They always feud every single time they meet, so it's kind of just like that. And there's nothing Naruto can really do, but he's trying to be the best Kage there is. He's trying to basically, in a way, you could say, help them. He's trying to help everybody, in fact. So with that actually being said, or with that being said in general, they would eventually get to the topic of the Jinchuriki. Naruto would immediately address that. The Jinchuriki. I know, it is very unfortunate. 2 of us Jinchuriki actually sit here. As you can see by Gaara's wound and how he has bandages across his head. He was injured by one. Would you like to say who injured you? His name was Deidara, Gaara would say, as Naruto would continue. You see, this is an unprecedented manner that I will no longer allow to happen. To those who've allied with me, I've been able to save their Jinchuriki. May, I'm glad that we scheduled a meeting right after the 5 Kage Summit, because if it weren't for us meeting that day and arranging for our villages to have treaties, well then, the 3rd Jinchuriki, otherwise known as the 3 Tails, Yagura Kawatachi, and the former Kage of your village, he would be dead. I see. Young Master Yagura. Young Master Yagura? Well, his appearance speaks for itself. I see. I'm actually not too sure on how old he directly is, but I did also figure out that you were injured in combat, were you not? My clone relayed to me that you fought valiantly with it. Many explosions a man named Toby threw at you. And he was accompanied by Deidara, the same one who went after Gaara. I'm sorry that you were injured, and that many of the villagers spread rumors. I even heard through the grapevine that Yagura may have had to step back up as Kage again. Don't worry, those are just rumors. I see. Well, I'm glad you're in perfect health. Or, I guess you could say health, Meitorumi. Yes, what about you? My work's been exhausting, but I think I'm alright. Now, back to the current problem. Onoki, how's your back? As bad as usual. Hey, is your lightning chakra at bay? May, if somebody invaded this room, would you be able to use lava style on them? Of course, May would say. Naruto would then look at Gaara. Your sand's already quite active, is it not? Yes, it is, Gaara would say. All right, then. Now, I'm going to continue with what I was saying. You Kage, listen. I know that there is a man named Obito Uchiha. He is the leader of the group known as the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki, Onoki would say. You see, Onoki had actually been making dealings with the Akatsuki. We already know this. We already know a few of the Kage were. As Naruto would ask Onoki what happened, or what's wrong. As Onoki would explain that he's actually been making dealings. You see, Naruto had even been able to turn Onoki into a more honest person, or into, I should say. With that being said, the other Kage would be infuriated as Naruto would stand, slamming his hand into the desk, like so. Please. The sounds would be heard all around. Tsunamis even, waves, a like sound, as Naruto would continue. I don't want to hear any disruptions. No, I don't want you to be angered at him. And I know it's hard. It's hard for even me. The fact that Onoki, this man, who's another Kage alongside us, we are working with the group that's tasked to kill me, Gaara, and even the likes of the 8 Tails, 7 Tails, 6 Tails, 5 Tails, 4 Tails, and all of the above. The fact that you would work with them, Oniki, it does truly anger me. But us Kage, we cannot falter. We must work in unity. Do you understand? Naruto's words would touch all of the Kage in different ways, as Naruto would propose a question. Can we unify? Even after this war, I want us to continue to be a great nation. No, great countries, great nations, plural. Forever, forever and ever. Is that okay? Is that possible? Can we do that? Can we? And even after all of us in this room die, I want there to be our successors, people who we train, people who know what we want, that can continue to help our nations thrive together. Okay, A would say. But let's suppose that we were to, say, I don't know, ally up. What would our name be? Our name? Are you really concerned with a name? Well, fine. I'll choose one. Great nations. No. Our name on the battlefield will be the Allied Shinobi Forces. And, in normal context, we'll all be known by our own names, with the unity of us being still known as the Allied Shinobi Forces. Or the Allied Nations. Either or. I see. Well, that ain't actually too bad, I'll say. Yeah. Now, any objections? I'm in, A would say. I'm in, Meiturumi would say. I'm in, Garakaze Kage would say. I'm in, Onoki would say. And then Naruto would smirk. And of course, I'm in as well. Naruto would slam his hand onto the table, as they would all smile. Now, what's our first course of action? Well, I haven't been done explaining Obito's plan. Sorry for that little squeak. Now, I know that he will start a war. What he entails to do after that, or during that war, I'm not sure. I see. I think I also was going to say something else, but I feel as if I've been a little sidetracked. I'm so excited, though. My blood's pumping. I kinda want to fight someone. Fight something. I usually get like this when I'm really ecstatic. I see. Yeah. Now, with that being said, Onoki, I know you guys may see me as a little arrogant. An arrogant young brat. But I hope that you guys understand where I'm coming from. I hope that we can all see eye to eye as Kage. No matter our age, Naruto would stare at Gaara, and then Onoki, the youngest and oldest in the room. Or second youngest, because I believe Gaara is actually older than Naruto, technically speaking, by like birth months. But still basically youngest, because Naruto and Gaara are technically the same age. With that being said, Naruto would continue. I want us to be unified. Both through age, race, sex, color, everything. I want us all to be able to look at each other and say that we are equally as strong in our own ways. Like May, you may be better at, say, I don't know, Kekkei Genkai, the use of Kekkei Genkai, that is, than, say, I don't know, somebody like me, or Onoki, or A, or something of the sort. And vice versa. I may be better at using chakra. You may be better at ninjutsu. Hey, Gaara, you might be better at doing jutsu. There are so many things that we all have strengths in, and we need to understand that. Now, as for our first course of action, we must wait for Obito to enter first. I see. Well, alright then. Naruto and the rest of the Kage would sit in the room, waiting for Obito Uchiha to appear. With that being said, a noise like so would be made as swirling sounds would be made. A sound that's similar to what I just made, but also a like sound, similar to when the Rasengan is starting to be activated. They would all then wait in the room as Obito would appear. They all looked prepared for battle, or it was just the start of the 5 Kage summit. Obito really couldn't tell. All of the Kage would then lift an eye, looking at Obito. Even Sakura was pushed up against the wall, just waiting, along with the other Kage subordinates. Though they were waiting for different reasons. They were outside of the room, so they didn't actually know what was happening. They even thought that the Leafs Kage may try to do something because he has one subordinate inside, while all of them are waiting outside of the room. With that being said, Obito would then bring out his great speech. The one that he did in the Naruto Storm games, as well as the anime. I believe season 10 of the Naruto anime, if I'm not mistaken. On Netflix, that is, at least. I'm not sure on other devices. With that being said, all of them would listen to his crap, his bullshit, if you want to call it that. Sorry for my language. For some of you who may be young, right? With that being said, Naruto would smirk. So you plan to start a war? Did you ever consider the fact that we already may know? Did you ever consider the fact that us nations can work together? Did you ever consider the fact that we will beat you? Beat me? Yes. Obito behind his mask was gritting his teeth. Naruto's supposed to be on their side. In theory, that is. Unless he didn't care about what Madara taught him. How Madara raised him. And at this point, Madara's really taught him many things. And Naruto loves that. Naruto loves Madara. Madara is basically like his father. Madara is his father. But even with that being said, he can't just listen to everything Madara says. And even in some of his teachings, some of the things that he abided by, as a engine-like sound would be made. As Naruto thought about this, his thoughts would be disrupted. I see, Naruto would say. You see what? Obito would ask. That sound. You're preparing a jutsu, aren't you? It kind of went and then perceptive, are you? Yes. That must have been you preparing a jutsu, was it not? And now the jutsu's only gonna activate. Let's wait. Onoki. Or A, either one. Could you cover it when he sends out this jutsu? I'd like to actually continue my conversation with him. Yes, Naruto. You're the leader. I'm the leader? Oh, I thought that might have been Onoki, but alright. Now. So, Obito. Question. Go on. What's gonna be your main power in this war? Ninja? It can't be. The Akatsuki? Too weak. So, tell me. Whatever. But I want you to know one thing. I'm not on your side. You can try to make the case to Obito, but it won't work. What's this? It was Naruto. I should say Naruto's tailed beast talking. Oh. You're saying that even if I make the case to him, it won't work? He won't believe me? I'll say it again. I'm not on your side, Obito. Huh. I never thought... No. You know the connection we have already. I've already allied with them. I'm on their side. Huh? All the other Kage would look at Naruto with intrigue. What is he talking about? Could he really be an ally of Obito? Let me explain again, and you can tell Madara whatever you want, but he won't believe you. I am not on your side. And, even if my father, even if he thinks I am, I'm not. I won't listen to his orders. And I've actually grown pretty fond. Fond of everything, in fact. In fact, I love my village now. And there are people I really, really, really care for. Naruto would look at Sakura and would think of Kakashi and literally everybody. Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, people who he had become friends with as a Kage. Every single villager who he had personally sought out to meet. The babies that he held in the village. The children that he taught. At one point, for a whole year, in fact, during the 4-year time skip, he had actually taught many children who had graduated today. I don't mean on this very day, but I just mean, like, who are now, like, full ninja. With that being said, Naruto would sniffle. He would then sigh. Say it once more. These are the people I love, okay, Obito? Do you know what that means? Do you know what to love means? We're gonna have to have a long talk, Naruto. You think so? Well, we'll have the talk right here. No. On my terms. Tss. A sound similar to that would be made as Obito would try to absorb Naruto into his Kamui dimension. Naruto would sit down as both, and he would just continue to stay where he was, as both Onoki and A would charge towards Obito. Onoki would then tell A to stop as he has a plan, as A would smirk. Go on, old man. Show me what you got. Onoki would then use his particle release on Obito, who thought nothing of it, until the attack started to come towards him. He would then realize the amount of power this attack had in it, as he would quickly tell Naruto that he'll be back. He'll be back to talk. Naruto would shake his head. I'm not talking with you. We'll talk on the battlefield. That's the only way you'll talk to I, Naruto Uchiha. Alright then. Whatever you say. Obito also couldn't play off his Madara Uchiha thing where he's like saying he's Madara because Naruto was addressed Obito as Obito multiple times during the meeting. It just didn't make any sense for the gig, I guess you could say, to fool anybody else. With that being said, though, Naruto, as well as the other 5 Kage, would all smile. I guess the 4th Great Ninja War has been declared by a moron, they would all say in tune. And with that, they would go to all of their own villages, as they would then, and only then, I guess you could say, get their villages ready for war. They all would go to their own lockdown areas, the Leaf being the best, as the people in the underground city would all come out, most of them that is. The ones who had power but weren't necessarily fighters would stay in, like some Uchiha who were old, or some Uchiha that didn't fight anymore, that kind of thing. But they would still stay out just in case people, like Zetsu and stuff like that, attack the village. As we know that Zetsu would attack the village, so basically there are still some ninja who stay back. But the Leaf had amassed a great force of ninja. In this timeline, the Leaf has a much bigger population, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot more ninja, just stuff in that, or stuff like that. So this is just the number we're gonna make on ninja, for all the villages actually. 100,000 Leaf ninja, 120,000 Stone ninja. Why 20,000 more? Well, I actually believe that there's a lot more Stone ninja than there are, say, any other village, as we've just seen so much more Stone ninja rapidly. It's like the war, the one, like, Minato kills 1,000, and they're just scared. I don't know, man. Like, the war ended, yeah, but, like, I don't know. We've just seen a lot more Stone ninja rapidly than we have, say, other nations. Other nations ninja. Now, next up is the Mist. They will have the lowest at 40,000 ninja. Next is the Cloud, which will have the second lowest at about 60,000, as they have a lot more stronger ninja than other villages. But yeah, less village, or just less village ninja overall. And The second, or actually third highest in this case, behind the Leaf is the Sand Village, which has about 90 to 80,000 ninja under its rule. We do see a lot of sand ninja as well. Now, with that being said, the war would then begin, with each division going to its assigned areas. Ninja from the Leaf, ninja from the Stone Cloud, Mist, and everywhere else would prepare to fight. Zetsu would be slaughtered, but so would Ninja. And at this point, Naruto would stare valiantly at what was now Obito with one Rinnegan and the Akatsuki at his side. With that being said, they would be scattered around the battlefield. But the Akatsuki and Obito Uchiha were a threat. No. A force to be reckoned with. With that being said, this has been What If Naruto Was Madara's Son Part 11, I believe. Sorry, I just cracked my finger right there. It kind of just happened. Flawless crack. Now, this has actually been a pretty long part, so if you made it to the end, I love you. No homo. If you're a guy, that is. Yeah, what if you're, I don't know. Anyway, with that being said, this has been RamiX. I appreciate all your support. At this point, I believe we hit 14.7K, or we're really close to it, or we're even above it maybe, but either way, I appreciate all the support, and thank you. This has been my longest series so far, so I hope to keep it running, right? And with that being said, RamiX out. RamiX, back in the video, you may have just heard a small sound that kind of sounded like a click, maybe a movement. I am very sorry about that. I hope you guys are all having a great day. Please stick around and watch us. It would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, watch the video. That's just normal. But yeah, hope you guys all enjoy. I'm grateful for all the recent support. Make sure to link subscribe button. That's greatly appreciated. Share it to a friend like this, or just aim a content in general that may have not been audible, but we'll go with it. And yeah, we can now get into the recap. With that being said, the recap is pretty long, but it's not too long. I'll try to make it pretty short. So in the last part, we basically had the 5 Kage Summit. In the 5 Kage Summit, a few things happened. The Allied Shinobi forces were created, similar to the canon, but also Obito did appear, and Naruto basically told Obito to F off. Also revealing to Obito that he is on the side of the good and not the evil in this case. In this case, that is, Obito actually thinks that what he's doing is good, but it is not. But yeah, with that being said, not only that, but all the villagers are now, like, underground and stuff. And I also talked about the numbers of, like, the ninja. All in all, it is a force of 200,000 plus, and 300,000 plus if we count other smaller nations pitching in their ninja as well. Now, we can now fully begin the video. So, Naruto would say, "You've come here with the Akatsuki. Hey, Itachi, are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready," Itachi would say. Itachi was on the side of the Akatsuki, but very, very quickly this would change. He would Amaterasu each and every member of the Akatsuki so quickly and before they could even move. Now you may say, why didn't somebody like Kisame quickly put Samehada to the flames? Well, it was too fast. Also, you may be wondering, why didn't somebody like Kisame, in this case again, not do something like, say, just kind of like point his blade to Itachi, like, not to stop the flames or anything, but like when Naruto said Itachi's name, like, why didn't Itachi, like, you know, get, I guess you could say, like, in a bad position? Well, it's actually pretty simple. This all just transpired in like 5 seconds straight. Like, none of the Akatsuki are, like, they're trying to figure out what happened. They're not trying to, like, cut down Itachi. Now, with that being said, this would take out a few members of the Akatsuki, and I'm going to name them. First of all, Hidan's out for the count. He's out for the count. That's that. Kakuzu, he's just fine right now. At least that's what he thinks. Same with Hidan. They think they're fine, but they're burning. They're really just, like, for in Kakazu's case, sorry for that little, sorry. But basically in Kakazu's case, he's kind of just wasting his lives over and over again, but he doesn't realize it. And it's kind of going to be too late. For Hidan, he's just going to die slowly, because he's burning so much, and the flames are not going away. They're burning through him skeletally wise, like he's literally being atomically destroyed, you could say, or like physically, like he's dead. He's dead. Next, Akatsuki member Datara, he's down. He's dead. He's dead for the count. Kisame, he's not dead because he's been able to use Samehada to help him, but he's too injured to even move his hands now. So he can't just go over and help the other Akatsuki members. Next up, Obito, he quickly moved out of the way. He was not getting hit by that attack. And now Itachi was on the good side, you could say. Also, if I did miss any other Akatsuki members, they all have been killed by the Amaterasu or are being killed by it. Now, with that being said, Orochimaru is actually in the Akatsuki at this point, but he's not physically there. He's doing other stuff, you could say. Also, with that being said, Naruto would smile as Itachi would jump to them. He would then look at Itachi, thanking him. Itachi would then put his hand out. I'm not one for chivalry. Chivalry? No, Itachi, I'm just giving my thanks. Yeah, whatever. Now, on to the current problem. The one we mainly have to worry about. No, the only one we have to worry about is Obito. So you think you can beat me? Maybe not alone. I might not actually be that powerful. But I can try. Itachi and Naruto would try to fight Obito for 4 hours straight as their backup would arrive. What is their backup? Well, you know how the Kage were all reanimated? That's not their backup. That's probably what you were thinking just now. No. But rather, these are the people who are actually going to make the fights faster. What do I mean by this? Well, it's actually very, very, very simple. So, for example, when Madara shows up, all the Kage are fighting him. But also all the previous Kage who were reanimated from the Leaf Village. With Madara, to them, no longer being able to move and just being incapacitated, as so it seems. But he would quickly disappear, arriving close to the main battlefield. With that being said, they would aid in all the fights. So, for example, things like, for just to give something out there, Killer Bee versus the former Eight Tails. That fight is being handled by Killer Bee and Tobirama. Stuff like that. Stuff like that, right? So, all the fights are actually going to happen earlier, so now all the Allied Shinobi forces can come. All of them, I mean, including the Kage as well. Naruto would then laugh. You finally showed up. With that being said, at this point, Obito has had enough time to become the Sage of Six Paths. But before he could, Madara would show up, doing it himself. He would also tell Naruto to come to him now, as Naruto would shake his head, telling his father, dead to his face, that he is no longer allied to him. This shook Madara to his core. He was never told something such as this, as he would smirk. Well, I do love your humor, Naruto. It's always been pretty good, but you don't have to do something like this. It's pretty dark, wouldn't you say? No, father. I'm very sorry, and I'm so thankful for everything you've taught me in my life. But I can't, okay? I see. So you're really doing this? Yes, I am. All right, then. You know what this means, right? Know what means? I will kill you. Or I'll make you kill yourself. I don't get it. You don't have to get it. Sakura will quickly appear beside Naruto, asking if everything was alright. Naruto would nod, as he would say, I think everything's okay, but I'm not too sure. Now, what next? Naruto thought to himself. With that being said, Naruto would say, I think I know what I'll do. I'll have to kill the man in front of me, Sakura. Who is he? Do you know him? Well, the one with the mask, he's Obito. But the one beside him is my father, Madara. Your father's Madara Uchiha? Yes. I see. That's why you're so freaking strong. Am I truly so powerful? Yes, you're freakishly strong as well. I see. Well, with that being said, how strong are you then? I guess I'm pretty strong as well. Alright. Now, Madara, give me everything you... Madara would snap as Naruto would feel a sharp pain in his side. Actually, right now I kind of feel a sharp pain similar to that, so that's just the outcome that's going to happen, right? Now, with that being said, he would fall to the ground as his head would start to hurt. His eyes would then start to bleed as his Sharingan would automatically activate. Naruto would look around. What the hell is happening? Naruto's Mangekyo would then start to spin out of control. He would lose focus and also lose his vision temporarily. He would then fall to the ground as he would look around. What the hell is happening? Naruto would then fall on his knee, or I guess you could say move to his knee, as he would tell Sakura to get him out of here. Itachi would then create a wall of Amaterasu between them and Obito and Madara. Obito would quickly use Kamui, negating the barrier of fire. Sakura's speed was enough to get away from them, but Obito and Madara would have to get through the now 200,000 plus men on the battlefield as they would start attacking. We would then see here Madara's epic fight against the shinobi that we saw actually in canon. With that being said, it's a lot more this time, and he's taking a lot more people out quicker, with Obito also helping. With that being said, Naruto would then fall to the ground as he wondered what's happening to him. Madara would quickly sense Naruto as he would jump to the area that Naruto was in front of both Sakura and Itachi, as Sakura tried to use the little medical knowledge that she knew to help Naruto. Naruto would then stay there on the ground as he didn't know what to do. Naruto would then breathe heavily as he would then snap his fingers, activating his red Mangekyo as he would grab it, getting control of the spinning. He would then yell out, "Time space activation." A like sound would be made as Naruto, Sakura, and Itachi would now be in another dimension. Madara would grit his teeth. Now I've lost him again. I wonder where he'll appear next. Is it an ability like Obito's? Or is it something different? I wonder. Naruto in this dimension would tell Itachi to move, as Sakura would heighten her medical ninjutsu. Her medical ninjutsu only started to get better and better as she continued to heal Naruto. Do you know what's happening to you, Naruto? No, I'm actually not too sure. I see. But even though I know I'll die here, I have to say something. Whatever this is, it must be something placed on my heart. A seal of sorts. No, something placed on my body. Something that won't allow me to disregard Madara's order. Or at least something that Madara can activate. Now, whatever you do, don't panic. I think you can still win this war. But there's one thing. Sakura. I am the 5th Hokage of this village. And Itachi. If I don't ever come back, could you be the 6th Hokage? Me? Are you sure? Yes, I am completely sure. And you, Sakura. Oh no. I feel my life force. It's fading away. And now I'm gonna go meet with the Kyuubi, I suppose. Well, just know, Sakura, I do love you. Naruto's eyes would then close, and that might have been a little cringy, but I guess it is what it is. I'm trying to convey a message through the what if. Naruto loves Sakura. With that being said, Naruto would then appear in front of the Kyuubi. Is this it? Naruto would ask. Kurama would then nod. It is. I'm sorry it had to end like this, but this is the end to us. You're gonna die too? I thought you were immortal. I am, but at the end of the day, I'm chakra. Chakra can be destroyed. But, even so, I will come back. Over a few decades, maybe. Maybe less. Maybe a dozen years. I'm not sure. I see. Well, alright. I guess we'll die here. Naruto would sit down, putting his head on his fist. What I mean by that, he's kind of like leaning on his fist on the ground. Well, I guess this is it for us. A shining light would appear in front of Naruto. As Naruto would be bewitched by this light. He didn't know what it was, and he was actually a little scared. Is this death? Is this heaven or hell? What is this place? Don't tell me I'm stuck in some sort of limbo. I don't want to be there. Out of all places. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I never thought about death. Ever. Not like this, at least. My heart. It's pounding. What's happening? Where am I? An old man? Are you God? Or are you the devil? No, you have to be God. Are you God? Naruto would ask. I am the god of shinobi. Sure. The sage of 6 paths. You're real? I never knew. Well, how interesting is that? Naruto would say. Now, are you gonna ask me a few questions and then that's gonna decide where I go? Heaven or hell? Just know, I'm gonna be lying through my teeth. Huh? Well, what I mean is, I'm gonna lie so I can get into heaven. Oh, no, I'm not doing anything like that. Oh, I see. Well, then why am I here? Have you already have it all planned out? Yes, I do have it planned out where you're going. Back to the land of the living. Huh? The Sage of 6 Paths would then explain to Naruto the history of Asura and Indra, Kaguya, Hamura, and everything he needs to know and more. With that being said, he would also be told who the current reincarnation of Asura and Indra are. Him and Naruto would guess it himself. Sasuke Uchiha, right. He would ask, as the Sage of 6 Paths would confirm. Naruto would then smile. Well, I knew we were connected somehow. And not just because we were both Uchiha. Naruto would blow out. Well, at least I'm not going crazy over that idea. I felt this strange connection through chakra. Now, when did you feel it? The Sage of 6 Paths would ask. Well, it's actually quite recent. He stabbed me with his Chidori spear, as he calls it. And either that or it's called Chidori Stream. I'm not sure what I heard. But, with that being said, it was a very interesting feeling. But when he pierced through me, I felt it quite indefinitely. I see. Well, that is an interesting feeling to feel, I must say. You're right about that. Now, do you have anything else you need to tell me? Yes, this power. Do you want it? Of course I do. Will this bring me back? I'll bring you back. But it will give you power. Enough to take on Madara Uchiha. I see. Alright then. Now, with that being said, in the real world, Obito has just been incapacitated. And this is actually after his fight with Kakashi. A lot more time is passing in this alternate reality. With that also being said, Sasuke is now out for the count because of Sakura in this timeline. Interesting scenario. Basically, what happened was he was going to oppose the ninja forces or Out Shinobi forces, and Sakura just took the role of any reasonable shinobi and defeated Sasuke outright, and basically left him near death, if not dead. Similar to how it was in canon, where he was near death, but this time it's not Madara who's doing it, and rather, it is the likes of Sakura. Uchiha, I was about to say Haruno. Now, with that being said, Naruto would then reappear in the real world. Before he did, the Sage of Success would smile, telling Naruto that he can't lose, and that he's the most interesting reincarnation of Asura that he's ever met, and the closest one to being more like Indra. Also, the only reason why the shining personality came out was because, well, first off, people change when they're about to die. That's true. I haven't actually experienced it myself. I hope to never die. If I could be immortal, I would. I know I'll die eventually. I know it's a weird topic. But yeah, with that being said, if you guys wanted to know something a little bit personal about me, and this video isn't about me, but yeah, just saying, I want to live until I'm at least 80, 90. So, yeah. And I want you guys to as well. I want you guys to have vigorous lives. If you do die before that, I want you guys' lives to be fulfilled. I just wish greatness upon all of you watching this video. Everyone in the world, maybe. But there are some sinister people in this world. Anyhow. As well as sinister people in the Naruto world, and the Dragon Ball world, and the One Piece world, and all these other fictions, right? With that being said, Naruto would smile as well, as he would appear in the real world. Also, just so you guys know, he was also told the story of the Tailed Beast, their creation, that kind of thing. Them as like chibis, or them as like small creatures, that kind of thing, all that stuff. So, with that being said, Naruto would appear in real life. And Sasuke would also wake up as well. When I say appear in real life, he's not dead, but he's not in the real living world. With that being said, how did Itachi and Sakura get out of Naruto's time-space area? Well, it's actually very simple. All that happened was he like kind of like passed out, died, whatever you want to call that. And so, well, quite simply, I don't want to say it, but the jutsu kind of just broke. With that being said, Naruto would then turn the battle around. Madara is the only one who they have to take care of, so Minato, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and many others, like Kakashi and Itachi, would charge towards Madara and would beat him up. Not to mention the people that I already mentioned, so just think about it. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, all at this point are even. Even, I tell you. Even though they got the Sage Success Chakra amp. Sakura's just that powerful. And she's getting even stronger in this war. Right. Now, with that being said, as I do say that, we also have, so Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke. Then we have Kakashi, Itachi. We also have Minato, Tobirama, Hashirama, Hiruzen. That's 9, like, Kage plus level ninja. Then we also have the likes of Orochimaru, who's slowly helping. Team Taka, so Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karin, who are healing, like, the like people who are fighting Madara indirectly. We also have the likes of, my apologies for the little, like, breakish kind of thing. We also have the likes of people like random people, I want to say, that are just ninjas. But the 5 Kage, so Gaara, Onoki, Mei, and even A. That is like 17, 16 ninja. We also have Killer B, Fu. These are the people who like didn't get captured, basically. Actually, I believe Fu may have been captured, so that's a little unfortunate. And that might have just been my mistake. But we still do have people like Yugito and the likes of these people, right? Like Yagura, that's 21 people who are all Kage level plus, rushing towards Madara and just beating him up. So, with that being said, they would all get their own signature moves off on Madara, who just, at this point, couldn't do anything, even in his almighty form. Not to mention his chakra already being very unstable, his mind mentally being kind of effed, fucked, whatever you want to call it. Sorry for the vulgarity. With that being said, there was really nothing he could do. Naruto would then get his final blow off, as he would pull a punch back. Sorry, father. When Minato heard this, Minato would pause, as he wondered what Naruto meant. Doesn't he know that I'm his father? He's the Hokage, isn't he? What the hell? Naruto would then slam his fist into Madara, as Madara would cough up blood. Naruto would then destroy the armor and the cloak that Madara had on. Randomly, he gets a Sage of Six Paths cloak. That's destroyed now. Naruto would then continue the plunge further and further into Madara. Sounds of cracking would be heard before Madara, or I guess you could say on Madara's body. I think you should have heard like a small cracking noise, something like that, as Madara would cough up even more blood. His hair would then start to become a whiter and a grayish white, in fact, as Naruto would punch directly through Madara. Naruto's hand is now through Madara, as Naruto would pull his hand out, as Madara would then fall into Naruto's arms. Madara would then look at Naruto, blood pouring from his mouth, as he would tell Naruto, well, this was not the way that I envisioned it, but if you can truly bring peace to this world without, well, what I thought it would take, I already see that you've allied the Kage, something even my generation couldn't do. Then I think that you just might be able to achieve peace. Forever, maybe. But, let me say this. My body can no longer hold out, so you will be faced with an insurmountable threat. But, if you attack the threats just as I was attacked, you're talking too much, father. You're gonna kill yourself. No, I'm already dead. Can't you see? I'm just speaking words of a dead man. I believe in you, son. Remember that. I don't know who's gonna fight you now. I don't know what's gonna become of my body. But they are not me. And, whatever it is, I want you to bury it with attack. I want you to destroy it completely. Annihilate it off the face of our planet. Madara would say, falling on his knees and out of Naruto's arms, and then to the floor. I love you, Naruto, Madara would say, as fragments of his body would fly up into the air, and his reanimation would physically fail. At this current time, Kabuto had been faced with multiple ninja now in front of him. Thousands. They had been able to figure out where Kabuto was using sensing, like the Yamanaka, that kind of thing. They're pretty good at sensing, so they should be able to do this kind of thing. And they basically just targeted him because they knew that if they don't kill him or finish him off, stuff like that, or he doesn't break the jutsu, then the reanimation jutsu will keep going. And honestly, 1,000 to 10,000 plus ninja versus Kabuto. I don't see Kabuto winning in a small cave where he doesn't have much leeway, though he did have a lot of leeway in the canon, but you guys get what I'm saying. Especially because you could even say that it's just, these ninja are very powerful. Like, these are Jonin level ninja. These aren't like Chunin. These aren't like slobs. By slobs, I just mean like guys who aren't strong. Like, these aren't like, you know, they aren't people who aren't strong. They're like very strong, right? Anyhow, with that being said, Naruto would shed a tear as he would immediately wipe the tear. Sakura would then smile. She had never seen Naruto tear up and shed a tear at all. And she was kind of happy to see that Naruto could show emotion. Even if only that small or kind of small amount. With that being said, Naruto would then declare that the war was over, as all the reanimations would slowly be destroyed. Everybody would cheer in happiness. The war was finally over. Now, this would be the end of the part, but I'm going to cover what happens, or the events leading up to Boruto, which is not going to be Boruto. This is just going to be a different timeline. Yeah. So, with that being said, sorry if you heard, like, a lot of people are driving, like, in my, like, city. So I think I can hear it from my window, so that might just be a little achy. Now, with that being said, so they would get back to the Leaf Village. Everybody would settle down. The lockdown would be over. The Zetsu were now all destroyed. And yeah. Black Zetsu is dead too. None of him. I hate Black Zetsu. He is erased. Erased, I tell you. And so, in this timeline, Naruto would have a child with Sakura Uchiha. This child would be basically a monster. I don't mean a monster like physically. I just mean like they're so strong that they're a monster. I don't mean that they look like a monster or anything like that. But Sakura is in Naruto's first child that is, who would be named Haruno, respectively. This is actually a guy, just so you guys know. Haruno is a guy. He would be an Uzumaki, a Senju, an Uchiha, and a Haruno. He would have raw, immense amounts of chakra due to his Senju and Uzumaki DNA, since Naruto does have those Senju cells. He would be a sheer monster, with potential, having the Sharingan innately. Not to mention his physical strength and his intelligence being pretty good, above average at his age of only 4 at this current moment. Sasuke also does have a child of his own. He and Naruto did have a final battle in this timeline, but it wasn't big enough to where I would want to cover it. But Naruto was the winner, all in all. With that being said, Naruto and Sasuke did settle their feud. With a few kind words from Naruto, Sasuke was talking to Chitsu. And he kind of just accepted. With that being said, he was a bit angry that he didn't get to rebuild the clan with the person that he wanted to, but he realized that Naruto would, at the end of the day, be helping to rebuild the Uchiha clan, because Naruto was an Uchiha, and Sakura is an Uchiha. Even if these Uchiha clan members were mixed with the Uzumaki, they'd just be even stronger, that's all. With that being said, he would marry Karin and would have 2 to 3 children with Karin. We're going to make that number 3, as Naruto would also have 3 children with Sakura. 3 other children with the same traits as Haruno. With one having horrible chakra control. Just one, though. So Naruto has 3 children. Sasuke has 3 children. All in all, Itachi would also have 1 child with Izumi, because Izumi is still actually alive, and we know that there was a Genjutsu in the Itachi Hiden. But later on, he would also have another child, making it 2 children that Itachi has, 3 children that Naruto has, 3 children that Sasuke has. Itachi's a person, Sasuke's a person, and Naruto's a person. What does that mean? All in all, that's 11 people, or 11 children, I should say, or just 11 people in general that are Uchiha, and Obito is actually still alive. As you can see, as I said, Obito was only incapacitated, he was never killed. That's 12 Uchiha. Obito in this timeline is actually going to have 2 children. With who, you may be asking? Well, Rin. Now, you may be wondering, how is this possible? How is he going to have children with Rin? But Rami X, this is a plot hole. No, it's not. Because Rin would be Rene Rebirth. Now, how is this possible? Naruto would actually do it. Also, we're going to age up this Rin big time. We're just going to make Rin and Obito the same age. So we're just slapping on like a decade or two onto her age. That's all. How is this possible, though? In this timeline, the Ren rebirth is going to be able to be possible as long as the user doesn't die. And we're going to assume that the only way that they die is from chakra exertion. Naruto has bottomless pits of chakra, so that's just not going to happen, right? So with that being said, that's just how it's, going to be possible. And why I choose Rin? Because it would further his clan's ability to, increase itself, if you want to call it that. Obito would have 2 children with Rin. With that being said, yeah, this has been What If Naruto Was Madaras Son Part 12, I believe, maybe 13. Hope you guys all enjoyed. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. It would be greatly appreciated. This is actually a pretty good video. Sorry if you hear a bit of a clicking sound right there. But yeah, I really did enjoy this series, and I hope you guys all enjoyed it as well. Now, we are going to be getting into Naruto Legacy very, very soon. I might do a what if in between, but we'll actually see. We'll just have to see. Or a few discussion videos in between. But we're getting into Legacy now. Naruto, a legacy story shall begin very, very soon. And with that being said, RomX. Oh. Although I did conclude the what if, it is later shown within a brief flashback that Naruto does, in fact, realize that Madara was his true father and not Minato Namikaze. With that being said, this has been RomX, and well, RomX out.